வீரமும் பின்தள்ளப்பட்டு அறமும் நீதியும் பெரிதும் போற்றப்பட்டன. இந்நீதி கோட்பாடுகளை உணர்த்தும் நூல்கள் 14 கீழ்கணக்கு நூல்களாகும். அவை திருக்குறள், நாலடியார், திரிகடுகம், பழமொழி 400, நான்மணிக்கடிகை, இன்னா 40, இனியவை 40. இப்பொழுது திருக்குறளை பற்றி காண்போம். வள்ளுவன் தன்னை உலகினுக்கே தந்து வான்புகழ் கொண்ட தமிழ்நாடு என்றார் பாரதியார். திருக்குறள் அறத்துப்பால், பொருட்பால், இன்பத்துப்பால் என முப்பெரும் பிரிவுகளை கொண்டுள்ளது. திருக்குறளில் 133 அதிகாரங்கள் உள்ளன. இதில் ஒரு அதிகாரத்திற்கு 10 குறட்பாக்கள் வீதம் 1330 குறட்பாக்களை திருக்குறள் கொண்டுள்ளது. திருக்குறளை இயற்றியவர் திருவள்ளுவர் ஆவார். திருக்குறள் என்பது தமிழின் 2 தனிப்பட்ட சொற்களால் ஒன்றானது. திருக்குறள், திரு என்பது தமிழில் மரியாதையையும் மேன்மையையும் குறிக்கும் சொல். இது குறள் வெண்பா ஆகும். எல்லோருக்கும் பொதுவான கருத்துக்களை கூறும் திருக்குறளை விட இந்த உலகத்தில் எல்லோராலும் அறியத்தக்க நூல்கள் பல உள்ளன. ஆனால் அவை நாடு, ஜாதி, மதம் என ஏதாவது ஒன்றில் சிறைப்பட்டு எல்லோராலும் முழுமையாக ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளாதபடி சுருங்கி கிடக்கின்றன. ஆனால் இந்த உலகிற்கே பொதுவான கருத்துக்களை கூறும் திருக்குறள் உலக பொதுமறை என்று சிறப்பாக அழைக்கப்படுகின்றது. இப்பொழுது நாலடியாரை பற்றி காண்போம். 14 கீழ்கணக்கு நூல்களில் திருக்குறளுக்கு அடுத்து வைத்து எண்ணத்தக்கது நாலடியார். ஆளும் வேலும் பல்லுக்குருதி, நாலும் இரண்டும் சொல்லுக்குருதி என வழங்குவதாலேயே இதன் பெருமை விளங்கும். நாலடியாரில் கூறுவது கூறுதல் போலே இருப்பதால் ஒருவரால் இயற்றப்பட்டது இல்லை என்பதை அறிய முடிகின்றது. நாலடியாரில் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பின்னி பிணைந்த பொருட்களை உவமையாக குறிப்பிடுகின்றார்கள். வாழ்க்கைக்கு மேன்மை தருவனவும் கேடு தருவனவும் நாலடியாரால் நன்கு பிரிக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. நாலடியாரின் பாக்களை இயற்றியவர்கள் சமண முனிவர்கள் ஆகும். இப்பொழுது திரிகடுகம் எனும் நூலை பற்றி காண்போம். புறப்பொருள் உணர்த்தும் நூலான திரிகடுகம் எனும் நூலை இயற்றியவர் நல்லாத்தனார் எனும் புலவர் ஆவார். இது தன் சிறப்பு பாயிரத்தோடு 101 வெண்பாவை கொண்டுள்ளது. சுக்கு, மிளகு, திப்பிலி என திவாகர நிகண்டு திரிகடுகம் எனும் பெயருக்கு பொருள் கொடுக்கும். இந்த 3 பொருட்களை வைத்து செய்யும் மருந்து உடல் நலத்தை தரவல்லவை. அதுபோன்று 3 கருத்துக்களை உடைய திரிகடுகமும் மனநலத்தை தரவல்லவை. இப்பொழுது பழமொழி 400 பற்றி காண்போம். பழமொழி 400 தன் சிறப்பு பாயிரத்தோடு 401 பாக்களை கொண்டுள்ளது. இதில் ஒவ்வொரு பாடலின் இறுதியிலும் பழமொழி சார்ந்து வரும். பழமொழி 400 இயற்றியவர் முன்றுரையர் அல்லது முன்றுரையரையனார் எனும் சமண முனிவர் ஆவார். இப்பொழுது பழமொழி 400 ஒரு பாடலை பற்றி காண்போம். விருந்தோம்பல். மாறியொன்று இன்றி வரந்திருந்த காலத்தும் பாரிமடமகள் பான்மகற்கு நீருலையுள் பொன்திறந்து கொண்டு புகாவாக நல்கினாள் ஒன்றுராமுன்றிலோ இல். இந்த பாடலின் பொருள்: மாரி என்பது மலை. மழையில்லாத காலத்தில் பாரி அரசனின் மகள்களான அங்கவை மற்றும் சங்கவை பாணர்களுக்கு பொன் கொடுத்து உதவினார்கள். எனவே பொருளில்லாத வீடுகளே இல்லை என்பது இப்பழமொழியின் பொருளாகும். இப்பொழுது காப்பி இலக்கியத்தை பற்றி காண்போம். நீண்ட தொகுப்பாக தனிப்பாடல்களாக அமையாமல் நீண்ட தொகுப்பாக அமைவது காப்பியம் என அழைக்கப்படுகின்றது. காப்பியத்தில் பல கிளை கதைகள் இருக்கும். தமிழில் காப்பி இலக்கியத்தை 3 வகைப்படுத்துவர்: ஐம்பெருங்காப்பியங்கள், ஐஞ்சிறுங்காப்பியங்கள், பிற காப்பியங்கள். ஐம்பெருங்காப்பியங்கள்: சிலப்பதிகாரம், மணிமேகலை, சீவக சிந்தாமணி, வளையாபதி, குண்டலகேசி. இதில் சிலப்பதிகாரமும் மணிமேகலையும் இரட்டை காப்பியங்கள் என்று அழைக்கப்படுகின்றது. இப்பொழுது சிலப்பதிகாரத்தை பற்றி காண்போம். நெஞ்சை எல்லும் சிலப்பதிகாரம் என்று மணியாரம் படைத்த தமிழ்நாடு என்று பாரதியாரால் போற்றப்பட்ட நூல் சிலப்பதிகாரம். சிலப்பதிகாரத்தின் வேறு சிறப்பு பெயர்கள்: முதற்காப்பியம், முத்தமிழ் காப்பியம், இரட்டை காப்பியம், குடிமக்கள் காப்பியம், நாடக காப்பியம். பல காப்பியங்கள் பாட்டின் தலைவனாக கடவிலை வைத்து பாடி வந்த காலத்தில் கோவலன் என்னும் குடிமகனை பாட்டின் தலைவனாக வைத்து இயற்றி வந்த முதல் நூல் சிலப்பதிகாரம். எனவே இதற்கு குடிமக்கள் காப்பியம் என்று சிறப்பு பெயர் உண்டு. இப்பொழுது ஐஞ்சிறுகாப்பியங்களை பற்றி காண்போம். சூளாமணி, யசோதார காவியம், உதயனகுமார காவியம், நீலகேசி, நாககுமார காவியம். இவை 5 ஐஞ்சிறுகாப்பியங்கள் ஆகும். இப்பொழுது பிற காப்பியங்களை பற்றி காண்போம். பிற காப்பியம்: கம்பராமாயணம், வில்லிபாரதம், தேம்பாவணி, சீரா புராணம், பெரிய புராணம். இவையே பிற காப்பியங்களில் சில. இப்பொழுது பக்தி இலக்கியத்தை பற்றி காண்போம். தமிழகத்தில் பல்லவர் காலமாகிய கிபி 7ஆம் நூற்றாண்டிலிருந்துதான் பக்தி இலக்கிய இயக்கம் வளரத் தொடங்கியது. சைவ சமயத்தை சார்ந்தவர்கள் சிவபெருமானையும் வைணவ சமயத்தை சார்ந்தவர்கள் திருமாலையும் தங்களது முழுமுதற் கடவுளாக ஏற்றி மக்களிடையே பக்தியை பரப்பினர். அப்பொழுது தோன்றிய இலக்கியங்களே பக்தி இலக்கியங்கள் என்று அழைக்கப்படுகின்றது. சிவபெருமானின் பெருமை பாடி 63 நாயன்மார்கள் 12 திருமுறைகளை இயற்றினார்கள். அதுபோல திருமாலின் பெருமை பாடி 12 ஆழ்வார்கள் 4000 திவ்ய பிரபந்தத்தினை இயற்றினார்கள். தமிழகத்தில் பக்தி தலை தோங்க இவ்விரு சமயங்கள் ஆற்றிய பணி இணையற்றது. சிற்றிலக்கியங்கள். மக்கள் வாழ்ந்த சூழலுக்கு அறிந்து கொள்வதற்கு சான்றுகளை கூற இலக்கியங்களும் பெரிதுணை புரிகின்றது. பக்தி இலக்கியத்தோடு ஒட்டி பிறந்தவையே சிற்றிலக்கியங்களாகும். ஒவ்வொரு இலக்கியமும் ஒரு குறிக்கோளோடு தான் பிறந்தவை. அதுபோல கடவுளை பற்றி பாட எழுந்த இலக்கியங்களே சிற்றிலக்கியங்களாகும். வடமொழி அடிப்படையில் சிற்றிலக்கியங்கள் பிரபந்தங்கள் என்றும் அவை 96 வகை என்றும் பாட்டியல் நூல்கள் பல குறிப்பிடுகின்றன. 96 வகையாக இருந்தாலும் புலவர்களால் பெரிதும் போற்றி பாடப்பட்டது சில. பிள்ளைத்தமிழ். அவை பிள்ளைத்தமிழ், பரணி, கலம்பகம், கோவை, அந்தாதி, உலா, தூது, மடல், குறவஞ்சி, பல்லு, சிந்து, சதகம். இப்பொழுது பிள்ளைத்தமிழை பற்றி காண்போம். பெரும்பாலான பாட்டியல் நூல்களில் முதலாக வருவது பிள்ளைத்தமிழாகும். பிள்ளைத்தமிழ் என்றால் கடவுளை குழந்தை பருவமாக பாவித்து பாடப்பெறும் இலக்கியங்களே பிள்ளைத்தமிழ் இலக்கியமாகும். பிள்ளைத்தமிழ் இலக்கியம் இருவகைப்படும்: ஆண்பார் பிள்ளைத்தமிழ், பெண்பார் பிள்ளைத்தமிழ். இப்பொழுது மீனாட்சி அம்மை பிள்ளைத்தமிழை பற்றி காண்போம். மதுரையில் கோவில் கொண்டிருக்கும் மீனாட்சி அம்மனை பற்றி பாடும் இலக்கியங்கள் மீனாட்சி அம்மனை பிள்ளைத்தமிழாகும். இப்பொழுது திருச்செந்தூர் பிள்ளைத்தமிழை பற்றி காண்போம். திருச்செந்தூரில் கோவில் கொண்டிருக்கும் முருகப்பெருமானை குழந்தையாக பாவித்து பாடப்பெறும் இலக்கியங்கள் திருச்செந்தூர் பிள்ளைத்தமிழாகும். இப்பொழுது பரணி இலக்கியத்தை பற்றி காண்போம். போர் நிகழ்ச்சிகளை பற்றி பாடும் இலக்கியங்கள் பரணி இலக்கியமாகும். போர்க்களத்தில் 1000 யானையை கொன்ற வீரனை பற்றி பாடும் இலக்கியம் பரணியாகும். கலம்பகம். கலம்பகத்தில் வரும் உறுப்புகள் அகப்பொருள் மற்றும் புறப்பொருள் சார்ந்தவையாகவே காணப்படுகின்றது. கலம்பகத்தில் பெயர் பெற்றவை நந்தி கலம்பகம் மற்றும் மதுரை கலம்பகம் ஆகும். இப்பொழுது அந்தாதியை பற்றி காண்போம். அந்தாதி என்பது ஒரு பத்தியில் கடைசியாக வரும் சொல் அடுத்த பத்தியில் முதலாக வரும். அதாவது ஒரு பத்தியில் அந்தமாக வருவது அடுத்த பத்தியில் ஆதியாக வரும். இப்பொழுது உலா இலக்கியத்தை பற்றி காண்போம். இளமையும் பெருமையும் மிக்க தலைவன் உலா வரும் பொழுது தன்னை 7 பருவ பெண்டிரம் கண்டு மகிழ்வித்து பாடப்பெறும் இலக்கியங்கள் உலா இலக்கியமாகும். பிற்காலத்தில் அரசனருக்கு மட்டுமே அமைந்த உலா சான்றோர்களுக்கும் கடவுள்களுக்கும் ஆக மாறி உலா எனும் சிற்றிலக்கியமாக வளர்ந்துள்ளது. இப்பொழுது இக்கால இலக்கியத்தை பற்றி காண்போம். இக்கால இலக்கியம். இக்கால இலக்கியம் 4 வகைப்படும்: கவிதை, புதுக்கவிதை, புதினம், சிறுகதை. கவிதை. தமிழ் இலக்கிய வரலாற்றில் கவிதை, செய்யுள், பா என எதை எடுத்துக்கொண்டாலும் ஒரு நீண்ட வரலாறு உண்டு. பழமொழிகளை போன்றவே கவிதைகளும் சுருங்கச் சொல்லி விளங்க வைக்கக்கூடியது. இப்படித்தான் எழுத வேண்டுமென கவிதைகளுக்கும் இலக்கியம் உண்டு. ஆசிரியப்பா, வெண்பா, கலிப்பா எனத் தொடங்கி இன்னும் விரியும். இவ்வாறு மரபு வரையறையோடு எழுதப்படும் கவிதைகளை மரபு கவிதை என்பார்கள். சொல்லுக்கு முதன்மை தராமல் கருத்துக்கு முதன்மை தரும் கவிதைகளை புதுக்கவிதை என்பார்கள். இக்கால கவிதை என்பது பாரதியார் காலத்திலிருந்து தோன்றியவையாக ஆய்வாளர்கள் குறிப்பிடுகின்றார்கள். பாரதியார் எதை எடுத்துக்கொண்டாலும் முத்திரை பதிக்கும் அளவிற்கு தன் கருத்துக்களை வெளிப்படுத்துவார். பாரதியார் வாழ்ந்த காலத்திலே பல கவிஞர்கள் இருந்தார்கள். அவர்கள் பாடி வந்த காலத்தில் அந்நிய அரசுகள் இந்திய மண்ணை அட்டையை போல உறிஞ்சி கொண்டிருந்தன. நாடு பற்றி எரிந்தது. அந்த நேரத்திலும் சிற்றிலக்கியங்களும் சீட்டுக்கவிகளும் பாடிக்கொண்டுதான் இருந்தார்கள். அந்த நேரத்தில்தான் பாரதியார், என்று தனியும் இந்த சுதந்திர தாகம், என்று மடியுமெங்கள் அடிமையின் மோகம், என்றெமது அன்னைக்கை விலங்குகள் போகும், என்றெமது இன்னல்கள் தீர்ந்து போய் ஆகும் என்று பாடினார். இப்படி பாட பாரதியாரால் தான் முடிந்தது. இப்பொழுது புதுக்கவிதையை பற்றி காண்போம். இக்கால இலக்கிய வகைகளில் ஒன்றான புதுக்கவிதை இலக்கியமும் மேலை நாட்டு இலக்கியத்தின் தாக்கத்தால் தான் தமிழ் இலக்கிய வரலாற்றுக்குள் வந்தது. பாரதியார் வசன கவிதை அமைப்பில் புதுக்கவிதையை தமிழுக்கு கொண்டு வந்தார் என்று குறிப்பிடுகின்றார்கள். கவிதை என்பது மரபு கவிதை மற்றும் புதுக்கவிதை என்று இருநிலை பாகுபாடுகளை பெற்றது. இப்பொழுது புதினத்தை பற்றி காண்போம். நாவல் என பெறும் புதினமும் மேலை நாட்டு இலக்கியத்தின் தாக்கத்தால் தான் தமிழ் இலக்கிய வரலாற்றிற்குள் வந்தது. புதினங்களும் தமிழ் சமுதாயம், குடும்பச்சூழல் போன்ற பொதுவான நிகழ்வுகளையே விரிவாக்குகின்றன. பின்பு சுதந்திர காலகட்டத்தில் சிலர் இதனை மையமாக வைத்து புதினங்களை எழுதினார்கள். பின்பு கற்பனை கலந்து பல வரலாற்று புதினங்கள் வெளிவந்துள்ளது. இப்பொழுது புதுமை பித்தனை பற்றி காண்போம். புதுமை பித்தன் சிறுகதை உலகின் பிதாமகராக விளங்கும் புதுமை பித்தன் புதினங்களையும் எழுதியுள்ளார். இவரது துன்பம், வசந்தகோரி என்பது இவரது இரு புதினங்கள் ஆகும். இவர் பிரேத மனிதன், பலிபீடம் என்னும் இரு புதினங்களை மொழிபெயர்த்துள்ளார். இப்பொழுது சிறுகதையை பற்றி காண்போம். இக்கால இலக்கிய வகைகளில் ஒன்றான சிறுகதையும் மேலை நாட்டு இலக்கியத்தின் தாக்கத்தால் தான் தமிழ் இலக்கிய வரலாற்றிற்குள் வந்தது. கதை என்பது தமிழுக்கோ அல்லது இந்திய மொழிகளுக்கோ புதிதல்ல. காப்பியங்களில் வரும் கிளை கதைகளும் செய்யுள் நடையில் வரும் சிறுகதை தான். சிறுகதை என்பது ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட கருவை மையமாக கொண்டு 10 அல்லது 15 நிமிடங்களுக்குள் பேசி முடித்து விடுவதாக அமைதல் வேண்டும். இப்பொழுது நாடகத்தை பற்றி காண்போம். இயல், இசை, நாடகம் என தமிழை பெற்றது தமிழ் மொழி. இவை ஒன்றோடு ஒன்று அடங்கிய காணப்படுகின்றன. பல நாடகங்கள் எழுதுகின்றார்கள். கோவில் போன்ற சிறப்பு நிகழ்ச்சிகளில் பல நாடகங்களை நடிக்கின்றார்கள் நாடக கலைஞர்கள். அவர்களுள் பெயர் பெற்றவை மகாபாரதம், அரிச்சந்திர விலாசம், வில்லி பாரதம். இப்பொழுது இக்கால இலக்கிய வகைகளில் இக்கால இலக்கியங்கள் வகையான சிறப்பான புதுக்கவிதையை பற்றி காண்போம். இந்த புதுக்கவிதையை எழுதியவர் மு. மேத்தா ஆவார். மு. மேத்தா முதல் தர புதுக்கவிஞர்களில் ஒருவர் ஆவார். இவர் வெளியிட்ட கண்ணீர் பூக்கள் இவரது கவிதை திறனிற்கு எடுத்துக்காட்டு. அதை இப்பொழுது காண்போம். விஞ்ஞானிகளுக்கு ஒரு விண்ணப்பம், விஞ்ஞானிகளுக்கு ஒரு விண்ணப்பம். கண்ணீரை குடிநீராக்கும் மார்க்கத்தை கண்டுபிடியுங்கள், கண்ணீரை குடிநீராக்கும் மார்க்கத்தை கண்டுபிடியுங்கள். இந்தியாவில் இருக்கவே இருக்காது தண்ணீர் பஞ்சம், இந்தியாவில் இருக்கவே இருக்காது தண்ணீர் பஞ்சம் என்று பாடினார். பண்டைய காலம் முதல் இன்று வரை தமிழ் இலக்கியம் தன்னிகரற்ற வகையில் செழித்து வளர்ந்து வருகின்றன. இவை காலத்தால் அழியாத பற்பல படைப்புகளை இந்த உலகிற்கு தந்துள்ளது. தமிழரது உன்னதமான கலாச்சாரத்தையும் பண்பாட்டையும் இந்த உலகிற்கு பறைசாற்றுவது தமிழ் இலக்கியங்களே ஆகும். நன்றி.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Tashit, a 7th grader studying in Frontline New Gen International School. Get ready for an exciting exploration inside the world of tiny creatures. Yes, today we are going to see about bacteria. My topic is the world of bacteria, good disease, bad, and ways to stay healthy. Now let us go into our topic. In my lecture, we are going to see about introduction, what are bacteria. In what are bacteria, we are going to discuss about bacteria and where are bacteria. And where are bacteria, we are going to see about some basic places where bacteria are present. And in good bacteria, we are going to discuss about what is meant by good bacteria, why should we love good bacteria, why bacteria loves us, and bad bacteria. In bad bacteria, we are going to see about why should we avoid bad bacteria, definition of bad bacteria, and some disease caused by bad bacteria. And lastly, we are going to see about ways to prevent from bad bacteria. Introduction. The bacteria play a vital role in various ecosystems, and the bacteria involved in decomposition, nutrient cycling, and etc. The bacteria had very symbiotic relationship with other organisms For example, the bacteria without bacteria, the animal can't digest its food. Do you know the bacteria has cell structure and they can reproduce rapidly? What are bacteria? Bacteria are a microscopic single-celled organism which cannot see by a naked eye, which can only see by a special equipment called microscope. What is meant by microscope? Microscope is a special equipment which shows very small organisms such as bacteria and etc. as very big in microscope. The bacteria mostly had prokaryotic cell structure and they can live on earth. Now let us see the cell structure of the bacteria. It contains ribosomes, cytoplasm, nuclei also called as DNA, pili, plasmid, inclusion bodies, flagellum, cytoplasmic membranes, cell wall, and capsule. The cell wall gives the cell structure to the bacteria and nuclear DNA. The DNA helps the bacteria to reproduce. Now let us see the shapes of the bacteria. There are three basic shapes of bacteria. Spear-shaped bacteria called as cocci. Next, rod-shaped bacteria called as bacilli. And spiral-shaped bacteria called as spirochetes. The rod-shaped bacteria. We can go deeper into the shapes of bacteria. Round-shaped bacteria. The round-shaped bacteria cause infection in people. And spiral-shaped bacteria. The spiral-shaped bacteria use the ingredients which is used for making cheese. And rod-shaped bacteria. The rod-shaped bacteria causes food poisoning. Where bacteria are present? The bacteria are present in soil, water, earth, and all over everywhere. In surfaces, plants, and it helps the good bacteria helps the humans for beneficial for the humans. On other hand, the bad bacteria causes infectious disease. Now let us see one fact. There are approximately 10 times as many bacterial cells in the human body. Now, bacteria present found in the soil. Yes, the bacteria are present in the soil, abundant in nutrient cycling, and it also helps in the bacterial diversity, nutrients, nitrogen fixation, plant microbial interaction, bioremediation, and soil ecosystem functioning. With bacteria present in water, yes, some freshwater bodies such as rivers, streams, ponds, and some marine water bodies such as oceans, seas, and etc. They are the bacteria present and plays a crucial role in deep sea adaptation. What is deep sea adaptation? Deep sea adaptation is a type of adaptation which done on the deep sea. So there are some animals can't do deep sea adaptation. So the bacteria helps the animals for doing deep sea adaptation, and it helps in the carbon recycling, nutrient recycling, bioluminescence, deep sea adaptations, antibiotic discovery, and climate influence. Bacteria present in the air. The bacteria which present in the air is called airborne bacteria, and they present in the both indoor air and outdoor air. It helps in the dispersion methods, and it present in both indoor air and outdoor air, and bacterial diversity and bacterial survival. The air can also help the bacteria. Do you know how? The bacteria can travel by air from one place to another. Bacteria on surfaces. There are two types of surfaces: the human associated surfaces and natural surfaces. In these both surfaces, the bacteria are present. So it helps in the surface colonization, and it is present in both the surfaces, and diversity on surfaces, formation of biofilms, and survey on surfaces. Bacteria present in the human body. Yes, there are two types of bacteria such as good bacteria and bad bacteria. The bad bacteria affects our skin and make infectious disease and make severe pains. Do you know other hand what good bacteria will do? Yes, the good bacteria helps fight against from the bad bacteria and protect our body. and it present in the microbiome, gut, body size, skin. There are 3 layers in our skin. In each layer, there are thousands of special types of bacteria present. Oral cavity, respiratory tract, urinary tract, and it has symbiotic relationship with humans, all the living organisms. Bacteria present in the animal body? Yes. Here you can see a bacteria is helping the cow for digestion. The bacteria which present in the animal body is called animal microbiota, and it present in the gut microbiota and skin and fur of the animal and mouth and oral cavity and respiratory tract. Bacteria present in plants? Yes, the bacteria present in the roots, stems, leaves, flowers, and fruits in plants, all the parts of the plants, and it helps in the rhizosphere. The meaning of rhizosphere is narrow region of soil surrounding the plant root. And symbiotic relationship. Symbiotic relationship is interaction between two species. And seed and plant health. Seed and plant health meaning is a condition of seed and plant nitrogen fixation. There are some unwanted nitrogen in our environment, so they can the plant bacteria can give the nitrogen to the plant for a process called nitrogen fixation, and it also helps in the nutrient cycling. The meaning of nutrient cycling is reuse and recycle by living organisms. Phytoremediation. Phytoremediation meaning is to clean up the pollutions from our environment. Plant growth promotion. Plant growth promotion is enhancement of seed and plant health. Bacteria present in extreme environments? Yes, it present in the hydrothermal vents, deep sea, hot springs from Arctic and Antarctic regions, and volcanoes. Do you know what is these are the places? These places are where the human cannot survive. Bacteria found in the human-made environment? Yes, it present in the HVAC system. What is meant by HVAC system? A HVAC system full form is reside in heating, ventilation, air conditioning system. It also helps in the food processing, healthcare settings, waste treatment, and industrial settings. A bacteria play a role in food and food processing. Yes, it helps in fermentation, spoilage, food safety, starter culture, probiotics, biopreservation, decomposition and recycling, and in food quality testing. Bacteria present everywhere? Yes, from the top of the mountain till the deep sea, the bacteria are present. As I told, there are 2 types of bacteria. The good bacteria is beneficial for the humans and help us in many ways, such as digestion, improve our immune system, and etc. And others say the bad bacteria making infections in our bodies. Several needs for bacteria. The bacteria need nutrients, energy, pH level, oxygen, water, air, waste disposal, and reproduction. Nutrient. The bacteria need some simple sugar compound for getting nutrients. Energy. The bacteria need energy for some metabolic process. And pH level. The bacteria need correct pH level for surveying, reproducing, and thrive. Oxygen requirements. As humans, we need oxygen. The bacteria also need oxygen for breathing. Water. The bacteria need water for some biochemical reactions. Air. As I told processes, the air helps the bacteria to travel from one place to another. Waste disposal and reproduction. Have you wondered how bacteria obtain food? Yes, there are 3 types, such as autotrophs, heterotrophs, and various. Autotrophs are bacteria which receive their own food from the sunlight and like plants. Heterotrophs are bacteria which obtain food from their environment and share in it. They can also call as scavengers. And third type are various which will affect our skin and get food nutrients and eat. Reproduction of bacteria. There are two types of reproduction: sexual and asexual reproduction. In sexual reproduction, two parents combine and leave one bacteria. And in asexual reproduction, a process called binary fission. Do you know what is meant by binary fission? Binary fission is a process which making copies of themselves into two and simply splitting into two parts. And this process is occurred by the help of the DNA. What are good bacteria? Good bacteria are bacteria which is helping us humans, all the living organisms in many ways, and it present in the food items such as yogurt, cheese, apple cider, sour cream, and etc. And the bacteria can clean up the environmental pollution. Uses of bacteria. The bacteria can clean up the oil spills which in the oceans, and it helps in the nitrogen fixation for plants, and it plays a crucial role in making medicine, and it can recycle and reuse the nutrient from the dead organic material. Why should we love good bacteria? Good bacteria helps us in many ways, such as digestion, improve our immune system, store energy from the food, and give energy for us. So we should love good bacteria. Have you think without bacteria the world you can't? Why do bacteria love us? We are giving host environment, nutrient availability, mutualistic relationship, pathogenic interactions, human introduced environment, transmission, genetic exchange, research, and medical environment. These points tell us we are giving the bacteria enough food to survey, and our skins are warm and moisture, so the bacteria can easily survey and thrive. What are bad bacteria? Bad bacteria are bacteria which is harm for all the living organisms. Can also named as pathogens. Pathogens are bacteria, germs which causes disease. And some example are cholera. The cholera disease caused by the Vibrio cholerae. Some disease caused by bad bacteria such as flesh eating is staph infection. Staph infection is an infection which occur in our throat. Some symptoms for staph infection is we can't swallow. And midnight pneumonia. Pneumonia is an infection which occurs in affect one lung or both the lungs. And some symptoms for pneumonia are chest pain, hard to breathe, tuberculosis. Have you wondered what is meant by tuberculosis? Scientists told that tuberculosis is the very world dangerous disease. It can kill 2 million people in 1 year. It had killed 2 million people in 1 year. And some it can affect both the lungs, and some it can see other body parts such as kidneys, urinary tract, respiratory tract, and etc. Some symptoms for tuberculosis is chest pain, hard to breathe, vomiting, fever, and cholera and dysentery. Why should we avoid bad bacteria? Bad bacteria produced. How do you know how the disease causes? Bad bacteria produce chemicals and toxics, and it spread into our body, and it may do very large infection, and it makes severe pains, and it can be occur to die. Ways to prevent from bad bacteria. Proper food handling preparation. When you are cooking a food, you should wash the vegetables and food, because the vegetables and foods contain bacteria. We cannot say that it's good bacteria or bad bacteria. Oh, okay. So that you want to clean, wash the vegetables and you want to eat, make it clean environment. When you have a food or a home, you want to make it clean, because in the dust particle the bad bacteria can present. So when we are breathing, the bad bacteria can easily enter by our nose to our body. Avoiding raw food. Mostly eat cooked food, because when you are eating raw food, As well as I told, the bad bacteria will present. So when we are eating raw food, mostly clean our raw food, so and eat using safe water resources. When we are unknowingly drinking the ugly water, the bad bacteria can present in the ugly water and can easily enter by your mouth. So drink safe water. See the water if it contains any dust particles and drink. Respiratory hygiene. When you are unwantedly going outside, it is necessary alone, you can go outside because there's some disease. Some people have a various disease, so it can spread by air. So when we are going out to a crowd place, you want to wear a mask. Vaccination. When we are doctor is telling to put a proper vaccine, you should put because the vaccine contains good bacteria. When we are injecting vaccine, so you want to, as doctor told, you want to inject vaccine, the good bacteria can fight against from the bad bacteria. Safe animal handling. Do you have pets in your home? If you have, after touching that pet, you should wash your hands with soap because on the paw slide itself, I told the skin and fur of the animal contains bacteria. So after touching your pets, please wash your hands. Conclusion. The bacteria, some bacteria are beneficial and some bacteria, other side the bad bacteria may causes disease. So I think so you can understand the difference between good bacteria and bad bacteria. So you can, as I told in my lecture, you can understand. Thank you. Thank you.
Warm greetings to one and all present here. I'm Afra Mariam, a 7th grader from Frontline Newgen International School. I'm here to present a lecture on an interesting topic, how geometry shapes our world. Do you know what geometry is and what are the concepts of geometry? If your answer is no, okay, let's see them in this lecture. Geometry has allowed humanity to greatly expand our understanding of the objects around us, and it is used on a daily basis, not only in mathematics but in many branches of science. Innumerable industries rely on geometric principles, including construction, building design, product development, and city planning. I will give you an introduction to geometry, helping you see the world from a new angle. The simplest form of geometry is a branch of mathematics that deals with the measurement, properties, and relationships of points, lines, angles, surfaces, and solids. The term geometry originally came from the Greek word. Geometry refers to earth measuring, as geo means earth and metron means measuring. This subject generally covers the following areas: distances, angles and shapes, area and perimeter, patterns, circumference and volume. As I told, there are many concepts in geometry, but we are going to see the clear explanation of circles, triangles, angles, linear symmetry, and importance of geometry. Now, let us go inside the topic. Circles. A circle is a two-dimensional shape and it is measured in terms of its radius. The word circle is derived from the Greek word kirkos, meaning ring or hoop. The parts of a circle include its radius, diameter, circumference, and so on. Let us learn about the circle and its parts in detail. A circle can also be defined as a 2D figure formed by a set of points that are adjacent to each other and are equidistant from a fixed point. The fixed point in this curved plane figure is known as the center of a circle. A circle has two main regions, namely the interior of a circle and the exterior of a circle. The interior of a circle consists of the region inside the circle and the exterior of a circle consists of the region outside the circle. Let me list out the parts of a circle. The parts of a circle are center, circumference, radius, diameter, arc, segment, sector, secant, tangent, and circumference. Let me explain each of the parts in detail. Circumference of a circle. A circumference of a circle is its boundary. In other words, when we measure the distance or boundary around the circle, that measure is called the circumference of a circle. Radius of a circle. A radius of a circle is a line segment joining from the center of a circle to any point on the circumference of a circle. Usually, a circle has many radii where each and every radii measures the same. The word radius is denoted by the letter R. Diameter of a circle. A diameter of a circle is a line segment starting from one point in the circumference of a circle to the other point in the circumference of a circle passing through the center. A diameter is also known as the longest chord of a circle, and it is twice the length of its radius. Usually, a circle has many diameters where each and every diameter measures the same. Chord of a circle. A chord of a circle is a line segment starting from one point in the circumference of a circle to the other point in the circumference of a circle without touching the center of a circle. A chord divides a circle into two parts known as segment, referring to as minor segment and major segment depending on the area covered by the chord. When a chord becomes indefinitely in both the sides, it becomes a secant. A secant of a circle is a line that cuts across the circumference of a circle. The difference between a chord and a secant is a chord is a line segment whose endpoints are on the circumference of a circle, whereas a secant is a line which does not have any endpoints. Segment of a circle. A segment of a circle is a part of the circle which is made by chord. A segment of a circle can be divided into two types known as minor segment and major segment. When the area of a chord is minimum, they are known as minor segment, and when the area of a chord is maximum, they are known as major segment. Sector of a circle. A sector of a circle is a part of the circle which is made by two radius and one arc. And a sector of a circle also can be divided into two types known as minor sector and major sector depending on the area covered by the arc. When the area of arc is larger, they are known as major sector, and when the area of arc is smaller, they are known as minor sector. Tangent of a circle. A tangent of a circle is a line that touches only one point on the circumference of a circle. The common point between the center circumference of a circle and the tangent center is known as the point of tangency. Arc of a circle. An arc of a circle is the part or segment of the circumference of a circle which is denoted by dotted lines. Next, let us see the next topic, that is triangles. Triangle is a three-sided polygon which has three edges and three vertices. Triangles can be further be classified based on their sides and based on their inner angles. First, let me explain the types of triangle based on their sides. In this, there are three types of triangle. Those are equilateral triangle, isosceles triangle, and scalene triangle. Equilateral triangle. When all the three sides of triangle are equal, they are known as equilateral triangle. Isosceles triangle. When only two sides of triangle are equal, they are known as isosceles triangle. Scalene triangle. When none of the sides of triangle are equal, they are known as scalene triangle. Now, let's see the types of triangle based on inner angles. In this also, there are three types of triangle. Those are acute angle triangle, right angle triangle, and obtuse angle triangle. Acute angle triangle. When all three angles of triangle are acute angled, that is, they measure below 90 degrees and above 0 degrees, they are known as acute angle triangle. Right angle triangle. When one of the angle of triangle is right angle, that is, they measure exactly 90 degree, they are known as right angle triangle. Obtuse angle triangle. When one of the angle of a triangle is obtuse angle, that is, they measure above 90 degrees and below 180 degrees, they are known as obtuse angle triangle. There are two main properties of a triangle. Those are angle sum property and exterior angle property of a triangle. First, let us see about the angle sum property. Here, the sum of all interior angles is equal to 180 degree. This is the property of a triangle. When a triangle does not satisfy this property, that's not a regular triangle. The formula for this is angle A plus angle B plus angle C is equal to 180 degree. Next, exterior angle property of a triangle. Here, the exterior angle is equal to the sum of two interior opposite angles. For example, here the two interior angles here are A and B. If A measures 40 degree and B measures 20 degree, it makes up 60 degree. The sum of two interior angles is equal to 60 degree. And here, exterior angle is divided into two, x and y. If x measures 30 degree and y measures 30 degree, it becomes 60 degree. So a plus b is equal to 60 and exterior angle is also 60. Here, this triangle satisfies exterior angle property of a triangle. Now let's delve into the next topic, that is angles. An angle is formed when two rays are joined at a common point. The word angle is derived from the Latin word angulus. Angles can be further be classified into 6 types. Those are acute angle, right angle, obtuse angle, straight angle, reflex angle, and complete angle. Acute angle, an angle which measures above 0 degree and below 90 degrees, they are known as acute angle. Right angle, an angle which measures exactly 90 degrees, they are known as right angle. Obtuse angle, an angle which measures above 90 degrees and below 180 degrees, they are known as obtuse angle. Straight angle, an angle which measures exactly 180 degree, they are known as straight angle. Reflex angle, an angle which measures above 180 degree and below 360 degree, they are known as reflex angle. Complete angle, the complete rotation of an angle is equal to 360 degree, and here this angle rotates completely, and this is known as complete angle. As I told earlier, an angle is formed when two rays are joined at a common point. The two rays here is known as the arms of an angle, and the common point here is known as the vertex of an angle. Now let's go on to the next topic, that is linear symmetry. In mathematics, symmetry states that it is a mirror image, but the original definition of it is when an object is divided into two or more identical pieces, those are known as symmetrical objects. Here are some mathematical figures which has symmetry. An object which doesn't have even one symmetrical lines, they are known as asymmetrical object. A line which cuts the object or figure into two or more identical pieces are known as lines of symmetry. Here there is square, rectangle and rhombus. Square has 4 lines of symmetry which divides a square into 6 pieces, and rectangle has 2 lines of symmetry which divides the rectangle into 4 pieces, and rhombus has 2 lines of symmetry which divides the rhombus into 4 parts. We can see symmetry everywhere. The most important real life example of symmetry which most people doesn't know is snowflake. We cannot see snowflake in our naked eyes. This is the picture of snowflake when we see in a microscope. So snowflake has 3 lines of symmetry which divides the snowflake into 6 parts. Did you know a kaleidoscope has 3 to 4 mirrors inside it, and the symmetry from the mirrors produce the patterns or images which we see with a small hole. Did you know time? Number 1, the Pentagon. The Pentagon is the world's largest pentagon, and it is the headquarters building in Washington, D.C. It was built for $83 million, and in Indian currency it is 678 crores, 35 lakhs, 69,250 rupees. Number 2, shape of an egg. In earlier days, they classified the shape of an egg as circular in shape. But after research, they found it is not a circular shape as it has no fixed center. After that, they classified it as elliptical in shape. And after research, they found it is not an elliptical in shape. After the development of geometry, they found a new term, oval. So this egg is classified as oval in shape. Number 3, Sierpinski triangle. A Sierpinski triangle is the equilateral triangle. 4 equilateral triangles will be formed and 1 equilateral triangle will be cut off. This process has been done infinitely and it becomes a Sierpinski triangle. So this Sierpinski triangle shows the elegance of geometry. Fibonacci sequence. Fibonacci sequence is the only one number sequence which is made with the help of geometry. So the definition of this is each number is the sum of two preceding ones. So when you write this in a graphical manner, we can get geometrical figures or shapes. After the development of geometry only, they found the Fibonacci sequence. It is the only one number sequence which is made with the help of geometry. Number 5, the hanging chain problem. The hanging chain problem was a curious problem in ancient times. No one solved it except the man, the catenary. The solution was a curve with a shape similar to its parabola, and we should find the length of it. So when it becomes wider and flatter, it is easy to find the length, and it provides a stable equilibrium for the hanging chain when it is wider and flatter. So it is all the solution was also gave with the help of geometry. Now we are going to end like with the importance of geometry. Here are some examples of real life examples: soccer ball, fractals, bridges and structures. Soccer ball. Did you see soccer ball anywhere? You might have seen. In that soccer ball, you have pentagons and hexagons which are stitched together. So after the pentagons and hexagons does not have any curve in shape, but at last it becomes a sphere in shape. It is the magic of geometry. Fractals. Fractals are complex geometric patterns that is made by different scales. Here is the example of fractals. We can see fractals mostly in leaves, and some you can see in the roofs of palaces. Here, the fractals shown the geometry in nature. Bridges and structures. Bridges and structures are designed using various geometric shapes and calculations to ensure the stability. Here is the picture of one geometric shape. It's like arch in shape, but inside it has many geometric shapes like square, triangle, rectangle, and many things. This bridges help of geometry. As I told earlier, geometry is used everywhere. Geometry is used in each and every occupation. So here are some architectural examples. Number 1, Burj Khalifa. Burj Khalifa is the world's largest building in Dubai, as you all know. It is made up of spiral buildings, but those spirals are made up of small squares inside it. And at the tip of the Burj Khalifa, it's like in a straight shape, but it is also made by spheres which are stitched together. It shows the elegance of geometry with its wonderful figure. Number 2, Eiffel Tower. Eiffel Tower is the iconic symbol of Paris, which shows the essential of geometry. When you see, it's like triangular in shape, but it is made up of so many geometric shapes. Number 3, Pyramid. The pyramid is the world's ancient building, and in Egypt pyramid we got the term geometry. Here, the pyramid is made up of three triangular buildings, and the base may be triangle or square. It shows the elegance and essential of geometry. It is the starting point of geometry. Stars constellation. We finished the architectural field. Now, even in space field, they use geometry. For example, stars constellation. Astronauts will study the stars. Constellation is nothing but the study of stars in the night sky. Here is a picture of Orion. There are many stars which are made with help of geometry. Example, Lyra, Orion, Pegasus, Hercules, and so on. It is the picture of Orion. It is made by triangles and pentagons which are stitched together, and at last it becomes sphere in shape. It also shows the magic of geometry. 2D shapes. 2D shapes also be used on day-to-day life. For example, the rectangular doors, the square windows, the triangular signboards, and the circular wheels. When two or more 2D shapes join together, they form a 3D shape. Not only humans are using geometry, even animals, reptiles, insects, birds, everyone are using geometry unknowingly. Here is the best example of geometry. Honeycomb. Did you see honeycomb anywhere? You might have seen. If you see, there will be a small hexagonal shape. Honeybees collect honey from the nectar of the flowers and they make it as an hexagonal shape. At last, it becomes a irregular or regular in shape. Most of the honeycomb which we see is in semicircular in shape. Agriculture field. The world's ancient occupation which we use is agricultural field. In agricultural field, we use geometry for planning where to plant single row cropping and where to plant double row cropping and where to irrigate it. So even in agriculture field we use geometry. Spiderweb. You might have seen spiderweb in the corners of the houses, and here you might have think that there is a center point, so it will be a circular in shape. As circle is the only one shape which has the center point, but it's not exactly circle. Spiders take a center point, from that they make different geometric shapes. It is an irregular shape of an circle. Birds forming a V pattern. Did you see birds which are going in a line? You might have seen which is like V pattern and arrow pattern. So they form these patterns with the help of geometry, knowingly or unknowingly. Geometry in occupations. As I told earlier, geometry is used in each and every occupations, which I have covered in this lecture is architecture, engineering, space and irrigation. This is the main occupations we use geometry. Pythagoras elegantly expressed geometry as the humming of the strings. The quote was, "There is geometry in the humming of the strings, and there is music in the spacing of the spheres." With this insightful quote, I conclude my lecture. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jaivashi of grade 7. I'm going to lecture on the topic the art of proportion. Introduction. The ratio is used for comparing two quantities of the same kind. The formula of two numbers A and B in a ratio is A is to B or A by B. When two ratios are equal, they are said to be in proportion. Ratio and proportion are the key foundations for various other concepts in maths and used in comparing heights, weights, distance, or adding ingredients in cooking. About proportion. The two numbers in a ratio can only be compared when they have same units. Ratio, the sign used to denote a ratio is a colon. Ratios used to compare two things with the same unit. We happen to see various comparison or say ratio in our daily life. The relation in which the ratio is same by the method of division. So in certain situation, the comparison of two quantities by the method of division is very efficient. So we can say that the comparison or the simplified form of two ratios to quantities is known as two ratios. So in other words, ratio is known as the number that can be expressed as another number in fraction. Formula of ratio. Ratio had two numbers, A and B. The first term, that means A, is known as antecedent, and the second term, that means B, is known as consequent. Facts about ratio. The ratio of males to females in the world is 101 to 100. So there are slightly more men on the planet than women, but this does change with time. Ratios used to convert one type of currency to the other. So the ratio of pounds to euros is 1:1, but this also changes often with time. Chefs work with ratio all the time to get balanced of flavors right in a dish. Getting the flavors of herbs and spices can be the way to a winning secret recipe. On the road, The steepness of a hill is used to be written as ratio, but today we use percentage instead because people who found ratio find hard to work out while driving. Ratio is the way of explaining how things are enlarged or reduced in size. So if you expand a picture on your computer, it should stay in the same length, ratio and proportion. So an image of 5 centimeter by 7 centimeter, it should be in 10 centimeter by 14 centimeter. If you didn't enlarge it carefully, the image will look wider or thinner than it is. If the ratio of ingredients is the same, the taste should stay the same. But be aware the time might not increase or decrease in the same ratio. According to an optician in the UK, around 48% of British people have blue eyes and 30% of people have green eyes and 22% of people have brown eyes. This is a ratio of 48 is to 30 is to 22. So if we simplify this, we will get the answer 24 is to 15 is to 11. So across the world, around 90% of people have brown eyes. A golden ratio is a special mathematical pattern that is found often in nature. In China, the ratio of bicycles to car is 10 is to 1. This is the same ratio as the right-handed people to left-handed people in UK and sheep to people in New Zealand. Properties of ratio. A ratio said to be a ratio said to be the inverse of another ratio if their product is 1. So, and ratio of A is to B and C is to D is vice versa. So, a ratio is the ratio can only be in same units. Both the ratios can be multiplied or divided by same non-zero number, but usually a ratio is used to be written in its simplest form. Both quantities to be compared by the method of division should be in same units. To convert ratio, first convert them into their equivalent ratios. A ratio said to be greater in equality if A is to B is greater than C is to D. A proportion. Proportion depicts that the two given ratios are equivalent to each other. For example, the time taken by the train to cover the distance 100 km per hour is equal to the time taken by the train to cover 500 km for 5 hours. So this is same as 100 km per hour and 500 km for 5 hours. Two equivalent ratios are known as proportion. If the proportion is denoted by the symbol double colon and used to solve many unknown quantities. In other words, proportion is a statement or comparison in which the two given ratios are equivalent to each other. For example, we have 3:5 and 15:25. 3:5 can be written as 3:5 or 3 divided by 5 and the answer is 0.6. Now, so the answer of 3:5 is 0.6. And now we have 15:25. 15:25 can be written as 15:25 or 15 divided by 25. So if we simplify this, we will get the answer 0.6. And simplify this and the answer is same 0.6. So these two ratios are equivalent, so it is in proportion. Formula of proportion. A proportion had 4 terms. A is to be proportional to C is to D. So A and D That means first term and the last term is known as extreme terms, and the second term and the third term, that means B and C, is known as mean terms. So the product of extremes and the product of means will be always equal. Properties of ratio. Ratio can properties of ratio. Ratio Types of proportion. Proportion can be classified into two: direct proportion and inverse proportion. Direct proportion. Direct proportion means that if one quantity increases, the other quantity increases. If one quantity decreases, the other quantity decreases. So, inverse proportion. If one quantity decreases, the other quantity increases. Likewise, if one quantity decreases, the other quantity increases. Equivalent ratios. Equivalent ratios are known as the two given ratios are equal to each other. For example, 1:2 and 4:8, 3:5 and 15:25, and 9:4 and 18:8, and etc. So, two or more ratios that can express the same relation or comparison is known as equivalent ratios. The antecedent and the consequent values are different, but still, if we reduce them into their simplest form, we will get the same answer. So now we have 2:3 and 16:24. So if we are simplifying this, we will get the same answer. 2:3. 2:3 is already in its simplest form as a HCF of 2:3 is 1. 16:24. The HCF of 16:24 is 8. So if we divide them, we will get the answer 2:3. So these two ratios are equivalent to each other. The origin of ratio and proportion. The medieval writers used the word proportio to represent ratio and proportion. Euclid collected the results from the earlier sources, and the Pythagoras developed both ratio and proportion. Differentiation between ratio and proportion. Ratio is used to the way of how things are converted by the same units. Proportion is used to tell that how two ratios are equal. Ratios expressed by the symbol a colon or a slash. Proportion is denoted by the symbol double colon or a equal to symbol. Ratio is an expression. Proportion is an equation. In a problem, to find ratio, and the keyword of ratio is to every, and the problem to find proportion in a problem is out of. Unitary method. Unitary method is known as the value of a single unit from the value of multiple units. So the value of multiple units from the value of single unit. Unitary method is used in various concepts of maths such as geometry, algebra, ratio and proportion, and so on. So with an example, we can find unitary method. So we have 5 ice creams, and the cost of 5 ice cream is $125. Now we are going to find the cost of $1 and the cost of cost of 1 ice cream and the cost of 3 ice cream. So the cost of 1 ice cream is To find that, we have to divide 5 divided by 125. So if we are dividing it, we will get the answer 25. So the cost of one ice cream is $25. To find the cost of 3 ice cream, we have to multiply. So if you are multiplying 3 multiplied by 25, we will get this answer 75. So the answer is 75. So the cost of 3 ice cream is $75. Types of variations in unitary method. They are also classified into two. The direct variation and indirect variation. Direct variation is known as if one quantity increases, the other quantity increases. If one quantity decreases, the other quantity decreases. So for example, if the speed of the car is increasing and it covers the more distance in fixed time. Indirect variation. Indirect variation is known as if one quantity increases, the other quantity decreases. If one quantity decreases, the other quantity increases. So, for example, if the speed of the car is increasing and it covers more fixed distance in less time. Real life applications of unitary method. I have more examples of unitary method in real life application. And so if we can see 5 points. So the speed of an object for a given distance, to find this number of people to complete a given amount of work, to find area of a square of a given length, to find cost of specific number of objects, to find percentage of a quantity. Conclusion. Ratio and proportion play a vital role in our daily lives, and their practical applications are endless. So understanding and applying these concepts enables us to make informed decisions and solve problems more efficiently. Thank you.
வணக்கம், என் பெயர் தியானிஷ். நான் 7ஆம் வகுப்பு படிக்கிறேன். நான் தமிழர்களின் கட்டிடக்கலை என்ற தலைப்பில் சொற்பொழிவாற்றப் போகிறேன். கலைகளும் இலக்கியங்களும் ஓர் நாட்டின் பண்பாட்டையும் நாகரிகத்தையும் உலகிற்கு உணர்த்துவன. தமிழர்கள் சிற்பக்கலை, ஓவியக்கலை, கட்டிடக்கலை முதலிய கலைகளில் சிறந்திருந்தனர். தமிழர்கள் காலத்தால் அழியாத கலை செல்வங்கள் பலவற்றை படைத்தனர். நூற்றாண்டுகள் பல கடந்தும் கலையினையும் குறையாமலும் அழகு சிதையாமலும் விளங்கும் கலை செல்வங்கள் பல தமிழகத்தில் உள்ளன. அவற்றில் சில: தஞ்சை பெரிய கோவில், கங்கை கொண்ட சோழபுரம் கோவில், ஐராவதேஸ்வரர் கோவில், மாமல்லபுரம் கோவில், மதுரை மீனாட்சி அம்மன் கோவில், மீனாட்சி அம்மன் கோவிலில் இருக்கும் ஆயிரங்கால் மண்டபம், கல்லணை, அங்கோர்வாட் கோவில் பற்றிய கட்டிடக்கலையின் சிறப்புகளை பற்றி காணப்போகின்றோம். தமிழர்களின் கட்டிடக்கலை அறிவியல். பண்பாட்டியல் வளர்ச்சியில் பல நூற்றாண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பே உச்சத்தை தொட்ட தொல்குடி தமிழினம் என்பதில் யாருக்குமே மாற்று கருத்து இருக்க முடியாது. அந்த வகையில் கலை, அறிவியல் சார்ந்த தொழில்நுட்பங்களில் இன்றளவும் வியப்போடு நுண்ணிய கூறுகளை உள்ளடக்கியது தமிழர்களின் கட்டிடக்கலை. இங்கு கட்டிடக்கலை என்றாலே அதனுடன் சிற்பக்கலையும் ஓவியக்கலையும் பிரிக்க முடியாதவையாகி போகின்றன. தமிழகம் எங்கும் வானியந்து வாங்கி நிற்கும் கோபுரங்களும் கோவில்களும் தமிழர்களின் சிற்பக்கலையின் சிறப்பை நமக்கு பறைசாற்றுகின்றது. தொழில்நுட்பத்திலும் வானியல் முன்னேற்றத்திலும் தான் முதலிடம் என பல உலக நாடுகள் போட்டி போட்டுக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றன. அவற்றுக்கு தற்போது உதவியாக பல நவீன கருவிகள் இருக்கின்றன. ஆனால் தமிழர்கள் முன்பு எந்த நவீன கருவிகளும் இல்லாமல் காலத்தை குறிப்பதிலும் கட்டுமானத்திலும் சிறந்திருந்தனர். தமிழர் கட்டிடக்கலை என்பது பண்டைய தமிழர்களின் கட்டிடங்கள் கட்டுமானம் செய்வதற்கான கலையும் அறிவியலும் ஆகும். தமிழர்கள் ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட நிலப்பரப்பில் வாழ்ந்து வருபவர்கள், ஒரு தனித்துவம் வாய்ந்த பண்பாட்டை கொண்டவர்கள். மக்கள் வாழ்வதற்கான இல்லங்களும் அரசுகளுக்கான மாளிகைகளும் வணக்கத்தலங்களும் பொது கட்டிடங்களும் கட்டப்பட்டன என்பதில் ஐயமில்லை. இவற்றெல்லாம் அழியக்கூடிய பொருட்களால் கட்டப்பட்டவை. எனவே எதுவும் எஞ்சவில்லை. 6ஆம் நூற்றாண்டிற்கு பின்னரே கற்களை கொண்டு கட்டிடங்கள் கட்டப்பட்டன. அவற்றில் பெரும்பாலானவை கோவில்கள். இவற்றெல்லாம் உயர் மரபை சார்ந்தவை. இவற்றோடு இணையாக சாதாரண மக்களுக்கான வீடுகளை உள்ளடக்கிய இன்னொரு மரபும் இருக்கின்றது. 6ஆம் நூற்றாண்டில் தொடங்கிய கற்கட்டிட மரபு நாயக்கர் காலம் வரை வளர்ந்து வந்தது. ஆனாலும் ஆங்காங்கே தனித்துவம் வாய்ந்த கட்டிடங்கள் இருக்கத்தான் செய்கின்றன. நகரமைப்பு தோற்றத்தில் பன்னெடுங்காலமாகவே மக்கள் தேர்ச்சி பெற்றனர் என்பதற்கு சிறந்த சான்றாக கீழடி அகழ்வாய்வு நமக்கு எடுத்துரைக்கின்றது. நாம் இப்பொழுது தஞ்சை பெரிய கோவில் பற்றி காணப்போகின்றோம். தமிழ்நாட்டின் தமிழ் மக்களின் கலாச்சாரத்தை பறைசாற்றும் விதமாக காலத்தை வென்று உயர்ந்து நிற்கும் கலை படைப்புகளில் ஒன்று தஞ்சை பெரிய கோவில். பெரிய கோவில் என்ற பெயரே இக்கோவிலின் தனித்துவத்தை நமக்கு எடுத்துரைக்கின்றது. இக்கோவிலை முதலாம் ராஜராஜ சோழன் கட்டி வைத்தார். இக்கோவிலில் பொறிக்க வைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கும் கல்வெட்டுகளின் மூலம் கோவிலானது குஞ்சரமல்லன் என்றழைக்கப்படும் கட்டிடக்கலை நிபுணரால் கட்டப்பட்டது என்பது தெரிய வந்துள்ளது. கலைக்கு ஒரு கோவில். கட்டிடக்கலை, ஓவியக்கலை, சிற்பக்கலை என ஆணையம் சார்ந்த அத்தனை கலைகளையும் சிறப்பாக பறைசாற்றும் பெருமையை தன்னகத்தே கொண்டுள்ள கோவில் தஞ்சை பெரிய கோவில் என்றால் அது மிகையாகாது. கோபுர கட்டமைப்பு, ஆலய கட்டமைப்பு தற்கால விஞ்ஞானிகளை வியக்க வைக்கும் வகையில் அமைந்திருக்கின்றது. இதன் சிறப்பு கற்களை மட்டுமே கொண்டு கட்டப்பட்ட இக்கோவில் மிகவும் நுணுக்கமான முறையில் கட்டப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. மேலும் 1000 ஆண்டுகள் தாண்டியும் பழமை மாறாமல் புதுமையாக தன்னை பறைசாற்றி வருகின்றது. தஞ்சை பெரிய கோவில் கட்டமைப்பு. ஆலயம் தமிழர்களின் கட்டிடக்கலைக்கு சான்றாக மட்டுமின்றி தமிழர்களின் தமிழ் மீதான பற்றியும் நமக்கு எடுத்துரைக்கின்றது. தமிழின் சிறப்பு, அமைப்பு மற்றும் கட்டுமானத்தின் வாயிலாக மாமன்னர் ராஜராஜ சோழன் வெளிப்படுத்தியிருக்கின்றார். இங்குள்ள சிவலிங்கத்தின் உயரம் 12 அடி. தமிழில் உயிரெழுத்துக்கள் 12. இங்குள்ள சிவலிங்கத்தின் பீடத்தின் உயரம் 18 அடி. தமிழில் மெய்யெழுத்துக்கள் 18. இக்கோவிலின் கோபுரத்தின் உயரம் 216 அடி. தமிழில் உயிர்மெய் எழுத்துக்கள் 216. இங்குள்ள சிவலிங்கத்துக்கும் நந்திக்கும் உள்ள இடைவெளி 247 அடி. தமிழில் மொத்த எழுத்துக்கள் 247. இக்கோவிலில் 15 தலங்கள் இருக்கின்றன. இக்கோவில் சமவெளி பகுதியில் கட்டப்பட்ட ஒரு கற்கோவிலாகும். இக்கோவிலின் விமானத்தின் உயரம் 216 அடி. 2 அல்லது 3 தலங்கள் மட்டுமே கோவில்கள் கட்டப்பட்டிருக்கும் காலத்திலும் கற்களே கிடைக்காத காவிரி சமவெளி பகுதியில் மாபெரும் கோவிலை அமைத்திருக்கின்றார் ராஜராஜ சோழன். இக்கோவில் 7 ஆண்டுகளில் கட்டி முடிக்கப்பட்டது. 1010ஆம் ஆண்டு கட்டி முடிக்கப்பட்ட இக்கோவில் 2010ஆம் ஆண்டு இக்கோவிலின் 1000வது பிறந்த நாள் கொண்டாடப்பட்டது. இக்கோவில் யுனெஸ்கோ நிறுவனத்தால் 1987 உலக பாரம்பரிய சின்னமாக அறிவிக்கப்பட்டது. மேலும் இது உலகப்போர் வந்தாலும் இக்கோவிலை தாக்கக்கூடாது என்று தடை விதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. தலையாட்டி பொம்மையும் தஞ்சை பெரிய கோவிலும். தலையாட்டி பொம்மைக்கும் தஞ்சை பெரிய கோவிலுக்கும் என்ன சம்பந்தம்? தஞ்சாவூரில் தயாரிக்கப்படும் இப்பொம்மைகள் மிகவும் பாரம்பரியமானவை. கொட்டாங்குச்சி எனப்படும் தேங்காயின் பாதி சிரட்டியின் மேல் களிமண்ணால் ஆன ராஜா ராணி உருவ பொம்மைகளை பொருத்தியிருப்பார்கள். அத்தகைய பொம்மையை தரையில் வைத்து எந்த பக்கம் சாய்த்தாலும் ஆடி ஆடி நேராகிவிடும். இதற்கும் தஞ்சை பெரிய கோவிலுக்கும் என்ன சம்பந்தம்? சமீபத்தில் தஞ்சை பெரிய கோவிலில் தண்ணீர் பற்றாக்குறை வந்ததல்லவா? அப்பொழுது ஆழ்குழல் கிணறு தோண்டினார்கள். அப்பொழுது களிமண்ணோ செம்மண்ணோ வரவில்லை, ஓர் வகையான மணல் வந்திருக்கின்றது. அம்மணல் காற்றாட்டுகளில் காணப்படும் மணலாகும். இம்மணலுக்கும் சாதாரண மணலுக்கும் ஒரு சின்ன வித்தியாசம். சாதாரண மணலை காட்டினும் இம்மணலில் பாறை துகள்கள் நிறைந்திருக்கும். மேலும் சாதாரண மணலை காட்டினும் இது கடினமானவை. இதை தெரிந்த அதிகாரிகள் உடனடியாக ஆழ்துளை கிணறு தோண்டும் வேலையை நிறுத்திவிட்டார்கள். ஏனென்றால் 1000 ஆண்டுகளாக இப்பூமியில் ஏற்படும் அழுத்தங்களை தாங்கி அகழிகளால் சூழ்ந்த கம்பீரமான அமைப்பின் அஸ்திவாரமே அதுதான். அகழிகளால் சூழ்ந்த தீவு போன்ற அமைப்பில் காற்றாட்டு மணலை அஸ்திவாரமாக வைத்திருக்கிறார்களே நம் சோழ தேச விஞ்ஞானிகள். இப்பொழுது அந்த தலையாட்டி பொம்மையை நினைவில் வைத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். எப்படி அந்த தலையாட்டி பொம்மையை தரையில் வைத்து எந்த பக்கம் சாய்த்தாலும் ஆடி ஆடி நேராகி விடுமோ அதை போல தஞ்சை பெரிய கோவிலும் எத்தகைய பூதமம் வந்தாலும் நிலை தடுமாறினாலும் தன்னகத்தே நேராக்கிக் கொள்ளும் திறனையுடையதாக அமைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. சோழ தேச விஞ்ஞானிகளின் அறிவிற்கு இவ்வுலகில் எவரும் ஈடாகார் என்பதற்கு இது ஒன்று மட்டுமே சான்று. நாம் இப்பொழுது கங்கை கொண்ட சோழபுரம் பற்றி காணப்போகின்றோம். இக்கோவில் தமிழ்நாட்டில் அரியலூர் மாவட்டத்தில் உள்ள ஓர் சிவன் கோவிலாகும். இக்கோவிலை முதலாம் ராஜேந்திர சோழன் கட்டி வைத்தார். கங்கை ஆறு வரை படையெடுத்து சென்று வென்றதன் நினைவாக கங்கை கொண்ட சோழபுரம் என்ற நகரத்தை அமைத்து இக்கோவிலை கட்டிவித்தார். இக்கோவிலின் கட்டமைப்பு கொடிமரம் 170 மீட்டர் நீளமும் 98 மீட்டர் அகலமும் கொண்ட உயர்ந்த மேடை மேல் இக்கோவிலானது அமைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. இக்கோவிலின் நடுக்கருவறையில் முதன்மை இறைவனான பிரகதீஸ்வரர் சிவலிங்க வடிவில் இருக்கின்றார். இக்கோவிலின் சிவலிங்கத்தின் உயரம் 4 மீட்டர். சிவலிங்கத்தின் அடிப்பகுதி சுற்றளவு 18 மீட்டர். இங்குள்ள இக்கோவிலின் விமானத்தின் உயரம் 55 மீட்டர் ஆகும். இக்கோவிலின் விமானம் அடுக்குகள் வளைவாக இருக்கும். தஞ்சை பெரிய கோவிலின் விமானத்தின் அடுக்குகள் நேராக இருக்கும். இக்கோவில் யுனெஸ்கோ நிறுவனத்தால் 2004ஆம் ஆண்டு உலக பாரம்பரிய சின்னமாக அறிவிக்கப்பட்டது. நாம் இப்பொழுது ஐராவதேஸ்வரர் கோவில் பற்றி காணப்போகின்றோம். இக்கோவில் தமிழ்நாட்டில் தஞ்சாவூர் மாவட்டம் கும்பகோணம் அருகிலுள்ள தாராசுரம் என்ற ஊரில் இக்கோவிலானது அமைந்திருக்கின்றது. இக்கோவிலை 2ஆம் ராஜராஜ சோழன் 12ஆம் நூற்றாண்டில் கட்டி வைத்தார். இக்கோவிலின் கட்டமைப்பு இக்கோவில் திராவிட பாணியில் கட்டப்பட்டது. எனவே தேர் வடிவில் அமைந்திருக்கின்றது. தேர் வடிவில் இருக்கும் இக்கோவில் தஞ்சை பெரிய கோவில் மற்றும் கங்கை கொண்ட சோழபுரம் கோவில் இரண்டையும் விட சிறிதாக இருந்தாலும் இதில் இருக்கும் சிற்ப வேலைப்பாடுகள் மிகுதியாக இருக்கின்றன. இக்கோவிலின் விமானத்தின் உயரம் 80 அடி. இசைப்படிகள் இங்கு நுழைவாயிலில் நந்தியின் அருகே அமைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கும் பலிபீடத்தின் படிகள் இசை எழுப்பும் படிகளாக அமைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றன. அதாவது வெவ்வேறு கணங்களில் இருக்கும் அப்படிகள் சாரி காமா பதனி என்ற சுரங்களை எழுப்பும். சாளரங்கள் இங்குள்ள மற்றொரு அம்சம் சாளரங்களாகும். காற்றோட்டம் மிக்க மண்டபங்கள் குறுக்கும் நெடுக்கும் காற்று நுழையும்படி இச்சாளரங்கள் அமைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றன. அனைத்து சாளரங்களும் ஒரே கல்லாலான கிரானைட் சாளரங்களாகும். இச்சாளரங்களில் சதுர, செவ்வக, நீள் சதுர, வட்ட, பூக்கள் போன்ற அமைப்புகளில் இருக்கின்றன. இக்கோவில் 2004ஆம் ஆண்டு உலக பாரம்பரிய யுனெஸ்கோ நிறுவனத்தால் உலக பாரம்பரிய சின்னமாக அறிவிக்கப்பட்டது. நாம் இப்பொழுது மாமல்லபுரம் கோவில் பற்றி காணப்போகின்றோம். தமிழ்நாட்டின் முதன்மை கட்டுமான கோவில் மாமல்லபுரம் கோவிலாகும். இக்கோவிலை 2ஆம் நரசிம்ம பல்லவன் கட்டி வைத்தார். இக்கோவிலின் உயரம் 45 அடி ஆகும். கோவிலின் முதன்மை இறைவனான சோமஸ்காந்தர் மற்றும் பள்ளி கொன்ற நிலையில் ஜலசயன பெருமாள் சேதமடைந்த நிலையில் காட்சியளிக்கின்றனர். இக்கோவில் இங்கு கட்டுவதற்கு முன்பு இங்கு திருமால் தரையில் படுத்திருக்கும் கோலத்தில் ஒரு கோவில் இருந்ததாகவும் அது இரு பக்கத்திலும் கிழக்கு நோக்கியும் மேற்கு நோக்கியும் 2 சிவன் கோவில்கள் இருந்ததாகவும் கருதப்படுகின்றது. கிழக்கு நோக்கிய கோவில் 5 அடுக்குகள் கொண்ட கோபுரத்தை உடையதாகவும் மேற்கு நோக்கிய கோவில் 3 அடுக்குகள் கொண்ட கோபுரத்தை உடையதாகவும் அமைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. இக்கோவில் வங்கள விரிகுடா கடற்கரையை ஒட்டி அமைந்திருப்பதால் இதற்கு மாமல்லபுரம் கடற்கரை கோவில் என்று பெயர் வந்தது. மாமல்லபுரம் என்பதற்கு பெயர் காரணம் உண்டு. ஒரு முறை நரசிம்மராகிய மாமல்லர் தன்னுடைய தந்தையுடன் உலா சென்ற பொழுது அங்குள்ள ஒரு பாதையின் மீது யானையின் படத்தை வரைந்தார். அதை பார்த்த தந்தைக்கு பாறைகள் அழியா கோவில்கள் கட்ட வேண்டும் என எண்ணம் வந்தது. அத்தகைய எண்ணம் தான் குகை கோவிலுக்கு தூண்டுகோலாக இருந்திருக்கின்றது. எனவே இதற்கு மாமல்லபுரம் என்ற பெயரும் வந்தது. கடற்கரையை ஒட்டி அமைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கும் அனைத்து கோவில்களும் 2ஆம் நரசிம்ம பல்லவனால் கட்டப்பட்டது. ஒற்றைக்கல் யானை, அர்ஜுனன் தபசு, கண்ணன் கோவர்தன் மலையை தூக்குதல், குகை கோவில் என பலவும். நாம் இப்பொழுது மாமல்லபுரம் பஞ்சபாண்டவர் ரத கோவில்கள் பற்றி காணப்போகின்றோம். ஒரே பாறையை மேலிருந்து கீழ் நோக்கி செதுக்கியவாறு அனைத்து கோவில்களும் அமைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றன. அனைத்து கோவில்களும் தேர் வடிவில் அமைந்திருப்பதால் ரதம் என்று அழைக்கப்படுகின்றன. அவை தர்மராஜ ரதம், பீம ரதம், அர்ஜுன ரதம், திரௌபதி ரதம், நகுல சகாதேவர்கள் ரதமாகும். நாம் இப்பொழுது மதுரை மீனாட்சி அம்மன் கோவில் பற்றி காணப்போகின்றோம். மதுரை என்றாலே நம் நினைவிற்கு வருவது மீனாட்சி அம்மன் கோவில்தான். இங்கு சென்றவர்களின் மனதில் அழியாமல் நிற்பது ஆயிரங்கால் மண்டபத்தின் தூண்களும் சிலைகளும் தான். கோவில் 15 ஏக்கர் பரப்பளவில் அமைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. 1 ஏக்கர் பரப்பளவில் கொற்றாமரை குளம் அமைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. இக்கோவிலில் 8 கோபுரங்களையும் 2 விமானங்களையும் உடையதாகும். இதற்கு மதுரை நாம் இப்பொழுது இக்கோவிலின் கோபுரங்களை பற்றி காணப்போகின்றோம். மதுரை மீனாட்சி அம்மன் கோபுரங்கள். ராஜகோபுரம் கிபி 1216 ஆண்டு முதல் கிபி 1238 ஆண்டு வரை கட்டி முடிக்கப்பட்டது. மேற்கு கோபுரம் கிபி 1223 ஆண்டு கட்டி முடிக்கப்பட்டது. தெற்கு கோபுரம் கிபி 1589 ஆண்டு கட்டி முடிக்கப்பட்டது. வடக்கு கோபுரம் கிபி 1564 ஆண்டு முதல் கிபி 1572 ஆண்டு வரை கட்டி முடிக்கப்பட்டது. நாம் இப்பொழுது ஆயிரங்கால் மண்டபம் பற்றி காணப்போகின்றோம். இதற்கு ஆயிரங்கால் மண்டபம் என்ற பெயர் இருந்தாலும் இதில் 985 தூண்கள் மட்டுமே இருக்கின்றன. அனைத்து தூண்களும் 12 அடி உயரமாகும். தூண்கள் சதுர, தேவதை, யாழி போன்ற பல அமைப்புகளில் இருக்கின்றன. இத்தூண்களை எந்த இடத்திலிருந்து பார்த்தாலும் ஒரே வரிசையில் தான் இருக்கும். இது 1983 மதுரையின் பிரபல ENT நிபுணர் காமேஸ்வரர் இம்மண்டபத்தை ஆராயும் பொழுது இங்கு ஒளியை கட்டுப்படுத்தும் அற்புத வித்தி இருக்கின்றது தெரிய வந்துள்ளது. ஆய்வின் முடிவு, இது மக்கள் நிறைந்த இடமாக இருந்தாலும் இதில் எப்போதாவது ஒரு முறைதான் 80 டெசிபல் என்ற ஒளி அளவு இருக்கும். ஒரு அமைதியான அறைக்குள் 40 டெசிபல் என்ற ஒளி அளவு இருக்கும். ஓர் மக்கள் நிறைந்த இடத்தில் 70 முதல் 80 டெசிபல் ஒளி அளவு இருக்கும். இங்குள்ள பாலிஷ் செய்யப்படாத தூண்களும் திறந்த வெளிகளும் சாளரங்களும் தான் ஒளியை கட்டுப்படுத்துகின்றன. நாம் இப்பொழுது கல்லணை பற்றி காணப்போகின்றோம். கல்லணை தமிழ்நாட்டின் மிக பழமையான அணையாகும். அணையை கரிகால சோழன் கட்டி வைத்தார். அணை இங்கு கட்டுவதற்கு முன்பு மணலில் அடித்தளம் அமைத்திருக்கின்றனர். இதை பார்த்த ஒரு பிரிட்டிஷ் இன்ஜினியர் பெயர் கல்லணை ஒரு பொறியியல் சாதனை என்று தன் வியப்பை வெளிப்படுத்தியிருக்கின்றார். இக்கல்லணையை பார்த்த மற்றொரு பிரிட்டிஷ் இன்ஜினியர் கல்லணை த கிராண்ட் அணைக்கட் என்று தன் வியப்பை வெளிப்படுத்தியிருக்கின்றார். நாம் இப்பொழுது அங்கோர்வாட் கோவில் பற்றி காணப்போகின்றோம். அங்கோர்வாட் கோவிலின் முழு புகைப்படம் இதுதான். அங்கோர்வாட் கோவிலை 2ஆம் சூரியவர்மன் கட்டி வைத்தார். இக்கோவில் 40 ஆண்டுகளில் கட்டி முடிக்கப்பட்டது. இக்கோவில் தான் உலகிலேயே மிகப்பெரிய கோவில் என கருதப்படுகின்றது. இக்கோவில் கம்போடியா நாட்டில் அமைந்திருக்கின்றது. இதன் மூலம் தமிழர்கள் தமிழ்நாட்டில் மட்டுமின்றி கடல் தாண்டியும் தன் சிறப்பை வெளிப்படுத்தியிருக்கின்றனர் என்பதை நாம் அறியலாம். இலக்கியத்தில் தமிழர் கட்டிடக்கலை. இலக்கிய நூலான நெடுநல்வாடியில் பெரும்பெயர் மன்னர் கொப்ப மனைவகுத்து என்றார் நக்கீரர். இதன் மூலம் மக்கள் தனக்குத்தானே மனைகள் வகுத்து கொண்டனர். கட்டிடக்கலையின் பாதுகாப்புகள். அக்காலத்தில் அரண்மனைகள், கோட்டை மதில்கள், பாதுகாப்புக்கான அகழிகள், சுரங்கப்பாதைகள் என பலவும் அமைக்கப்பட்டன. நெடுந்துயர்ந்த மதில்களில் கருவிகள் மற்றும் பலவும் அமைக்கப்பட்டன. வில்லை வளைந்து விடும் கருவிகள், கருங்குரங்கை போல் இருக்கும் பொறிகள், பகைவர் நெருங்கும் பொழுது கொதிக்கும் எண்ணெயை மேலூத்தும் கருவிகள் மற்றும் பலவும் அமைக்கப்பட்டன. தமிழர்கள் சாதாரண கட்டிடக்கலையில் மட்டுமின்றி இராணுவப்படை கட்டிடக்கலையும் சிறந்திருந்தனர் என்பதை இதன் மூலம் அறியலாம். அரசர்கள் கோவில்களுக்கு செல்வதற்கும் ஊருக்கு வெளியே ரகசியமாக செல்வதற்கும் சுரங்கப்பாதைகள் அமைக்கப்பட்டிருந்தன. இவற்றும் கட்டிடக்கலையின் தொடர்பாகும். அத்தகைய கட்டிடக்கலையில் தமிழர்கள் சிறந்து விளங்கினர் என்றால் அது மிகையாகாது. பண்டைய தமிழர்கள் தங்களுடைய கட்டிடக்கலையின் மூலம் இத்தலைமுறையினரை அதிசயத்தில் வியக்க வைத்திருக்கின்றனர். தமிழர்களின் சிறப்பை பறைசாற்றும் வகையிலான கட்டிடங்களை நாம் போற்றி பாதுகாப்போம். நன்றி.
Hello everyone, I'm Vishri Shashnika, a pure 7th grade student from the Dynamic Frontline Yojan International School. Today, I'm privileged to have the opportunity to share my thoughts on a captivating topic, Speak to Succeed. Now, let me paint a picture for you. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Lily who was very shy. She found it hard to talk about her feelings and make friends. In Lily's class, there was a new girl named Emma. Emma was friendly and liked to talk to everyone. She noticed that Lily seemed sad and wanted to help her. One day, during lunch break, Emma went up to Lily and started a conversation. Lily was scared, but saw that Emma was kind and caring. Emma tried to make her feel comfortable. Emma shared stories and asked Lily about her favorite things. She listened carefully to what Lily had to say. One day, while they were doing an art project, Lily accidentally spilled paint on her drawing. She really felt upset and fought back tears. Emma saw that and knew what had happened. She went up to Lily and said, "It's okay, we can fix it together. Let's talk to the teacher." Lily was scared, but saw that Emma was kind and caring. She took a deep breath and gathered the courage to tell the teacher about her mistake. To her surprise, the teacher understood and helped Lily fix her artwork. As Lily learned how to communicate better, she was no longer afraid to join the group activities, share her ideas, thoughts, and feelings. Through her friendship with Emma and her own experiences, Lily discovered that communication could change her life. She learned that by talking and listening, she could build connections and overcome challenges. Lily realized that expressing herself and understanding about others is an important skill for making friends and growing as a person. What is communication? Communication is like a superpower which helps us connect with people and become more confident in ourselves. The word communication finds its root from the Latin term communis, which means sharing. Beautifully encapsulates the sense of communication as the process of sharing information, ideas, and message to others. These inscriptions are drawn by ancient peoples to show their communication. Did you know communication is more than just the words we use? In fact, research suggests only 7% of the words we use. The majority of our words lies on non-verbal cues, 55%. This includes facial expressions, posture, gesture, and other subtle signals that depth to our interactions. The words we use include tone, intonation, and pitch, accounting for 38% of the communication process. Communication is not only about speaking, it's about truly being heard and leaving a lasting impact on others who receive them. Today, we are about to embark on an intriguing exploration fascinating the world of communication. Communication is the lifeblood of human interaction, takes in various forms. Let's dive into the two primary classifications of communication: based on communication channel and based on style and purpose. When it comes to communication channel, we encounter two captivating rhythms, verbal and non-verbal. Verbal communication. The art of expressing ourselves unravels into two distinctive forms, oral and written. Oral communication has two mesmerizing rhythms, face-to-face encounters where the magic of conversation unfolds, and the rhythm of distance, where our voice travels space and time to mediums like phone calls and video conferences. Moving on to a second classification based on style and purpose. It has two domains, formal and informal. Formal communication relies on established protocols, norms, and specific content such as official meetings, presentation, or written reports. Informal communication thrives in casual settings where spontaneity and personal connections take center stage. Communication styles are categorized into three distinct styles: passive, assertive. Let's dive into each style and discover their unique characteristics. The passive style of communication. Imagine someone speaking with softly, avoiding eye contact. In this style, individuals tend to prioritize their own needs on back burner. The assertive style of communication. Picture someone speaking with a conversational tone, maintaining eye contact. In this style, individuals value their own opinions. This. The aggressive style of communication. Visualize someone speaking loudly, often glaring at others to assert dominance. In this style, individuals tend to prioritize their needs above all else. Active listening. Take center stage by actively listening to what others are saying. We demonstrate respect and understanding. It allows us to comprehend their thoughts, feelings, and perspectives, fostering a deeper connection. Next, we learn the importance of thinking before we speak. Taking a moment to collect our thoughts enables us to articulate our ideas more clearly and effectively. Speaking loudly and clearly ensure our message are heard with confidence and precision. Embracing courage and projecting our voice helps captivate the attention of our audience and ensure our words are heard. Building confidence is essential in our communication by believing in ourselves and our abilities. Let's not forget the value of overcoming our fears and hesitation. Fear should never hold us back from expressing ourselves. Taking leap and communicating without fear opens door into new opportunities and connections. Furthermore, developing our skills, listening, speaking, reading, and writing empowers us to communicate effectively. Now, let's see the ways to enhance our communication for maximum effectiveness. Listening to feedback. Actively listening and valuing the feedback we receive cultivates an environment of open communication. It shows respect for others' opinions and allows for continuous improvement. Staying organized. A clear organization of our thoughts and ideas helps convey our message more clearly. Structuring our communication enables coherence and enables others to understand our points clearly. Utilize visuals. Visuals can enhance our communication. Cooperating visual aids such as graphs, charts, and images can help convey our message impact with a lasting impact. Storytelling. Weaving stories into our communication helps create a compelling narrative and captures attention and resonates with others. Stories have the power to evoke emotions, inspire action, and leave a lasting impression. Cultivating curiosity. Being curious and asking thoughtful questions fosters engagement. Let's see the various forms of human communication. Interpersonal communication. In this form, communication takes place within ourselves. through introspection or self reflection. We engage in our dialogue with our own thoughts and emotions. Interpersonal communication. In this form, communication takes place within two individuals or a small group. Interviewing. In this form, information takes place in question and answer format. In this form, we can learn about others. Small group communication. Here, information takes place within a small group of individuals, typically ranging from 5 to 10 members. Small group communication, discussions, brainstorming sections, and collaborative decision making. Mass communication. Here, communication originates from a single source to a large audience, often scattered across the world. Mass communication channels include radio, television, newspaper, magazine, and online platforms. Public speaking. From a speaker addresses an audience, whether it is a speech, lecture, or presentation. Public speaking aims to inform, inspire, or persuade. It's important to be aware of and overcome potential barriers. Some common barriers include lack of clarity. Messages that are vague, ambiguous, or poorly articulated can hinder understanding communication. Lack of motivation. When individuals lack interest or motivation in their communication process, can affect their activeness and engagement. Improper body language. Nonverbal cues such as facial expression, posture, gesture play a significant role in the communication process. Low IQ level. Intellectual limitations include low IQ level of coordinative ability or understanding can impede effective communication or comprehension. Now, consider the following strategies. Simplify language. Using clear, concise, and straightforward language enhance understanding and prevents misunderstanding. Constrain emotions. Emotional control allows for rational and balanced communication. Emotions promotes a contributive and productive dialogue. Now, let's focus on the principles that contribute good communication. A helpful mnemonic for this is SOLAR. Smile. A warm and friendly smile helps create a positive and welcoming atmosphere. Openness. Being open minded to different perspectives allows for meaningful exchanges and encourages collaboration. Learn new things. Being curious and open minded to learn new things enriches our communication, broadening our knowledge and understanding. Eye contact. Maintaining appropriate eye contact can create interest, activeness, and respect. Relax. Being relaxed and composed helps create a comfortable environment. In conclusion, the ability to communicate is a crucial skill in different aspects of life. Through academic, professional, or personal pursuits, speaking to succeed include overcoming our fears and hesitations. It requires us to come outside our comfort zone and head on challenges. So let's recognize the value of communication and commit ourselves into continuous improvement. With the words we use, with the conversation we engage in, with the fear we conquer, we move closer to realizing our goals and connecting with others. This sounds easier than it is. Your mouth makes an incredible array of movements in various sounds in speech. The movements are even more complex, speaking words, word combinations, and forming sentences. Speakers nowadays are speaking with confidence. When they start, they also conquer. Nowadays, they have big advantages in life. Watching and learning can improve our communication skill for maximum effectiveness. We can search great speeches on YouTube to enhance our communication. Good body language can remember the audience. We should not put our hands in the pocket or cross our hands. Instead, we have to use necessary hand gestures. And we have to speak with confidence. We have to overcome our fears. The quality of our relationships determines the quality of communication. The quality of our relationships determines the quality of our life. With a twinkle in my eye and a grin upon my lips, I say thank you.
Hello, citizens. I am K. Bhavanarnachalam of Grade 7 studying in Frontline Newton International School. I think everybody has a question why you are he saying like citizen. I will be not keeping the suspense, so I am revealing it, which is that I am going to speak and deliver a lecture on the topic levels of Indian government, which is related to civics. I would like to start with explaining what's a government and what does Indian government means. The world's largest democracy that follows a federal system of governance. What is a government? A government is a system or an organization that has the authority to rule over a particular territory and its people. It ensures making and implementing law, maintaining order, providing essential services, representing the interests of the population, and other works such as sanitation and security of the people. Then the Indian government. First, I would like to share the geographical location of India. India, a sovereign country located at South Asia. The country China is located above India, while country Sri Lanka is located below India. The India follows an excellent way of government in which the power is vested in the hands of the people, who usually elect their representative through an election, but usually practices their power to their elected representative. India follows an excellent way of government in which the power is vested in the hands of the people, who usually elect their representative, and then through election, for a better understanding, election is held every 5 years or when on the laws and policies written in the Constitution of India, which came to elect January 26, 1950. Three levels of Indian government. The Indian government is divided into three distinct branches, which is union government at the central level, state government at the regional level, local government at the grassroots level. Each level of government plays an important role in the governance of the country. Then first we can move on to our interesting topic, union government. The union government is the head government of the whole country, which consists of three branches. They are legislative, executive and judiciary. The union government is responsible for the overall administration and the governance of the country. We can see about the Central Legislative. Usually, the Central Legislative is practiced in the Parliament of India, which consists of two houses. They are Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. The MPs, known as members of Parliament, will usually represent their interest in lawmaking, policy making, policy approval, budget approval, and the other needs of people. Now we can see about the two houses of the Parliament, which is Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. Lok Sabha. The Lok Sabha is the lower house of Parliament and totally consists of 545 members who were directly selected by the people through an election which holds every 5 years or when the president dissolves the house. The Lok Sabha, in which the 543 members for representing states and union territories and 2 members for representing Anglo-Indian communities if necessary. For the better understanding, Anglo-Indian communities are of two types. They are mixed Indian with British ancestors and British people who descend or born in India. Rajya Sabha. The Rajya Sabha is the upper house of the Parliament and totally consists of 245 members for representing states and union territories. Then the members of Rajya Sabha has completely different work from the members of the Lok Sabha. The members of the Rajya Sabha is usually elected by the members of Parliament. Central Executive. The Central Executive is responsible for implementing and administering the laws and policies of the country, which comprises of the President, Vice President, Prime Minister, Council of Ministers. President. The President is the ceremonial head of the state who is the highest constitutional authority in the whole country, who has many works such as reducing bills sent by the Parliament, person who is going to be hanged off, and other works. The current President of India is Honorable Madam Mrs. Draupadi Murmu as of 2023. Vice President. The Vice President is quite to be noted, but he do not have many executive powers compared to the President and the Prime Minister of India, but he holds some executive powers. The main work of the Vice President is to be working as the presiding officer of the Rajya Sabha. And then the current Vice President of India is the Honorable Sir Jagdeep Dhankar. Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is the head of the government, also the head of the party, which holds a majority seats in the central Lok Sabha. And then the current Prime Minister of India is Honorable Sir Sri Narendra Modi as of 2023, and the Prime Minister holds many executive powers. And then Council of Ministers. The Council of Ministers, also known as the Cabinet Minister, is a group of ministers who are responsible for the specific portfolios such as medical, education, agriculture, financial, and other departments. Usually, the Council of Ministers are elected by the President, who is by the advice of the Prime Minister. Judiciary. The judiciary is usually headed by the Supreme Court of India, which resolves disputes, which also looks after fundamental rights, liberties, and the safeguard of the citizens of the country. State government. The Indian country has totally 29 states. Each state has its own legislative and self-government. Then it has 3 branches. They are legislature, executive, and judiciary. State legislature. Each state has its own legislative body, which consists of the members of legislative assembly known as MLAs, who usually represent their interest in lawmaking, policy making, policy approval, law approval, and other works of the people. Then the legislative can be of unicameral and also bicameral also. Unicameral and bicameral legislative. As the name suggests, unicameral legislative are the state having only one party in the state legislative assembly. For example of state having unicameral legislative is Tamil Nadu. while the bicameral are the states which consist of two legislative bodies in the state legislative assembly. For example of state having bicameral legislative is Karnataka. State executive. The state executive comprises of governor, chief minister, council of ministers. Governor. The governor is directly elected by the President of India, who forms a connectivity between the state government to the central government. And for example of the governor of any state is that Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, who is the Sir Anand Ravi. Chief Minister. The Chief Minister is the head of the government, also the head of the coalition or party, which holds a majority seat in the state legislative assembly. And then he or she has many executive, significant and other powers in the state government. And then, for example of the Chief Minister is the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, who is Sir M.K. Stalin as of 2023. Then Council of Ministers. The Council of Ministers comprises of various ministers who were appointed by the governor on the advice of the Chief Minister and who has specific portfolio on the area of governance. For example, healthcare, medical, financial, education and other area of governance. Judiciary. The judiciary of the state government is usually headed by the state high courts, which handles both civil and criminal cases, which play a vital role in the governance of the, implementing and national policies. For example of the judiciary is Chennai Madras High Court, which is located at Chennai. Madras High Court is the High Court of Tamil Nadu. The Chennai is the Chennai of the state named Tamil Nadu. Then the local government. The local government are known as different names in different area. For example, panchayats at rural areas, urban municipalities or corporation in urban areas. These did form the third tier of government, which runs under a ward or any other particular division. Rural local bodies. The rural local bodies are known as in different names. For example, Panchayat and Panchayati Raj system. Each panchayat consists of elected representative of village level, district level and the block level. Then the Panchayati Raj system also form a three-tier government which consists of Jilla Parishad, Panchayati Samiti and the Gram Panchayat. Gram Panchayat is the lowest level of Panchayati Raj system, which comprises of elected representatives of the Panchayati Raj system, such as the Sarpanch, who is the head of the particular village. And then it resolves the main problem of the particular village and send it to the Panchayati Samiti. Panchayat Samiti works at the intermediate or the middle level, which consists of a group of villages and looks after the main and primary problem of the group of villages, such as if a group of villages has a main problem of scarcity of water, the Panchayati Samiti of the village will be looking after the main problem of scarcity of water under that group of villages. Then the Jilla Parishad. The Jilla Parishad is the highest level of government in the Panchayati Raj system, which works at the district level and forms a connectivity between the rural local government to the state government. And then urban local bodies. Urban local bodies are responsible for cities and towns. And then an area is denoted as urban area if the population of area that a particular area is above 5,000 and 75% of the members are not a farmer. And then it looks after urban planning, infrastructure development, sanitation of the people, security of the people, providing public buildings, providing street light, providing safe drinking water, and other essential services for the people. Municipal corporation. Municipal corporation plays a vital role in the development of cities and towns. They function and responsible for the overall growth of the country, which is that the overall growth of the particular area. And then if an area develop means in every area, if it lies done like this means that India will be growed well. Advantages of the three-tier government. The three-tier government serves as several advantages. For example, promote decentralization of power. This denotes that the decision-making process is not made solely at the central or the state government, and which brings the government near to the people and has a chance for making the people participate in the government. And then provide a platform for grassroots level, which means that third level of government, which is the local self-government, provides a platform for grassroots level of government to the people so that the people participate in the government. Participatory democracy by involving citizens in decision-making process. As I mentioned above, this denotes that point only. So that if then the people can participate in this government, and then the members of people and the citizen can be easily follow the law in an easy way, and then strengthens democratic process. You imagine that if there are 100 citizens in a city and then only one leader is for them means then how that only leader denotes the law and make the law, it will be accessible by all the members, or if the 100 members including the one leader join and make the law, it can be accessible by all, so all can follow that law in a proper way. This denotes that so only India is developing from year to year. There are many advantages like this, such as provides an equal regional development. So India's major parts are ruled by the local self-government, so that if the central government is held by a particular religion means so that the whole religion cannot be holding the whole India, so that the remaining parts of the India can be filled up with the remaining and small parts of the India are governed by the local self-government, so that the local self-government can be of different religion. If they have Indian Aadhaar card and if they are above 18 means they can't participate in the government of India, so that the India is developed. And I am proud to be an Indian, and I am proud to be in the country which consists of this much advantages. Jai Hind. I like to conclude my lecture with this. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Jayashree, a 7th grader studying in Frontline New Gen International School. Get ready to embark on an exciting journey through the world of changes that surround us daily. Today, we have an incredible privilege of exploring the fascinating world of physical and chemical change, where the ordinary becomes extraordinary and everyday hold the hidden wonders. Have you ever stopped to ponder that the magic happens when ice melts into water, or a simple matchstick ignites into a dancing flame? These are examples of physical and chemical change taking place right before our eyes and shaping very fabric of our world. But why is it important to learn about these changes? You might wonder. Well, knowledge of physical and chemical changes empower us to comprehend the world in a deeper way. By unraveling mysteries of these changes, we unlock the door for countless possibilities and open our mind for endless scientific exploration. So fasten your seatbelts as we venture into a captivating domain of this transformation. Prepare to amaze, to have your mind stretched and your imagination ignites. Physical change. The world of physical change, where the world undergoes a captivating transformation without altering its chemical composition. Today, we will embark on an acceleration journey by exploring the secrets of physical changes. Changes in states of matter. Imagine a delicious ice cream cone on a hot sunny day. As sun beats down, the solid ice begins to transform into a delightful creamy puddle. This changes from solid to liquid is a physical change called melting. Similarly, when you boil hot water to make a favorite cup of your cocoa, you witness the extraordinary transformation from liquid to gas known as vaporization. Changes in size and shape. Have you ever torn a sheet of paper into a tiny pieces or watched a sculpture magnification statue from a block of stone? These are examples of physical change in size and shape. When you spread a paper, you altering its size, transforming a whole sheet into a numerous small fragment. Similarly, sculpture's skilled hands reshape the stone, chiseling away to reveal the work of art. Dissolving and mixing. Step into the kitchen and witness the magic of physical change through dissolving and mixing. Picture yourself preparing a refreshing glass of lemonade on a hot day. As you stir the sugar, the sweet crystals swimmingly disappear, creating a new drink altogether, called dissolving. More, similarly, when you mix different colors of paint to make a masterpiece or blend ingredients to make a delicious cake, you are experiencing the captivating power of physical change through mixing. Changes in temperature and pressure. Now let's explore the intriguing world of physical change through dissolving and mix through temperature and pressure. Consider an ice cube sitting outside on a hot day. As sunrise touches its surface, the solid ice begins to transform into water. This physical change happens because of rise in temperature. Conversely, you place the same liquid into freezer, it freezes into ice once again. Moreover, imagine a balloon being inflated or a scuba diver descending into the sea. The scenarios involve physical change triggered by pressure, showcasing how substance can compress, expand, altering their properties. Characteristic of physical change. Physical change involves changes in size, shape, or state, but not in identity. No change in chemical composition. One of the defining characteristics of physical change is that it does not alter the chemical composition of the substance undergoing the change. The atom or molecule remains the same before and after the changes. Only their arrangement or state may be modified. Reversibility. Physical changes are often reversible, meaning that the altered state can be reversed, allowing substance to return into its original form. For example, melting ice can frozen back into solid ice, demonstrating the reversibility of physical change. Energy changes. Physical change involve energy changes, but these changes do not involve in creation or breaking of chemical bonds. For example, heating a substance can cause its particle to gain energy, leading to changes in state. But the chemical reaction within the substance remains intact. No production of new substance. In physical change, no new substance are formed. The original substance simply undergoes a transformation in its size, shape, or state. No creation or destruction of matter. In physical change, no matter is created or destroyed. The atom or molecule remains constant throughout the transformation. This principle is known as law of conservation of mass. Involvement of external factor. Physical change frequently influenced by external factors like temperature, pressure, or mechanical force. Altering these factors can induce physical change in substance. For example, applying pressure to a gas can compress it into a smaller volume. Advantages of physical change. Reversibility and flexibility. Physical change is often reversible, meaning that the altered state can be reversed. This characteristic provides a flexibility that enables materials to adjust or modify the properties. Preservation of resource. Physical change contribute to recycle and reuse materials efficiently. For example, melting and solidification enables the recycling metals. It reduces the need of materials and minimizing the waste generation. Easy separation and purification. Physical change facilitate the separation and purification of the substance. Techniques like filtration, distillation, and chromatography rely on physical change to separate mixtures. Non-destructive non-destructive and safe. Physical change are typically non-destructive. Process like cutting, grinding, and reshaping the materials involve physical change. Physical change. This ensures the safety. This ensures the safety of individuals involved in this process. Cost and effective. Cost and effective. Physical change often offer cost and effective for various solutions, since they do not require any chemical reaction or expensive reagents. Disadvantages of physical change. Limited transformation. Physical change have limitation in their terms, to which they have to extend or modify the properties. This limitation can be a disadvantage for a long this can be disadvantage for a long-term stability. Temporary nature. Physical change are often irreversible, so they can be in temporary nature. This can be a disadvantage when long-term stability or permanence is desired. Energy requirements. Physical change requires significant input of energy. Process like transformation from solid to liquid or liquid to gas requires significant amount of energy. This increase cost, consume, or contribute to environmental impacts. Interesting facts on physical change. The water cycle undergoes a constant physical change through the lake, river, or ocean. It forms as clouds and falls as precipitation, eventually returning to the lake, river, or ocean through the process runoff or infiltration. Physical change can also occur on a microscopic level. For example, when you mix salt in a water, the salt crystal break into individual ions, resulting on physical change at molecular level. The process of sublimation is a unique physical change where the transaction happens from solid to gas without passing through the liquid state. Chemical change. Chemical change are also known as chemical reaction, a fundamental process in which substance undergoes a transformation at atomic and molecular level. During chemical change, the atom or molecule are altered, resulting in the formation of new substance. Formation of new substance. The most prominent characteristic of chemical change is the creation of entirely new substance. The reactions are chemically converted into product through by the recombination of atoms and molecules. Irreversibility. Unlike physical change, chemical change are often irreversible. Once a chemical reaction is done and new substance are formed, it's usually challenging to revert back to its original state. Energy changes. Chemical change involve energy changes. For example, some may release energy in the form of heat or light called endothermic process, while some absorb energy from the surroundings called endothermic process. Changes in physical and chemical properties. Chemical change in both Physical and chemical properties. Physical properties such as color, order, state, or density may change. Chemical properties such as reactivity, toxicity, and density can be also affected. Rate of reaction. Chemical change occur at different rates. Depending, some may occur fast and constantly, while some may need a specific condition to occur at the responsible rates. Conservation of mass. The principle of law of conservation of mass is it's totally the mass of products in the mass of reactions in a chemical reaction is equal to the mass of the products. This ensures that the matter is neither created nor destroyed but rather undergoes a transformation. Advantages of chemical change. Synthesis of new substance. Chemical change allows synthesis of new substance. This enables the development in new materials such as drugs, fuels, and countless other products that contribute to technology advancement and improvement in various industries. Energy production. Some chemical change are harnessed for energy production. For example, combustion of fuel like gasoline, natural gas, or coal involve chemical reaction that release energy which can be converted into heat or mechanical work. Biological process. Some chemical change are essential for function of living organism. For example, biological reactions such as photosynthesis, cellular respiration, and digestion involve complex chemical reactions that produce nutrients and energy to ability to maintain and reproduce. Environmental applications. Some chemical change are employed in various environmental applications. For example, chemical reactions are utilized in wastewater treatments to remove the contaminants or pollutants. This ensures the safety of protection and preservation of water. Preservation and food processing. Chemical change utilized in food processing and preservation. Techniques like canning, fermentation, distillation involve chemical reactions that help food to preserve by inhibiting or growth of microorganisms and extending in its shelf life. Safety hazards. Chemical change are posed to safety hazards. It is crucial to control or handle the chemical reactions. It's crucial to control or handle chemical reactions to prevent accidents, environmental impacts, or health risks. Environmental impacts. Some chemical change often produce waste materials. This need a proper management or disposal, which can be lead to soil or water contamination, ecosystem dispersion that can be damage to human life or wildlife health. Irreversibility. As I already told, unlike physical change, chemical change are often irreversible. Once a chemical reaction is done and new substance are formed, it's usually challenging to revert back into its original state. Interesting facts on physical change. Chemical change. Chemical change are crucial in the sense of smell. The process of digestion in our body involves numerous chemical change. Chemical change are essential in the production of many drugs. So finally, we reached a point in our conclusion. Physical and chemical change are fundamental process in a study of matter. It's a context of everyday life, industrial work, or scientific research. Thank you.
evening, everyone. I'm Abhi, and I'm delighted to be here as a sixth grader of Frontline Newgen International School. Today, we are going to embark on an exciting journey together as we delve into a topic. I hope you are ready to dive into the ocean of knowledge today because we are going to explore the impact of overfishing. Topics to be covered: what is overfishing, types of overfishing, shocking facts and figures, causes of overfishing, effects of overfishing, aquaculture, significant fishing in today's world, global consequences of overfishing, economic and social effects, some solutions to overfishing, and conclusion. Do you all know what is overfishing? Let me explain. Overfishing is the removal of a species of fish from a body of water. The rate greater than the species can replenish its population naturally, resulting in the species becoming increasingly underpopulated in that area. Shocking facts and figures. According to the World Bank, almost 90% of the global marine fish stocks are fully exploited or overfished. About 13.5 million metric tons of bycatch cells each year from the practice. Over the past 40 years, marine species have seen a decrease of 39%. One of the most highly caught fish is the tuna, which reached its highest levels in 2018, over 7.9 million metric tons. Let me discuss the types of overfishing. There are three recognized types of overfishing. They are growth overfishing, recruit overfishing, and ecosystem overfishing. Growth overfishing. Growth overfishing occurs when fish are harvested at an average size that is smaller than the size that would produce the maximum yield per recruit. A recruit is an individual that makes it to maturity or limits specified by a fishery, which are usually size or age. Ecosystem overfishing. Ecosystem overfishing happens when the mature adult population is depleted to a level where it no longer has the reproductive capacity to replenish itself. This means there are not enough adults to produce offspring. Ecosystem overfishing. Ecosystem overfishing occurs when the balance of the ecosystem is altered by overfishing. With the decline of large predatory species, the abundance of small forage types increases, causing a shift in the balance of the ecosystem. Because fishing has long been an industry used by humans, there are a number of effects causes too. Removal of essential predators, lack of effective fisheries management, technological advancements, and increased demand. Increased demand. The growing global population and rising affluence have led to an increased demand for seafood. As a result, fishing efforts have intensified to meet this demand, often exceeding the sustainable limits of fish populations. Technological advancements. Advances in fishing technologies include larger and more efficient fishing vessels, sonar systems, and advanced fishing gear have enabled fishermen to catch fish more efficiently. These technological advancements have increased the fishing capacity and effectiveness, leading to higher catch rates and putting additional pressure on fish stocks. Lack of effective fisheries management. Inadequate fisheries management and governance have played a significant role in overfishing. Weak or absent regulations, insufficient enforcement of fishing laws, and limited monitoring and have allowed unsustainable fishing practices to persist. In some cases, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing exacerbates the problem. While this is poised to have long-term effects on human consumption, there are a number of effects too. Removal of essential predators. Sharks and tuna are susceptible to overfishing, and when they are removed from the areas they live in, this means sea creatures further down the food are negatively impacted. Populations can grow larger. The role that these larger creatures play, from what they eat to how their bodies decompose, has potentially fatal effects on ocean ecosystem. Poor coral reef health. With a larger number of smaller marine creatures comes greater damage to coral reef and other elements of the ocean's ecosystem. Reefs are essential to ocean life, and once they are harmed, it is hard to repair the damage, if at all. Growth of algae. In controlled amounts, algae are essential to help marine life thrive. But if they are allowed to grow at will, they can impact fish, reefs, leading to serious destruction.
unintended catches. Another concern about overfishing is that the industry is so large, there are a number of creatures that get caught in the process but do not get used for food. This means everything from dolphins to turtles can be impacted by the presence of fishing fleets. Threat to global food sources. The larger fish is an important source of fish is a primary source for millions of people, especially in coastal communities. Overfishing causes a threat to developing countries lead without the ability to catch their food where populations are threatened. Financial losses. A lot of these communities that rely on fish for food also rely on low level fishing industries for economic viability. These enterprises, as opposed to large scale fishing industries, typically they are on a much smaller scale. However, when these communities can't access for food and financial support, they are likely to have trouble in the future. Utter imbalance of the marine ecosystems. As has been pointed out earlier, overfishing has a detrimental effects on ocean ecosystem. The situation might be so bad that the fish might not be able to sustain themselves any longer. As a result, when a particular species of fish is dependent on this species for food, also suffer due to lack of food and die. Aquaculture. Do you all know that there is a method called aquaculture which can promote fish stock levels? Let me explain it to you. Aquaculture, also known as aqua farming, is the controlled cultivation of marine organisms such as crustaceans, mollusks, algae, and fish that are of value, such as aquatic plants. It involves cultivating freshwater, brackish water, and saltwater populations under controlled or semi-natural conditions, which can be contrasted with commercial fishing, which is the harvesting of wild fish. Aquaculture can be defined as the breeding, growing, and harvesting of fish and other marine organisms, such as of aquatic plants. Mariculture, commonly known as marine farming, refers specifically to aquaculture practiced in freshwater. Pisciculture. Pisciculture is a type of aquaculture practiced to obtain fish products as food. Significance of overfishing in today's world. Threat to global food security, impact on ecosystem disruption, impact on livelihoods and economies. Ecosystem disruption. Threat to global food security. Fish is an important source of protein for millions of people worldwide, especially in coastal communities and developing countries. Overfishing depletes fish population, which can lead to food shortages, malnutrition, and increased vulnerability in coastal communities. Impact on livelihoods and economies. Fish is not just about food, but also a way of living for millions of people involved in the fishing industry, such as fishermen, fish processors, and fish farmers. Overfishing disrupts fishing industries, leading to poverty, social instability, and economic decline. This contributes loss of jobs, reduced income, and etc. Ecosystem disruption. Fish play a crucial role in maintaining the balance of the marine ecosystem. Overfishing disrupts this balance by removing important species, including top predators. This can have triggering and cascading effects throughout the food chain, leading to ecosystem collapse, loss of biodiversity, and harm to other marine organisms such as seagrass beds and coral reefs. Global consequences of overfishing. While this overfishing also has some global consequences. The growing global population and rising affluence are putting a strain in our oceans. Modern fishing techniques and larger and more efficient fishing vessels have made it easier for large-scale fishing industries to earn a living. This puts pressure on fish stocks and makes it harder for smaller-scale fishermen to earn a living. Scientists, economists, and policymakers are studying the effects of overfishing. While there is still much to learn, it is important to take a precautionary approach while managing fisheries, not just individual fish stocks. Overfishing is a big Overfishing is a big problem globally with serious impacts on the society, the economy, and the environment. Many people rely on fish and seafood for food and economy. The consequences of overfishing are being taken seriously while the efforts are made to address this issue to protect the health of our oceans for future generations. Economic and social effects. Overfishing also has some economic and social effects, as seen in Canada and other countries. Economic impact. In Canada, the collapse of the cod fishery in the 1990s due to overfishing had severe economic consequences. Fishermen and their communities had to give up their livelihoods passed down through generations when the cod fishing moratorium was put in place. Fish, overfishing can disrupt fishing industries also in some cases. Social impact. The collapse of the fisheries and the loss of traditional fishing methods have had severe social implications. Fishermen and their communities have faced the challenge in adapting to new way of life and livelihoods. Overfish, Overfishing can lead to, in some cases, the loss of fishing as a way of life has a profound impact on cultural traditions and identities. Global impact. Overfishing poses a greater threat to developing island states and coastal nations in Africa and South Asia. Fish is not just a part of their economies, but also a central life system of their citizens. As fish stocks decline due to overfishing, access to this vital source becomes more limited, particularly to the poorest member of these communities. Some solutions to overfishing. It is a fact that billions of people rely on fish and seafood every day. Quotas. There are some methods which we can promote fish stock levels. Quotas and limits. Governments and international bodies can set limits on the types and amounts of fish that can be caught. This includes restriction on fishing days, vessel numbers, and etc. Enforcement of regulations. International bodies can set up existing regulations that need to be properly ensured to ensure the effectiveness in promoting fish stock levels. Marine protected areas. Establishing protected areas in the ocean where fishing is restricted to promote fish stock levels, which can conserve baby fish too. Aquaculture. Encouraging the use of fish farming, known as aquaculture, can provide a sustainable alternative to wild caught fish. However, care must be taken to minimize negative impacts on wild fish populations and water pollution. Recreational fishing. Implementing catch and release policies for recreational fishing which can reduce negative impacts on fish population levels. Consider multiple interests. Considering interests on the well-being of local communities and marine species can have a this helps maintain a balance between work, fishing, and conservation. Ecosystem based management. Reducing subsidies. Governments and international bodies can reduce subsidies to the fishing industry, which truly overcosts to and contribute to unsustainable practices. Bycatch reduction. Governments can reduce unsustainable practices like bycatch should be reduced to protect the health of the marine ecosystems. Ecosystem based management. Taking a holistic approach that considers the entire ecosystem, including multiple species and habitats, this helps which which can conserve ecosystem and protect the economy. Community involvement. Engage local communities in developing sustainable solutions to promote fish stock levels. Conclusion. I would like to conclude my topic that overfishing is a big problem that affects our environment and societies. If we don't take action, more fish species will disappear and it will have negative impacts on our economy and health. We need governments to set limits on the types and amounts of fish need to be caught. They should ban harmful practices like drift netting. We can eat less fish and support responsible producers. Plus, joining organizations that aim to protect the health of our oceans is the another way to making difference. Together, we can overcome overfishing and protect our precious ocean life. Thank you.
I'm R.R. Jananya, a 6th grader from Frontline Newton International School. Today, I'm going to enlighten you by describing my topic. I'm sure it will give you a clear understanding. My topic is the life of insects. Let's see what are insects. Insects are an vertebrate of animal. Without insects, we would have fewer birds, reptiles, amphibians, and mammals because insects are a major food source for them. People who depend on insects for food would also be affected. Insects also help in pollination and decomposition. Facts of insects. Dragonflies have been on the earth for 300 million years. A ladybug might eat more than 5,000 insects in its lifetime. Insects have been present for about 350 million years and humans for only 300 years. While gathering food, a bee may fly up to 60 miles in one day. Even the sharpest ear cannot hear the ant speaking. The queen of certain termite species can lay 40,000 eggs per day. Today, I am going to cover all these content in my lecture. Types of insects, how do insects reproduce, what are arthropods, most insects are beneficial, do insects think, why do we need insects, habitat of insects, anatomy of insects, insects that are harmful for humans and surroundings, do insects make good parents, social life of insects, where do insects go in the winter, conservation of insects, and conclusion. Types of insects. Today, I am going to speak about two types of insects. They are aquatic and terrestrial insects. We'll see more detail about them. Aquatic insects. Aquatic insects are a diverse group of insects that are found in freshwater bodies like lakes, rivers, ponds, and streams. They are members of various insect orders including Diptera, Ordinata, Hemiptera, Coleoptera, and Hemiptera. Aquatic insects are as follows: mosquitoes, water striders, fishing spiders, dragonflies, giant water bugs, and so on. Aquatic insects feed each other. Some diving insects, such as predatory and diving beetles, can hunt for food. Aquatic insects are important because they are an essential part of food chain maintaining cycles of nutrition. All aquatic insects have wings. Insects need to breathe in order to supply their bodies with oxygen. Without oxygen, insects would die. Most insects obtain oxygen directly from the atmosphere because they evolved on land and then colonized the water. Aquatic insects complete their portions of life cycle in or on the water and have developed some interesting adaptations to solve their breathing problems. For example, mosquitoes breathe through tubes that they place on the water surface. Aquatic beetles carry the bubbles of air under their wing. Some insects have life stages that have adapted to complete aquatic life, such as the mayfly. Mayfly have adaptations for living in rocky and fast-running streams. Mayfly larvae actually have gills and gain oxygen directly from the water.
All aquatic insects' legs and wings are adapted for swimming. Feeding adaptations can be separated according to what insects eat and how they eat. Groups based on what insects eat include herbivore, detritivores, and carnivores. Herbivores eat plant, detritivores eat dead plant tissues and other organic matter, carnivores eat other organisms. Terrestrial insects. Terrestrial insects are a diverse group of insects that inhabit and are adapted to life on land. They are the most common type of insects and can be found in a wide range of terrestrial habitats, including forests, grasslands, deserts, shorelines, wetlands, urban environments, and so on. They are members of various insect orders, including Coloptera, Hymenoptera, Lepidoptera, Diptera, and Orthoptera. Terrestrial insects. Unlike aquatic insects, terrestrial insects also have adaptations that enable them to thrive in terrestrial ecosystems. They typically have structures for breathing air directly from the atmosphere through tracheal systems and spiracles. Terrestrial insects are as follows: ants, bristles, centipedes, millipedes, mites, ticks, and so on. The name terrestrial is used for animals, plants, insects, and those who live on land. The first terrestrial arthropod is millipede. The earliest terrestrial arthropod were probably millipede. They moved to land about 430 million years ago. How do insects reproduce? Insects reproduce in a variety of ways, but the most common method is sexual reproduction. I will explain about reproductive process in insects such as mating, sperm transfer, fertilization, egg laying, development, metamorphosis, and adult stage. Mating. Male and female insects come together to mate. Mating behaviors can vary among different insect species and may involve elaborate courtship rituals or simple encounters. Sperm transfer. During mating, the male transfers the sperm to the female. In some cases, the male may deposit the sperm directly into the female's reproductive tract. The female may store the sperm for further use. Fertilization. In fertilization, female insect, the sperm fertilizes the egg and develop into embryos. Number of egg laying. In process of egg laying, the female insect lays the egg in suitable locations such as in soil, on plants, and in water. It is depending on the species. Number of eggs laid can vary greatly ranging from a few to hundreds or even thousands. Development. The immature stages go through a process of growth and development where it has distinct stages such as larva and nymphs. Metamorphosis. In process of metamorphosis, the immature stage develop into adult stage. It is a transform and some insects may undergo a process of simple metamorphosis where it is resemble miniature versions of adults. Adult stage. After metamorphosis, the insect reaches the adult stage. It will enable the insect to reproduce. Here is an example of reproductive process in insects. There is a life cycle of a butterfly. First, eggs hatch into larva and pupa, at last butterfly. What are arthropods? You heard about insects. You heard about arachnids. But what are arthropods? As it turns out, if you cleared with insects and arachnids, you also want to be cleared with arthropod. I will tell you about arthropod. Insect and arachnids belong to the Arthropoda phylum. The Arthropoda is an engaging phylum that includes smallest organisms which have a fossil record. So what is exactly Arthropoda phylum? I will tell the terms used in taxonomy. Each animal kingdom may have several phylums. The phylum may include classes, orders, and family based on shared characteristics. If not,
It will find a new family that set it from other species. A species will also have same characteristics such as family, phylum, class, and order. Most insects are beneficial. Do you know that 99% of all insects are either harmless or benefit for us in some way? Beneficial insects fall into three main categories: predators, pollinators, and decomposers. Predators. Predators feed on other critters by providing an important source in pest control in nature. This group is responsible for keeping pest population balanced. Otherwise, herbivore insects could easily deplete our flora. Pollinators, insect animals, and those who transfer pollen grains from the male to the female part of the plant is called pollinators. Half of all the food we're eating because of them, such as fruits and nuts like berries, squash, and almonds. Bees like the honeybee are most efficient for the planet in part because of their anatomy. Decomposers. Decomposers break down organic matter and it will return nutrients to the soil. Without them, the waste would pile up and nutrients would not recycle, and life as we know it would stop to exist. Do insects think? The human midbrain and the insect brain may even be developmentally related. Accordingly, bugs feel something like pain and hunger, perhaps very simple analogues of anger. They plan, but they don't imagine. They have three lobes of neural tissue that are taken together from their brain. Insects have the capacity of most basic aspect of worry. They pay attention what is more living to it at the moment. These thoughts are more basic building blocks of consciousness. Flies and other small insects can identify the term. The brains are not same as our brain, but that does not mean insects are ineligible for thinking and learning. Bees can remember and learn. For example, they make choices based on their past experiences. Why do we need insects? We need insects for several reasons such as pollination, ecosystem balance, pest control, biodiversity, and scientific research. Pollination. As I said earlier, the insect or other transferred pollen grains from the male to the female part is known as pollinators. It will enable the plant to produce fruits and vegetables. Ecosystem balance. Many insects are vital components of ecosystem balance. They participate in various ecological processes. Pest control. As I said earlier, insects help in pest control in nature. Biodiversity. Biodiversity is the term used for organisms those who live on the earth. Scientific research. Insects provide a valuable subject for scientific research such as physiology, biology, and science. It will help us to learn about insects' insights into fundamental biological processes. Habitat of insects. Insects live in water bodies like streams, ponds, and rivers, and some insects may live in the atmosphere. The wings enable them to fly in the air. Insects also live on land in places like forests, grasslands, deserts, and cities. Anatomy of insects. Here is an example of a fly. Antenna, oculus, compound eye, penguin, and circus reproductive organs where the insect reproduce. Spiracles. It will allow the insect to breathe in the air. Mouth parts. Exoskeleton. Exoskeleton is a hard outer covering of the insect body. Segmented body. Segmented body divided into three parts such as head, thorax, and abdomen. The head has antenna and mouth parts. Thorax. Thorax is the middle section of the insect body and it contains each segment may have jointed legs with it. Wings. Wings will enable the insect to fly in the air. Abdomen. The abdomen is the rare section of the insect bodies and it contains digestive system, respiratory system and so on. Circulatory system. In circulatory system, here we have a tubular heart which pumps blood like fluid called hemolymph. Respiratory system. In respiratory system, we'll be having a tracheal system attached to it. Nervous system. Nervous system contains centralized nerves and it has a brain attached to it. Reproductive system. Reproductive system has many reproductive organs where it will enable the insect to reproduce. Insects that are harmful for humans and surroundings. It is not like insects are always useful. Some insects may cause dangerous diseases to the environment, such as mosquitoes, flies, termites, and cockroaches, and so on. Mosquitoes is known for their itchy bites and they may cause dengue fever, West Nile fevers, malaria, and so on. Cockroaches is known for their itchy bites and it may cause asthma for some individuals. Do insects make good parents? Yes, the insects make good parents and some parents will not care their young one in a beautiful manner. Here are some parenting behaviors of insects. Insects do not exhibit the same level of parenting behaviors. Here we have 5 processes where the insect will care their young one, such as egg laying, protection of eggs, provisioning, nest building, and limited care. Egg laying. When the female insect lays the egg, once the eggs are laid, the female attention is always to the young one, and it will see where it is going, where it is sitting, and it will not allow any animal to eat it. Protection of eggs. The female insect protect the eggs by keeping in sheltered locations where other animals could not take and eat them. Provisioning. Some insects may feed their insects. This process is known as provisioning. Nest building. Some insects may build the nest by taking stem by one and it will build a nest. Limited care. As I said before, insects do not exhibit the same level of parenting behaviors. Once the eggs are laid, the parent will just leave it off and the young one should manage everything. Social life in insects. All the insects will not form a colony, but some insects such as ants, bees, wasps, and termites live in organized communities called colonies, and it will segregate which insects should rule the colony. Where do insects go in the winter? Insects have different strategies to survive the winter. They have 5 processes such as migration, hibernation, overwintering as adults, overwintering as eggs or pupa, and aquatic environments. Migration. In migration, some insects may undertake long distance till they are warm. Hibernation. In hibernation, they search through long distances and a state of dormancy where the insect will keep them warm. Overwintering as adults. If they are in a stage of adults, they can find more places and they can live there. If they are in eggs or pupa stage, they can withstand the cold temperatures. But some cannot. So the parent will be kept the young ones in secured locations. Aquatic environments. Insects, those who are in aquatic environments, they want to reduce their activities and habitats till they are feeling warm. Conservation of insects. Here are 6 elements of conservation of insects, such as habitat preservation, sustainable land management, conservation of endangered species, pollinator conservation, education and awareness, and scientific research. In habitat preservation, we should provide an insect friendly habitat. We should not use any chemical pesticides, and we should allow the insect to live there. Sustainable land management. In some land, they may use chemical pesticides and they can harm the crops. So, but if it is the crops are harmed, insects can't live there. So we should not use chemical pesticide, and we should avoid using chemical pesticide, and we want to allow the insect to live there. Conservation of endangered species. We should know about the species which are going to endangered, and we should find them. We should give some food, and they can live to small extent. Pollinator conservation. In pollinator conservation, we should not use that much chemical pesticides to it. Education and awareness. We should raise awareness in public places, and knowing insect is very important because they help in biological processes. Scientific research. Conducting a research based on insect is very important. Here is a proverb of a bug. Bugs are not going to inherit the earth, they own it now. So we might as well make peace with the landlord. This proverb is written by Thomas Eisner. Conclusion. Insects are capable of surviving in any environment. They are found in every nook and corner of the world. Because of the dominant place and functions of world ecosystem, insects have played and will continue to play a prominent role in the perception of life and enlightenment of human societies. Insects are a wonderful creature that are created for the world. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to today's lecture on the magnificent topic. I'm Nehashni and a 6th grader from Frontline Newton International School. Today, I'm here to give a lecture on the topic from the Himalayas to the coast. I believe this topic will give you a clear understanding. Without further ado, let's delve into the fascinating world from the Himalayas to the coast. Synopsis. Today I am going to cover these topics. They are subcontinental peninsula, Himalayas, biodiversity hotspots, northern plains, delta plains, river system, Thar Desert, the island, the coastal plains, the peninsula plateaus, India's climate, and conclusion. What is geography? Geography of India is extremely diverse with a form of mountain ranges to desert, hills, plains, and plateaus. Hence, geography helps us to explore and understand how we experience a particular type of climate and how we engage in different occupation and so on. Geography is the study of its physical features, climates, and human population and the relationships with the environment. Do you think India is a subcontinental peninsula? India is a part of continent. Subcontinent is a smaller piece of land that is a part of larger continent. India is a part of Asia, which is the largest continent in the world. Peninsula. Peninsula is as well. India is surrounded by Bay of Bengal to its west and the Arabian Sea to its east and the Indian Ocean to its south. This shows India is a peninsula as well. India lies entirely in the northern part of hemisphere. It is the 7th largest country in the world and second most populous state. Geography of India. India boasts a rich and captivating geography that has shaped its history, culture, and socio-economic development. Today, I am going to tell you about 6 geographical features of India. They are the Himalayas, northern plains, Thar Desert, the island, the coastal plains, and peninsula plateau. The Himalayas. The Himalaya is one of the most prominent features of India's geography and protecting India from harsh cold winds and creating a unique climatic condition within a subcontinent. The Himalaya consists of several Indian states including Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Jammu and Kashmir and Arunachal Pradesh, which is around 2,400 km long. The Himalaya consists of
three parallel ranges. They are the Greater Himalayas, known as the Himadri, the Lesser Himalayas, known as the Himachal, and the Shivalik Hills, which comprise the foothills. The Himalayas also play a crucial role in development of river system, including Indus, Ganges, and Brahmaputra, which are lifelines for agriculture, transportation, and culture practices across the country. Biodiversity hotspot. The Himalaya has rich biodiversity hotspot and considered as one of the world's highest biodiversity hotspot. Here we have lots of endemic and endangered species, tourism and adventure. Tourists attract around the world are fascinated by its stark beauty, culture heritage and spiritual significance in India. The Himalaya helps tourists to visit around the world. The northern plains are Indo-Gangetic plains. The northern plains is known as Indo-Gangetic plains. It is located in the eastern and northern part of India, and it is combined of delta plains and Brahmaputra valley, and rivers such as Ganges, Indus and Brahmaputra bring sediment rich in water and clay particles. This alluvial soil and the favorable climate makes the soil fertile, and here we have ancient civilization such as Indus Valley civilizations and Vedic period. Divisions of Great Plains. There are 5 divisions of Great Plains. They are Baba Belt, Terai Belt, Bangar Belt, Kada Belt and Delta Plains. Baba Belt. Baba Belt is wider in the western and eastern Assam, and has a porosity of high belt, and this consists of boulders and pebbles. This Baba Belt consists of older alluvium and makes the region in a highly fertile manner. Terai Belt. Terai Belt composed of fresh newer alluvium. This region is excessively moist and thickly forested region. Here lots and lots of forests are found in this region. Here they will receive heavy rainfall throughout the year. This region makes the area marshy and lots of mosquito thrive there in this region. Bangar Belt. Bangar Belt forms the alluvial terrace of the floodplains. This soil consists of calcareous deposits called kanka. The Bangar Belt consists of older alluvium. Kada Belt. Kada Belt enriched by fresh deposits of silt. This Kada Belt consists of soil, silt, clay and mud, and it is made up of fresh newer alluvium. Here they will receive heavy rainfall throughout the year. Delta Plains. Delta Plains is an area of deposition, and here the uplands are called char and the marshy areas are known as billy. This region is adapted to this region because of the people who are living in this region, and the Delta Plains has an extension area about 1.9 lakh square kilometer long near the lower reaches of Ganga River. River system. Here lots and lots of rivers are found in this region, and this provide crucial irrigation for agriculture and serves as important transportation routes and variety of aquatic lives. Agriculture productivity. The northern plains is referred to as the breadbasket of India due to their high agriculture productivity. Dense population. Here there are lots and lots of peoples are living in this region, and here India is most populous and including most populous states including Uttar Pradesh, Bihar and West Bengal are some of the states which are covered by northern plains. Diverse ecosystem. The agriculture productivity and dense population make the diverse ecosystem. This provides habitat for a variety of aquatic life, animals and plants including migratory birds. The Great Indian Desert. The Great Indian Desert experiences scorching temperatures and sparse rainfall. The people who are living in this region adapted to this region because of the harsh condition and hot summers. This unique culture, practices and livelihoods makes the people to live in this region.
The women who are living in this region must walk for a long distance to fetch water for their household works. And here, days are hot and nights are cool in this region. Geographical barrier. Geographical barrier separates the Indian subcontinent from the region of Pakistan and parts of Rajasthan and Gujarat. This geographical barrier makes the people to live in this region and provide irrigation for provide irrigation for losses of agriculture also. Mineral resources. Mineral resources such as gypsum, kaolin, lignite coal, marble, kaolin are some of the mineral resources which are found in this region. This contribute to India's economic development and industrial growth. Tourism. The tourist attracts around the world are fascinated by its stark beauty, cultural heritage, and desert experiences. Peninsula Plateau. Peninsula Plateau is a vast and shallow valley and rounded hills. It has two major sections. They are the Central Highlands and the Deccan Plateaus. The Peninsula Plateau is also known as uneven and rocky region. This region is known as the Gondwana land. Extensive area. This covers a substantial portion of Peninsula Plateaus such as Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, and so on. These are all some of the states which has covered by Peninsula Plateaus. Biodiversity hotspot. The Peninsula Plateau is known as rich biodiversity hotspot. It is considered as one of the several biodiversity hotspots. Here lots and lots of people are found in this region. Old and stable. This region is known as oldest landform because while shifting the landmass into pieces, they shifted landmass into the part of India. So this became as the oldest landform, and this is also called as Gondwana region. Elevated terrain. This region is series of hills and plateaus. It is between 500 and 600 meter long above sea level, and it is near Anamudi Peak. It is about 7,500 km long. Rivers and waterfalls. Rivers intersected by several rivers such as Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri, Narmada, and Tungabhadra. Mineral resources such as coal, iron ore, magnate coal, and lignite are some of the mineral resources which are found in this region. This contribute to India's economic development and industrial growth. Coastal plains. Coastal plain is referred to as the low-lying areas along the country's coastline. This is approximately 7,500 km long. We have two major sections. They are the eastern and western coastal plains. Eastern coastal plains is about 120 km long, and western coastal plains is about 50 km long. Location. Eastern coastal plains is located near the Arabian Sea, and the western coastal plains to Bay of Bengal. This is the location of eastern and western coastal plains. Alluvial deposits. This river receives abundant deposits of silt and so on, and this is width and length is vary in the different region. Here lots of alluvial deposits are there in this region. Biodiversity. This region is known as one of the highest biodiversity hotspots, and it is considered as one of the world's biodiversity hotspots. And this is home to diverse ecosystem and wide range of flora and fauna. Cultural significance. This is centers of ancient maritime trade and connectivity. Here, lots and lots of people are living in this region. People will eat such as seafoods and coconut dishes. Tourist destination. This tourist destination makes the tourists to attract from this region, such as beaches such as Marina Beach in Chennai, Goa Beach in Goa, and backwaters in Kerala are some of the beaches will attract tourists for around this region. This historical and cultural attractions like ancient temples, colonial architecture, and fishing villages some of the region which will attract tourists from around this region. The island. The island is located in the Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal. This forms an important division of the country's physical geography, such as Lakshadweep Island and Andaman and Nicobar Island. Strategic location. This acts as hotspots for security and defense. Lakshadweep Island to Bay of Bengal and to its east, and the Andaman and Nicobar Island to its Arabian Sea in the west. This biodiversity hotspot is a rich biodiversity and unique ecosystem. This wide range of flora and fauna and makes the endemic plants and endangered species. Here, lots of tourists will attract from many regions. Coastal protection. This is acting as a natural barrier and it is absorbs of impact of waves. The tourists who are visiting this region may not affect because of the cyclone storms. So we have coastal protection in this region. Marine resources. The, this oil and natural gas helps tourists to live in this region because while they are going to visit somewhere, this oil and natural gas reserves will help them to live in that region. Tourism and recreation. This contribute to tourism industry and lots of tourists will visit this region and attract from around the world. Culture diversity. Here lots and lots of tribes are living in this region. The people who are living in this region may be safer and secure because of tribes. Maritime trade and connectivity. This is important hubs for maritime trade and connectivity and helps them to live in that region, makes them very conscious for maritime trade and connectivity. Geographical features of India and affecting India's climate. Mountain ranges. Mountain ranges receive cold winds from Central Asia and acting as a barrier. This raises cold winds from creating a unique climatic condition and acting as a barrier. And the people who are living in this region may affect because of the cold winds and harsh condition. This may affect people who are living in this region. Coastal areas. Coastal areas receive cooler summers and milder winters compared to inland region. The people who are living in this region may not affect because of the coastal areas because they will receive cooler summers and milder winters. Thar Desert. The Thar Desert monsoon landed winds may affect people to live in this region and this region will have hot summers. So the people who are living in this region may affect because of this hot summer and this resulted as a arid and semi-arid condition. Plateaus and plains. Plateaus and plains has a more tropical climate with hot summers. Plateaus has more tropical climate with hot summers and milder winters. Plains is influenced by monsoon winds and here summers are very hot and winters are cool in this region. The people who are living in this region may not affect because of this region's river system. There are lots and lots of river system. Rivers such as Indus, Ganges, Brahmaputra, Yamuna, tributaries, Godavari, Krishna and Kaveri and so on. These are all the rivers which are found in this geographical features of India and this contribute to India's economic development of India and agriculture productivity. Conclusion. The mountains are major source of forest wealth and water. The northern plains are granary of the country. The Peninsula Plateau is known as storehouse of minerals and cyclones and islands provide sites for fishing and port activities. The desert region is known as storehouse of solar energy. This makes the country a complete geographical study. Thank you.
Present here, I am Yamdesek Nawaz of grade 7 studying in Frontline Newgen International School. Now, I welcome you all to the world of history. I will give you a hint for my topic. the empire that lasted from 324 to 185 BCE. And it is also one of the history's greatest empire and India's first empire. Yes, I think you all found what is my topic. Today, I came up with an interesting topic exploring the rise and reign of the Mauryan dynasty. First, let me give an introduction to my topic. The Mauryan Empire was the first and one of the greatest empires to be established in Indian history. The Mauryan Empire was the first pan-Indian empire. There are a total of 9 Mauryan rulers. The Indian subcontinent has access to a vast pool of manpower. The Mauryan period is a remarkable period in the history of the Indian subcontinent. It marked not only the establishment of first subcontinental empire but also the development of innovative and comparatively stable governance strategies. The Arthashastra and Indika are the 2 books that provide information about the Mauryan period. The author of Arthashastra is Kautilya and Megasthenes wrote Indika. Leaving Kerala, Tamil Nadu and some parts of northeastern India, the Mauryans ruled almost the whole of the Indian subcontinent. Important rulers of this dynasty were Chandragupta Maurya, Bindusara and Ashoka the Great. Now let us delve into the life and accomplishments of remarkable ruler Chandragupta Maurya. Chandragupta Maurya was the founder of the Mauryan dynasty. He established the Mauryan Empire a few years after the death of Alexander. It comprised Bihar, big portions of Odisha and Bengal, western and northwestern India and the Deccan. Get ready to discover an intriguing fact about the enigmatic figure known as Kautilya, also known as Chanakya. Did you know that? Kautilya was an Indian scientist and economist. He was the mentor and guide of Chandragupta Maurya and played an important role in the foundation and governance of the Mauryan Empire. He also gave some important slogans. The Nanda Empire was defeated and conquered by Chandragupta Maurya. His life and accomplishments are given in the ancient Hindu, Jain, Buddhist and Greek texts. Alright everyone, get ready to uncover the captivating story of Bindusara. Bindusara extended the Mauryan Empire southward as far as Karnataka. The administration under him functioned smoothly. During the reign of Bindusara, the Mauryans developed diplomatic relations with the Greeks. It is estimated that he ruled from 25 years to 28 years. Bindusara ascended the throne around 297 BCE. He did not conquer those friendly kingdoms located in the Tamil Nadu region. Prepare to embark on an enlightening expedition through the annals of history to uncover the stories and legacies of such remarkable rulers who followed in the footsteps of the great Mauryan dynasty. Dasharatha Maurya was the 4th ruler of the Mauryan dynasty. He ruled in the period 234 to 222 BCE. He was the grandson of Emperor Ashoka. He continued Ashoka's social and religious policies. He was the last ruler from the Mauryan dynasty to issue inscriptions. Dasharatha Maurya died in 224 BCE and was succeeded by his cousin Samprati. Samprati was the 5th ruler of the Mauryan dynasty. He was the son of the blind son of Ashoka named Kunal. He was the successor of Dasharatha Maurya. He built 1,50,000 Jain terraces and made 1,50,00,000 Jain idols throughout his empire. He was believed to have taken an oath to dig the foundation of a new Jinalaya every day. Jinalaya means the worshipping place of the Jain. He was succeeded by Shalishuka. Shalishuka was the 6th ruler of the Mauryan dynasty. He ruled for almost 13 years. He was the successor and son of Samprati, the 5th Mauryan ruler. According to the Puranas, he was succeeded by Devavarman. Influenced by the principles of peace and non-violence preached by the Buddha, he embraced Buddhism. Ashoka was the most famous Mauryan ruler. He communicated with his people directly by carving inscriptions on rocks and pillars. In the Arthashastra, Chanakya gave guidelines on how to run a good government. Ashoka based his administration on these guidelines. Emperor Ashoka was known by the title Devanambiya Piyadasi, which means beloved of the gods and one who regards all with affection. He treated his people as his children. Ashoka built stupas, viharas, and chaityas for Buddhist monks throughout his empire. He also gave donations to these viharas and chaityas. Emperor Ashoka sent learned Buddhist scholars to different countries to propagate his Dhamma. He sent his daughter and son to spread Buddhism in Sri Lanka. Mahendra was the firstborn son of Emperor Ashoka. Maharani Devi was the first wife and Sangamitra was the eldest daughter of Emperor Ashoka. They also played an important role in the spread of Buddhism. Mahendra was sent as a Buddhist missionary to the Anuradhapura kingdom in Sri Lanka. Ashoka appointed officials known as the Dhamma Mahamata to carry his message and teach about his Dhamma. He also fought the famous Kalinga War. Kalinga was a great maritime power. The control of Kalinga promised access to trade with the Southeast Asian countries. Kalinga War was a turning point in Ashoka's life. He was filled with sorrow and guilt when he saw the death and destruction caused by the war. He decided to give up violence and spread the message of love. Ashoka's 13th tragedy describes about the Kalinga War. Now, let us delve into the depths of Ashoka's Dhamma. Ashoka devoted his life to the welfare of his people. He adopted the policy of Dhamma as the main principles for governing his subjects. The word Dhamma is derived from the Sanskrit word Dharma. Dharma means religious and moral duty. The main principles of Ashoka's Dhamma are non-violence or ahimsa, acceptance of all sex, obedience to parents and elders, and generosity towards all. Prepare to be transported back in time as we unlock the secrets hidden within the monumental Ashokan edicts. Ashokan edicts constitute some of the oldest deciphered original texts in India. The Ashokan edicts were set up not only to spread Buddhism but also to spread about his ideas on society and governance. Ashoka's Pillar Edict 1 describes about the principles for protecting his people. His Pillar Edict 2 describes his Dhamma. Ashoka's Pillar Edict 3 describes about avoiding practices of cruelty, sin, harshness, pride, and anger amongst his subjects. His Pillar Edict 4 describes about the responsibilities of the Rajakas. Ashoka's Pillar Edict 5 describes about the list of animals that should not be killed on certain days. Another list mentions the animals that should never be killed. The 4 minor Pillar Edicts are found at Sarnath, Sanchi, and Kausambi. Kausambi is the capital city of one of the 16 Mahajanapadas called Vatsa. The 4th minor Pillar Edict is known as the Queen Edict. He also describes slavery, hunting, fishing, and deforestation. Emperor Ashoka sent his edicts to different parts of the empire where they were engraved on rocks, polished stone pillars, and caves for common people to read. Most of them were composed in Prakrit. Prakrit was the language for the common people to read in ancient times. They also played an important role in the spread of Buddhism. They encouraged people to follow the principles of Dhamma and practice ahimsa or non-violence. The Edicts of Ashoka are known as an early document that promoted religious tolerance. Prepare to be awed by the majestic presence of ancient pillars. The courtyard of Ashoka is best seen in the white-grey sandstone columns erected by him all over his empire. Rising to an average height of over 40 feet, the pillars are in their most developed state. In the bull capital from Rampurva, the bull is rendered naturalistically in a manner reminiscent of seal carving from the Indus civilization. Reminiscent means the thing that makes us remember somebody. The lion capital once stood at Sarnath, where the Buddha preached his first discourse to his first 5 disciples. Now we will see about the iconic Ashokan pillar, which is a symbol of imperial grandeur and enduring legacy. The Ashokan pillar found at Sarnath consists of a lion capital with 4 lions standing back to back. The circular base is decorated with sculptures of 4 animals separated with 4 Ashoka chakras. The 24 spokes in the chakra represent the 24 hours of the day. The entire pillar is carved out from a single piece of stone. The Indian Republic has now adopted the lion capital as the national emblem of the country. The 4 lions represent power, courage, pride, and confidence. The national emblem is stamped onto the Indian currency and used in many other official documents. The Dharma Chakra is also used on a national flag. Prepare to be awed by the wonders of rocket architecture. Ashoka's reign also saw the firm establishment of one of the most important and characteristic art traditions of South Asia, the rocket architecture. Thus, rocket architecture is the creation of structures, buildings, and sculptures by excavating solid rocks where they naturally occur. Although rocket structures differ from traditionally built structures in many ways, many rocket structures are made to replicate the facade or interior of traditional architectural forms. The interiors were usually carved out by starting at the roof of the plane space and then working downward. This technique prevents stones from falling on workers. The 3 main uses of rocket architecture were cave dwellings, temples, and tombs. Prepare to be enchanted by architectural marvels known as stupas. The stupa was not unknown in India before the time of Ashoka. It was originally a simple burial mound of earthen bricks erected by Vedic Aryans. The stupas became objects of cult worship. In Buddhist art and religion, the stupas came to be accepted as a sort of architectural body representing the stupa. The core of the stupa was of unburned bricks and the outer face of burned bricks covered with a thick layer of plaster. The stupa was crowned by an umbrella of wooden fencing enclosing a path for pradakshina. The pradakshina path is a path laid around the stupa. Brace yourselves for an exploration of 2 extraordinary stupas, Kesariya Stupa and Damak Stupa, that has left an indelible mark on history. Kesariya Stupa is a Buddhist stupa in Kesariya, located at a distance of 110 kilometers from Patna in the Champaran district of Bihar. It was discovered in 1958 during an excavation led by archaeologist K.K. Mohammed of the Indian Archaeological Survey. The first construction of the stupa is dated to the 3rd century BCE. Kesariya Stupa has a circumference of almost 400 feet and rises to a height of about 104 feet. An excavation of the area surrounding the Kesariya Stupa uncovered significant items such as Islamic coins, arrowheads, copper and terracotta items, earthen lamps, decorated bricks, etc. The Kesariya Stupa shares many architectural similarities with the Buddhist temple located at Indonesia, which points to an historical connection between East India and Southeast Asia. Damak Stupa is a massive stupa located at the archaeological site of Sarnath in the state of Uttar Pradesh. It marks the precise location where the Buddha preached his first discourse to his first 5 disciples. This event marked the formation of the Sangha. Several of the ancient sources describe the site of this first sermon as a Mrigadaya Vanam or a sanctuary for animals. The word Mriga is used in the sense of game animals. In 249 BCE, Mauryan king Ashoka commissioned the expansion of Damak Stupa. It was further expanded in 500 BCE. The word Damak is derived from the Sanskrit word Dharmaksha, which means pondering of the law in the Sanskrit language. The Damak Stupa is located 180 meters to the east of the Dharmarajika Stupa at the archaeological site of Sarnath. Get ready to step into the mysterious world of Barabar Caves. The Barabar Hill Caves are the oldest surviving rocket caves in India. These caves were used by ascetics from the Ajivika sect, founded by Makali Gosala, a contemporary of Gautama Buddha, the founder of Buddhism. The Ajivikas have many similarities with Buddhism as well as Jainism. The Barabar Hill Caves have some Ashokan inscriptions and are located in the Magdampur region of Janabad district, Bihar. Most caves at Barabar consist of two chambers, which is entirely polished out of granite with a highly polished internal surface. These caves are situated at the twin hills of Barabar and Nagarjuni. Prepare to be enchanted as we delve into the breathtaking beauty of a cave nestled within the Barabar caves. The caves of Lomas Rishi are probably the most famous caves in Barabar because of their beautifully carved doors. It is on the southern side of the Barabar granite hill and is adjacent to the Sudama caves, which is on the left. Lomas Rishi cave has two rooms, a rectangular room and a semi-hemispherical room, which is accessed from the rectangular room by a narrow rectangular passage. According to the historian Swaraj Prakash Gupta, Lomas Rishi's immediate successors were the Kondivite and Guntupalli caves. Swaraj Prakash Gupta was an Indian archaeologist, chairman of the Indian Archaeological Survey, founder of Indian History and Culture Society, and also the director of the Allahabad Museum. It was created around 260 BCE. Lomas Rishi cave has no Ashokan inscriptions because it has never been completed due to structural rock slate problems. Now we will see about the espionage system. A vast espionage system worked for both internal and external security. The word espionage means the act of finding secrets. The spy system also kept the king informed about the conduct of the officials. The Mauryan sculptures are very unique. Now we will see about them. Two of the most famous sculptures of the Mauryan period are those of Yaksha and Yakshi. They were objects of worship related to all three religions, Hinduism, Buddhism and Jainism. The earliest mention of Yakshi can be found in Silappadigaram, a Tamil text. Now we will see about the Mauryan architecture. After the Harappan civilization, monumental stone architecture appeared only in the Mauryan period. There were pillars, rocket architecture, stupas, viharas, and so on. The national emblem of India is derived from the lion capital of Ashoka at Sarnath. Ashoka has built a large number of stupas throughout his empire. The stupa at Shanchi is the most famous. Now we will see about the Mauryan art. The Mauryan art is the art created between 4th and 2nd centuries BCE. It marked a significant shift in Indian art from the use of wood to stone. It was a royal art that Mauryan rulers, especially Ashoka, supported. The most significant remains of monumental Mauryan art include the remains of royal palaces and the city of Pataliputra. Ananda Kumaraswamy argued that the Mauryan art has three main phases. Ananda Kumaraswamy was a metaphysician, historian and philosopher of Indian art. Metaphysics is the branch of philosophy that studies with the fundamental nature of reality. The Mauryan Empire declined after the death of Ashoka as the last 6 Mauryan rulers were very weak. All through Chandragupta Maurya built a massive empire, a large army, and effectively used principles of statecraft. He renounced them to lead an ascetic life in his final years. The last Mauryan ruler, Brihadarata Maurya, was killed by his commander-in-chief, Pushyamitra Shunga, who then gave rise to the Shunga dynasty. Pushyamitra Shunga was a Brahmin army chief. The Shunga dynasty was the 7th ruling dynasty of the Magadha and controlled most of the northern Indian subcontinent from around 185 to 73 BCE. Magadha is an ancient Indian kingdom and empire, and it is also one of the 16 Mahajanapadas. After taking the throne of the Mauryans, the Shunga Empire's capital was Pataliputra, but later emperors such as Bhagabhadra also held court at Besnagar, located at modern-day Vidisha in eastern Malwa. I would like to conclude my lecture by saying that once you start working on something, don't be afraid of failure and don't abandon it. People who work sincerely are the happiest. The meaning of the slogan is that if you start working on a task or something, our full focus should be on that and not on other things like personal life, vacations, and so on. We should not be scared of failure and we should not give up easily. People who will be working sincerely in their jobs are the happiest ones in this whole world. Thank you.
to one and all present here.
Introduction to the plant's reproduction. We already know that most of the living things produce most of their own kind by the process called reproduction. Plants do reproduce like the other living things. We also know that fruits and flowers are also parts of the plant. Later, the flower develops into yummy and delicious fruit which we love to eat, and fruits have seeds which gives the rise to the new baby plants. Most of the plants reproduce with the help of seeds, and some of the plants reproduce with the help of the other parts of the plant such as the roots, leaves and stems. Reproduction is divided into two main types. The one is asexual reproduction and the another one is sexual reproduction. Now let me say you about the asexual reproduction. Asexual reproduction is the mode of reproduction in which a new offspring is produced by a single parent. The new individual produced is genetically and physically identical to each other. For example, they are the clones of their parents. Asexual reproduction can be observed in both the multicellular and unicellular organisms. The examples of plants which undergoes the asexual reproduction are onions, garlics and tulips. Vegetative propagation. Vegetative propagation is considered as asexual reproduction because the part of a plant is preserved and propagated to produce a new individual. It does not involve in the process of fusion of gametes. Vegetative can be divided into two main types. The one is artificial vegetative propagation and the another one is natural vegetative propagation. Now let me say you about the natural vegetative propagation. Natural vegetative propagation is something made by the nature. It does not involve in the interference of humans. The vegetative structures arising from the stem are known as the rhizomes, tubers, runners, stolons, etc. The parts of the plant which are propagated vegetatively are stems, leaves, roots and bulbs. Artificial vegetative propagation. Artificial vegetative propagation is carried out by the humans in an artificial method in the laboratories. This artificial vegetative propagation consists of three main processes. Those three main processes are cutting, grafting and layering. Now let me explain you about these three processes: cutting, grafting and layering. Cutting. In this, the part of a plant is being cut and planted again in the soil to produce a new individual. The plants which are grown by using this method are raspberry and blackberry. Grafting. In this, the stem of a plant is being cut and fixed in another stem which is rooted in the soil. After a while, we'll observe that the tissues of both the stems will get integrated. Over time, this plant grows as a single plant. The examples of plants which are grown using this grafting method are rose and mango. Layering. In this, the branch of a plant is bent to the soil and covered with the soil. After a while, we'll observe the adventitious roots starts to emerge. The plants which are grown by using this layering method are the jasmine and mint. Sexual reproduction. The male parent fertilizes an egg cell in the female parent. Resulting in this production, a new offspring is produced. The plants which undergoes this sexual reproduction are rose, mustard and hibiscus. Angiosperms. Angiosperms are flowering plants. These angiosperm plants have specialized structures for the pollination. The ovules starts to develop and the new plant starts to grow. The flowers and the plants which comes under the angiosperms are orchids, rose and daffodils. Facts about the non-vascular plants. No non-vascular plants have true stems or leaves. The roots of these non-vascular plants are known as the rhizoids. Seed germination. Do you know the first process for the development of a seed to a matured plant? What is it called? It is known as the seed germination. Seed germination starts with the imbibition of water. When the soil absorbs the water is absorbed by the root. When this root absorbs the water, this root sends the water to the seeds. When this seed becomes rich in water, the seed starts to mature. Then slowly the shoot starts to grow upwards towards the sun. Parts of a typical flower. Before entering into these parts of a typical flower, now let me say one thing. What is a typical flower? A typical flower is nothing but a normal flower. Flowers are the most attractive part of the plant. Some flowers have sweet smell and even some flowers have sweet nectar to attract the insects to it. The flowers have a stalk-like structure known as the pedicel. Some flowers have no pedicel. Those flowers which have no pedicel are known as the sessile flowers. Now let us see about the parts of the typical flower. This sac-like structure is known as the anther. The tube-like structure is known as the filament. These both anther and filament together forms the stamen. Petal. This petal is often colorful, and this leaf-like structure is known as the sepal. The knob-like structure is known as the stigma. The long neck-like structure is known as the style. The oval-shaped structure is known as the ovary. All these three, style, stigma and ovary, together forms the carpel or pistil. We all know that the flowers have ring-like structure known as the whorls. Most of the flower has 4 whorls. Now let's get to know what are those 4 whorls. The 4 whorls of the flowers are sepals, petals, stamen and carpel. Now let me explain about all these 4 whorls. Sepal is a green leaf-like structure which protects the bud before its blooming stage. Petals. Petals are often found colorful and attractive, which attracts the insects to it. Stamen. Stamen is the male reproductive part of the flower. This stamen consists of a sac-like structure known as the anther and a long tube-like structure known as the filament. All these two, filament and anther together forms the stamen. Carpel. Carpel is the female reproductive part of the flower. This carpel is also known as the pistil. This carpel or pistil consists of 3 parts known as the style, stigma and ovary. Types of flowers. Flowers can be broadly classified into 2 main types. The one is the unisexual flowers and the another one is bisexual flowers. Unisexual flowers are also known as the imperfect flowers. Bisexual flowers are also known as the perfect flowers. Unisexual flowers or the imperfect flowers is the plant which consists of either the male or female part of the flower. Bisexual or the perfect flowers consists of both the male and female parts of the flower. So next let us see the examples for both the bisexual and the unisexual flowers. The examples for the unisexual flowers are mustard, watermelon, papaya, maize and so on. The examples for plants which are under the bisexual flowers are pea plant and so on. Pollination. Pollination serves as the main event for the development of a fruit and seed. Pollination is nothing but the transfer of the pollen grains from the anther of the flower to the stigma of the flower. Pollination is divided into two main types. The one is cross-pollination and another one is self-pollination. Cross-pollination. The pollen grain is transferred from the anther of a flower to the stigma of the same flower is known as the self-pollination. Cross-pollination. The anther of the flower is the pollen grain is transferred from the anther of a flower to the stigma of another plant of the same species is known as the cross-pollination. Interesting facts. Strobilanthes kunstas is a flower which is also known as the Neela Kurunji or Kurunji flower. Well, the blossom takes 12 years to bloom as it requires a longer period of time for the pollination. In botany, this is referred to as the survival mechanism of plants. To know, there are three pollination by wind, and hydrophily is the pollination by water, entomophily is the pollination by wind. Fertilization. The fusion of male gametes with the female gametes present in the ovary is known as the fertilization. The pollen grain is transferred from the anther of a flower and it is placed on the stigma. Stigma serves as the landing place for the pollen grain. As soon as the pollen grain reaches the stigma, a pollen tube starts to grow downwards towards the ovary. This pollen tube consists of the male gametes. As soon as the male gametes reach the ovary, the male gametes start to fuse with another female gamete present in the ovary. This process is known as the fertilization. After this process of fertilization, the fruits starts to form. The ovule develops into seeds and the flower's petals starts to dry and they start to wither off. Facts on the plant's reproduction. Do you know that some plants are capable of reproducing plants without producing seeds? Of course. The reproduction can be done by the help of some of the leaves, stems and roots. Now let us see about them in detail. Reproduction from root. The part of a plant, that is the root, can be cut from the plant and planted again in the soil to produce a new individual. The examples for the plants which are reproduced by the roots are tapioca, asparagus and sweet potato. Reproduction from stem. The part of reproduction from the stem are turmeric and so on. Reproduction from the leaves. Some leaves have the ability to grow into a new plant. Such as the leaves such as the bryophyllum has the ability. Tissue culture. Tissue culture is one of the most interesting topic in the plant's reproduction. Tissue culture is the artificial method of growing plants in the laboratories, and this plants can be grown from a single cell of the parent plant. These cells are kept under special container and sometimes special nutrients and hormones are added to this container. Gottlieb Haberland is known as the father of the tissue culture. Punjab was the first state in India to approve this tissue culture. Study of the plant cells and the behavior of cells helps the scientists to find and to study about these. The seed dispersal. Seed dispersal consists of four main methods of seed dispersal. Anemochory, hydrochory, anemochory and zoochory, notochory. Anemochory is the dispersal by wind. Hydrochory is the dispersal by water. Zoochory is the dispersal by wind. Autochory is the dispersal by plant. This is also known as the self-dispersal method. Plant's life cycle. What happens, have you ever thought that what happens if an unpicked fruit stays on a tree? Yeah, the unpicked fruit starts to fall on the ground and it hits the tree until the fleshes of the fruit gets decay and the outer skin of the fruit gets decay and the seeds which will appear. So after the arrival of the rain, the seed automatically starts to grow into a new plant. So, as I said, this plant's life cycle starts with the sowing of seed. When you sow a seed, after a few months, you'll observe a small plantlet, and after a year, you'll find a matured plant. And after that, you'll find a flower. After the process of pollination and fertilization, you'll find a fruit. From that fruit, again, you'll take a seed, you'll sow, and this process continues. Conclusion. I would like to conclude this lecture by saying that this understanding the concept of plants reproduction is crucial for restoring and conserving the ecosystem. This concept helps the scientists to know and to study the relationship between the pollinators and the plants. Thank you.
Of grade 7 Newgen. I am delighted to present a lecture on the topic Fascinating Relation of Numbers. Welcome to captivating world of the number system. Just as a diverse culture have the unique languages, the world of mathematics has its own extraordinary system of symbols and rules to express and understand numbers. It is a fascinating journey where digits like interpret, expose, carry the weight of meaning and power. In this numerical realm, we encounter remarkable set of 10 digits, 0 to 9. Each of these mystical characters has its own significance representing numbers. Together we will disappear the language of secret they hold. So prepare to be captivated as we dwell into the wondrous world of the number system. Together we will disappear the language of secrets they hold. So prepare to be captivated as we dwell into the wondrous world of the number system. Table of content. Introduction. Indian number system, international number system, natural number, whole number, integers, fraction, real numbers, conclusion. Now we can see about Indian number system. Indian number system, also known as Western Indo-Arabic number system, because it is believed to have originated in India and was furtherly developed by Arab mathematicians. International system, also known as Western European number system. Indian system lays as follows: ones, tens, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, and so on. Indian system plays as follows: ones, tens, 100, 1000, 10,000, lakh, 10 lakh, crore, 10 crore. One key difference to system: Indian system, large numbers are expressed in the terms of lakhs and crores, while international systems are million and billion. Another difference in the way decimals are expressed: Indian system, they are separated by comma, while international system, they are separated by periods. Both systems are widely used in the world. Indian system mostly presented in South Asia, while international system mostly presented in other part of the world. Now we can see about natural number. Natural number is also known as counting numbers. The set of natural number is denoted by n, and is written as n equal to 1, 2, 3 goes on. Natural numbers continue indefinitely with no upper limit. Some properties of natural number include closure, commutative, associative, identity, distributive. Closure. Some are product of any two natural number is also a natural number. Commutative. The order in which two natural number is being added or multiplied. Associative. Grouping of three or more natural number being added or multiplied does not affect the result. Identity. The number 1 is the identity element, meaning that any natural number is multiplied by 1, the result will be same. Distribution. Multiplication distributes over addition, meaning that a b plus c equal to ab plus ac for any natural number. Natural number is used for algebra, number theory, calculus, and so on. Now we can see about whole numbers. Whole numbers are set of non-negative integers that include 0 and all positive integers. The set of whole number is denoted by W and is written as W equal to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 goes on. Like natural number, whole numbers also satisfy the following properties: closure, commutative, associative, identity, distributive. Whole numbers are used for tracking, inventorying, measuring quantities of goods, comparing quantities of goods, etc. Now we can see about integers. Integers are set of numbers that include 0 and all positive integers. The set of integer is denoted by z and is written as z equal to -3, -2, -1, 0. 1, 2, 3 goes on. Integers represent temperature, distance, debits. Temperature of -5 degrees Celsius and distance of -10 meters and debits of ₹500 are represented by integer. Like natural number, whole number, integers also satisfy the following properties: closure, commutative, associative, identity, distributive. There are different types of integer: positive integers and negative integer. Now we can see about positive integer. Positive integers are set of numbers that are whole numbers that are less than 0. It represents 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 goes on. Now we can see about negative integer. Negative integers are set of whole numbers that are less than 0. It represents -3, -2, -1 and so on. Negative integers are used for temperature, below freezing, debits or losses. Even numbers. Even numbers are integers that are divisible by e and includes the number e equal to 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 goes on. For some properties of even number include any even number can be expressed in the form 2n, where n is an integer. Sum or product of any two even number is also a even number. The product of two even number is also a even number. The quotient of difference of two even number is always even number. The quotient of two even number may or may not be even. Now, even numbers are used for algebra, number theory, calculus, measuring quantities of goods, comparing quantities of goods, etc. Now we can say about odd numbers. Odd numbers are those integers that are not divisible by 2. The set of odd number is denoted by O and includes the number O equal to 2, 1, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13 goes on. Some properties of odd number include any odd number can be written in the form 2n plus 1, where n is an integer. The sum or product of any two odd number is also a odd number. The sum of product of two odd number is always even. The difference of two odd number is always even. The quotient of two odd number may or may not be odd. Odd numbers are used for algebra, number theory, calculus, measuring quantities of goods, comparing quantities of goods, etc. Now we can see about prime number. Prime number is a natural number that is only divisible by 1 and itself. Prime numbers represent 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13 goes on. Some properties of prime number include every natural number either a prime number or can be expressed as a product of prime number. The number 2 is only a even prime number. The numbers goes indefinitely many prime numbers. Now we can see about 10 prime numbers. 10 prime numbers or pairs of prime number having the difference of 2. For example, here are some examples. 3, 5, 5, 7, level 13 goes on. Now we can see about co-prime numbers. Co-prime numbers are numbers that do not share any common factor other than 1 and itself. Now we can see about fraction. Fraction is in the form a by b, where a and b are whole numbers. Numerator. Numerator is the number written on the top of the fraction that shows how many equal parts the item is divided into. Now we can say about denominator. Bottom number in the fraction that shows how many equal parts the item is taken out of the whole. For examples of fraction is 1 by 2, 2 by 4, 3 by 4 goes on. Now we can see about proper fraction. There are different types of fraction: proper fraction, improper fraction, mixed fraction, like fraction, unlike fraction, equivalent fraction, unit fraction, reciprocal fraction. Now we can see about proper fraction. Fraction whose numerator is less than the denominator. Here are some examples. 2 by 3, 3 by 6, 5 by 7 goes on. Now we can see about improper fraction. Fraction whose numerator is greater than the denominator. Here are some examples. 5 by 4, 6 by 3, 9 by 5 goes on. Now we can see about mixed fraction. Fraction which consists of whole number and a proper fraction. For example, 2, 3 by 4, 6, 9 by 8, 9, 2 by 8, 5, 3 by 8 goes on. Now we can see about like fraction. Fraction having same denominator. For example, 2 by 4, 6 by 8, 6 by 4, 9 by 4, 9 by 4, 10 by 4 goes on. Unlike fraction. Fraction having the different denominator. Here are some examples. 3 by 8, 5 by 3, 6 by 3, so on. Now we can see about unit fraction. Fraction whose numerator is 1 and the denominator is a positive integer. For example, 1 by 2, 1 by 4, 6, 1 by 8 goes on. Now we can see about reciprocal fraction. Fraction whose two numbers whose product is 1. For example, here are some examples. 2 by 3. If we reciprocal of the fraction means we got the answer 3 by 2. Now we can see about rational number. Rational numbers are numbers that can be expressed in the form p by q, where p and q are integer and q is not equal to 0. The set of rational number is denoted by q. For example, 1 by 2, 2 by 7 and so on. In rational numbers include natural number, whole number, integers and so on. Now we can say about irrational numbers. Irrational numbers are numbers that cannot be expressed in the fraction p by q, where decimal expansion, non-terminating and non-repeating. The set of irrational number is denoted by I. Here are some examples. Square root of 2, square root of 3, square root of 5, pi and so on. Now we can see about real numbers. Real numbers are numbers that include all rational and irrational numbers like natural number, whole number, integers. Also satisfy the following properties: closure, commutative, associative, identity, distributive. Now we can say about complex numbers. Complex numbers are imaginary numbers. For example, z equal to a plus ib, where z and a and b are real numbers and I is an imaginary number. Here's, for example, science such as engineering and signal processing. Now we can see about application of system. Applications of system are many areas: counting and qualifying, mathematics, computer and other technologies, science and engineering, business and finance. Now we can see about counting and qualifying. Number system help us counting and qualifying, count money, measure time, algebra, on. Mathematics. Number system help us in mathematics, algebra, number theory, calculus and so on. Now we can see about science. Number system help us in science and engineering to measure speed of the light, distance between planet and earth. Now we can see about business and finance. In number system help us in business and finance to check profit or loss. Now we can see about conclusion. Fascinating evolution of numbers spans centuries and culture, from the ancient numeral system to the sophisticated concept we use today. Numbers have played a vital role in shaping human civilization, enabling commerce, science, technological advancements. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. The son of grade 6. I'm the son of grade 6, studying at Frontline Newgen International School. Today, I stand before you to speak on a topic that is at the very core of our nation's identity. Excuse me, sir. A virtue that echoed through the ages, inspiring generations and shaping the destiny of our great nation. Patriotism. Let's move to the origin of the word patriotism. The word patriotism has its origins in the Latin word patriota, which means ourself, fellow countryman or compatriot. When you look at the meaning of patriotism in simple words, deep love, devotion and loyalty towards one's country. It is a sentiment that binds us together beyond differences of religion, language and culture. Patriotism is a lifeblood that flows through the veins of our nation, nurturing the spirit of unity, integrity and progress. Patriotism is not the need to fight and die for your country, but rather the need to live and strive for a better future for your country. Said Amrita Pritam. Do you know who she is? A great Indian novelist. Let's talk about India. India, a land of immense diversity, is an evidence to the power of patriotism. From the snow-capped peaks of the Himalayas to the sun-kissed beaches of the Indian Ocean, our land is rich in history, culture, and heritage. Our ancestors got independence, sacrificing their life and liberties to ensure future generation can breathe the air of freedom. Let's be sure patriotism is a new concept. When you look back at the history, nationalism is now a disguised patriotism. Indriya Desabhakti and Desiyavadam. Nationalism emerged as a powerful force during the 18th and 19th centuries. It was fueled by the rise of independent nation-state. Then, it gave them a growing sense of collective identity among citizens. Nationalism was often characterized by an assertive and sometimes aggressive attitude towards the nation. It played a significant role in events like the French Revolution, the unification of Italy and Germany, and the anti-colonial movements around the world. The one transformation. As the result, we have two world wars.
achieved peace and gained international cooperation. But patriotism is not a merely historical concept. It is a living force that drives us to work for the betterment of our country. It is a call to action, urging us to contribute in our own unique ways to progress and prosperity of India. Let's have a flashback. Rewind. We must know how was patriotism instigated before independence. It is none other than by our freedom fighters in British Raj, just like our heroes in the movies. Their actions and ideologies were driven by a deep love and strong desire for independence. What are some of the different ways in which patriotism is expressed and promoted by courageous individuals? Nationalist movements, non-violent resistance, sacrifice and martyrdom. These different approaches are contributed to the eventual achievement of India's independence 1947. Flashback. Patriotism after independence was instilled by then national leaders in several ways. The Indian government drafted and adopted the Constitution of India in 1915. The government officially recognized some of the national symbols like the national flag, national anthem Jana Gana Mana, national emblem Land Capital of Ashika, which these symbols became unifying elements and the evoking sense of collective identity among citizens. A sight for your sore eyes. National calendar, the Sakka calendar. National bird, the peacock. National flag, tricolor with saffron, white and green stripes and the Ashoka Chakra, the navy blue at the center. It was famously called Tiranga. National emblem, Lion Capital of Ashoka, which features 4 lions standing back to back. Montanith and Abacus, and the Dharma Chakra of Wheel of Life is center. Highlight one more important point. The Western education brought into India by Lord Macaulay. The Indian government focused on educational reforms to promote patriotism. The curriculum was revised to include lessons on the India's history, freedom struggle, the contribution of national leaders. The government designated as a specific day as a national holiday to commemorate significant events to promote patriotism. For example, Independence Day, August 15, Republic Day, January 26. These are celebrated with great enthusiasm, showcasing the spirit of patriotism through flag hoisting, parades, and cultural performance. The government supported and promoted culture programs, festivals, which showcase the rich diversity of India. Tell me, where is patriotism? Patriotism is in every soul I see here. Patriotism is reflected in the countless acts of bravery we sacrifice by our armed force, guard our borders, and protect our sovereignty. They stand tall in the face of adversity, embodying the courage and selflessness. The hard work and the perseverance of the farmers who toil day and night to feed for our nation. Their hand may be calloused, but their heart may be filled with the soil that sustains us. Their labor feeds our bodies or nourishes our souls. Entrepreneurship and innovation have helped India's success globally. This was patriotism flown through this, like Indian scientists, engineers, visionaries have improved knowledge and technology of many people's lives. They have made us like the space mission, advancement, healthcare, the contribution of renewable energy. Just like patriotism is everywhere, you must also understand it has its flaws. The bitter truth is that patriotism is fading with the passage of time. It is hardly seen in the younger generation these days. Do you all agree? This is because people too engross in their own lives. They are becoming more and more selfish. A selfish person is one who always thinks about himself and is interested about everything and everyone around him. Patriotism is all about loving one's own country selflessly. A person who is too engrossed in himself and gives immense importance to himself, his needs can never be a patriot. The growing competition of these days have did a lot to it. Each individual is busy making money to make his life more and more comfortable. There is no room to think about anything else. Love for the country and serving for the country is almost a forgotten concept. Instead of working towards the one's own country contributes to development. The people are migrating to other countries to search of a better lifestyle. The mindset of people have been same 100 years ago, they would have never united and fought for the freedom. They have looked for their own lives. Social media is significant in building patriotism. Social media plays a significant role in building patriotism in today's world. Here are some of the ways in which social media contributes to fostering patriotism. Spreading nationalistic content. Social media provides a space for individuals and organizing to share nationalistic content such as the quotes, images, videos, and stories that are evoking the feeling of love, pride, and loyalty towards the nation. This post often highlights the country's achievement, culture, heritage, and encouraging people to embrace their national identity. Promoting national cause and movements. Social media enables the rapid dissemination of information and mobilization of people for national cause and movements. It serves as a platform for sharing news, organization campaigns, and advocating issues related through social justice and patriotism. Platforms like Twitter, Telegram, Facebook amplify voices, and unity like-minded individuals are passionate about their national identity. And encouraging civic engagement. Social media provide the opportunity to citizens to actively engage in debate, discussions, conversation about national issues. It facilitates the sharing diverse perspectives, encouraging critical thinking, and users can express their opinions and participate in online events. Mobilizing about during crisis. Social media during times of national crisis or emergency, social media become a powerful tool for spreading information and seeking support from other citizens. It enables the rapid spread of message and volunteer coordination. Connect the diaspora. Social media allows these people to embrace their national identity. Okay, let's understand what and who are diaspora. Diaspora are the people of Indian origin but residing in abroad. Social media share, connect experience that have and maintain a sense of connection to their homeland. It serves as diaspora for culture and tradition and national festivals. Education. Education plays a vital role in nurturing patriotism. We should instill children what happened in the freedom fighters' time, how they have sacrificed for our country, and they have made our country with a better future. In conclusion of the story, I am going to conclude this story. Once upon a time, there was a boy called Ben. He disliked our national. He liked to go to school while if they give us any holidays, for example, Independence Day, Republic Day. And in Independence Day, he will not at all go to school because in Independence Day, they will hoist the flag. He is thinking this is so boring. And his friends also asked him, come to school to the celebration. It is so nice to celebrate. And the next year, in the school, they have decorated many. And that time, Ben went to the school. He have seen many decorations and he have sing the national anthem while dancing and many things he did. And when he have went to his home, he has seen many people are crying. He have asked one auntie, what happened, auntie? Why are you all crying? The auntie told like how means in Kashmir 5 soldiers are dead and there was one atomic bomb was launched. And one soldier is my son, so that whole parents was crying. Then the auntie was crying very large and he also crying. And he have cried and go to home. Father, in Kashmir, many people have died, like 5 soldiers. And I am coming in the road, I have many people. Son, they all are crying. If your son is in army force, you have dead means you are crying. Like that only he also cried. Many people. And Ben was telling to his father like this, and suddenly his mother came. Mother told, you should always, in the festival அன்னைக்கு நீ வந்து இந்த இண்டிபெண்டன்ஸ் டே or ரிபப்ளிக் டேக்கெல்லாம் போகாத. Like that his mother told to him. Then he told, no, I will go to this festivals and all. And then only he reflect, Independence Day is the most beautiful celebration, and he has know how many people have sacrificed. Jai Hind. Thank you.
In a modern society where the demands and pressure of everyday life seems to be
Thank you, sir.
ever increasing, it has become crucial to prioritize our well-being. Mental and physical health are two interconnected aspects that profoundly influence the overall quality of life. We all strive for balance and harmony in these areas, seeking ways to reduce our stress, improve our mood, and nurture our bodies. Nature, with its awe-inspiring beauty and tranquility, offers us a sanctuary that can work wonders for our well-being, and it has the ability to teach us so much. Nature and simply sitting on a sparkling river or simply sitting under the tower of shading trees and good morning. Shadan of grade 7 studying Frontline Nutrition International School. Today I am here to talk to you about something truly remarkable, inspiring us with the power of nature. It's a force that surrounds us, full of the wonders for our well-being, and it has the ability to teach us so much. Nature is like a magnificent book waiting to be read. Every pages reveals a new secrets and endless possibilities. I believe that opening ourselves up to the power of nature, we experience incredible things and valuable lessons that will stay with us for a lifetime. Have you ever gazed at the clear night sky and wondered about the millions of twinkling stars? I have. That if each star whispering its own story and unravel the mystery of the universe. When we look up the night sky, we remind of just small beyond vast cosmos. Nature humbles us, teaches importance of community, and encourages to appreciate the beauty and diversity of our planet. But nature is not only found far away. Galaxies are grand land space. It is right around us in the simplest of things. Have you ever observed a tiny ant carrying a crumb of food many times above its size, or marveled at delicate petals of a flower? Nature exists in the tiniest things that remind of just small this vast cosmos, and pay attention to the smallest things in our life, and they often hold a great significance. What is nature? Nature refers to the physical world and life in general. The phenomena of the physical world collective, including plants, animals, and landscape. How does nature improve our mental well-being, help us to relax? Being in nature can provide a peaceful environment, helping us to be calm and relaxed, improve focus and concentration. Nature allows our minds to rest from constant distraction, helping us to regain focus and concentrate better. Reduce symptoms of stress and anxiety. Being in nature, spending time in nature lowers our levels of stress and making us feel less anxious and more at ease. Reduce depression. Nature has a positive impact on our mood, helping us to alleviate the symptoms of stress and anxiety. Increase immune response. Being in nature can boost the immune system, making us feel more resilient to illness. Experiencing nature, engaging with nature world is essential for our mental well-being, and being in green space can provide a much needed. For example, a park, forest, or gardens. Immerse ourselves in nature's beauty and reap its benefits. Time and green space. Simply being in a green space can have a calming and rejuvenating effects on our minds. Whether it's a leisurely walk and having a picnic, or simply sitting on a bench and observing, these experiences connect us to the natural world and promote our mental well-being. And finding nature in urban environments. Even in urban environments, nature can be found appreciated. Urban parks, rooftop gardens, or community gardens offers the opportunity to experiencing nature within cities. Taking a break and seeking out these experiences connect us with natural world and and respite from urban hustle and bustle. Interacting with wildlife. Observing and interacting with wildlife can be a source of joy. Watching birds, squirrels, or butterflies can evoke a sense of connection with nature world and reminds us of the beauty and diversity of our life and brings us closer to the ecosystem we all are the part of. Gardening, conservation, and farming. Engaging in these activities, gardening, conservation, even or even in small scale farming, incredibly fulfilling and tending to plants growing our own foods, or even participating in environmental industries. Connect us with nature but also provides a purpose of accomplishment. Bringing nature into our work and home, incorporating elements of nature in our daily life. Decorating our homes with plants and creating a sense of environmental workspaces, or even using inspired artwork or photograph can create a sense of tranquility and connect us with outdoors. Mental fatigue. Nature provides a break from a constant mental stimulation we often experience in our daily life. It's a tranquil environment helping us to restore our cognitive resource. Less stimulation. Compared to urban environments filled with technologies and noise, offers a simpler and less overwhelming settings. Absence of excessive stimulation allows us to calm and relax. Curves and shapes. Nature is abundant in organic curves and shapes. For example, flowing lines of a river or contours of a hill. Colors in nature are soothing and calming effects on our minds. Colors in nature, such as greens, blues, or earth tones. Colors in nature are soothing and calming effects on our minds. Whether nature is often associated with relaxation. Relaxation calms our nervous system. When we spend time in nature, our bodies and mind respond by releasing stress-reducing hormones, related chemicals. Change our perspective. Nature has a power to shift our perspective and shows a broader view of our life. Mindfulness, using all of our senses. Our nature offers a rich sensory experience and gives can fully embark. Tasting the freshness of air or hearing the gentle sounds or touching the texture of leaf or stones. These multisensory connect us with natural worlds. Breathing. Conscious breathing is a powerful tool to relaxing and mindfulness. When we inhale, we imagine like drawing, and when we exhale, we release any tensions or stress. Relaxing. Finding a comfortable spot in nature, such as grassy patch or learning against the green trunk. These will can can lax our minds. Social connection. Social connection plays a vital role in our mental well-being and picnics with families or friends, gathering with loved ones, or for a picnic or barbecues in a park or outdoors, offers the opportunity to share meals and conversation and laughter. Coffees in the garden, park, or at the beach. Going to with friends, drinking coffee, going to a nature settings coffee shop, we can offers the opportunity to share experience with one another and we can meet new friends. Team sports or group activities. Team sports or group activities such as free swimming offers the opportunity to bothing in a physical activity and engaging a social communication. Cycle rides or runs with other peoples. Exercise or company. When we going to walks, cycle rides or runs, when we go with the friends, we can experience new things and we will enjoy that things and we will do. Learning. By observing nature, we can learn about names of birds, trees, mountains, flower or star constellations. By understanding the nature world, we can learn about weather, tides, winds or geography. Through the nature world, we can learn about ourselves and our meaning of life. Armchair. When we opening the window or door, when we seeing outside, we can experience the nature's beauty. And feeding to birds. When we feeding to birds, we can see variety of birds and the birds' colors will attract us and we can hear the gentle sound from birds. Houseplants. Houseplants such as snake plants, spider plants or lucky bamboo. We can keep in window sides and it can give fresh air. Here, listening to sounds. When we listening to nature sounds like shaking of leaf or bird sounds or animal sounds or music can reduce our blood pressure and making us feel less anxious. I'm going to conclude my lecture saying this paragraph. We explore that benefits of spending time in nature and the power of nature, engaging nature has a profound impact on our mental and physical health. And we discover nature's kindness as in our health. And we see how we can relax. And I give more topics to you, and it will helps you in the future. Thank you.
Grade 12 studying in the Frontline Academy Metric Higher Secondary School. It's my pleasure to stand before you all and conduct a lecture on the topic Social Responsibility and Ethics of Business. Before going into my topic, I want all of you to assume that you are business. Now, you all are businessmen and women in this business world. What will be your utmost aim? To earn profit. And for earning profit, you'll be involving yourselves in various activities such as production, consumption, distribution, exchange, and so on. You'll be selling the goods and services that are required in the society. But when you are successful or when you want to be successful, you'll be investing your profit not only back in the business but also back in the society. For example, some of the businessmen sponsor to sports teams, just like CSK is sponsored by Indian Cements, whereas Chennai FC football team is sponsored by ACCO. Some of the businessmen develop the parks and roads in the cities, whereas some of the businessmen involve themselves in other activities such as providing charity and scholarship for education. Now, involving in these activities may be known as social responsibility of business. Now, social responsibility is more of a give and take policy. Since we take resources from the society, we are obliged to give back to the society. And by giving back, I only mean the good things and not the bad things. Doing social responsibility is completely voluntary, and it is known as the moral responsibility of business. Since we are taking resources from the society and using it for earning profit, which results in the benefit for us, we should transfer back to the society. Now let's see about the definition of social responsibility. Social responsibility requires the managers to consider whether their action is likely to promote the public good, to advance the basic beliefs of the society, contribute to its stability, strength, and harmony. This definition was given by Peter F. Drucker. Social responsibility defines the sustainability, long-term strength, respect, goal, sincerity of the business. Now, since doing social responsibility is completely voluntary, why should we follow social responsibility? Let's see about the need for social responsibility. CSR is nothing but corporate social responsibility. First, we have self-interest. Now, let's assume that I'm starting business with a limited funds and you all are the employees of my business. So, I'm not able to provide you with a proper working condition. I'm just providing you with a table fan and a monthly salary of 20,000 rupees. My business has started to increase and I have started to earn more profit, but I'm still providing you with the same table fan and a monthly salary of 20,000. Will you be motivated to work hard? No. Your motive and mind will be whatever work I do, I'll not get any benefit for me. Then why should I work hard? So, for motivating my employees to work hard so that I could reach success in my business, I should give them with proper working condition and increase their salary. I can either give them a ceiling fan or also provide them with AC rooms if I am possible to do so. Their salary can be increased up to 1 lakh if they really do deserve for their salary. And then we have creation of society. Since a business is a creation by the society, they have to give back to the society. And by giving back, they can either create a developed society or provide the people living in the society with employment. For example, I'm starting business in India and I'm employing people from other countries. Then what will the people in India do? They'll be unemployed, right? So I should provide employment opportunities to the people in India, so my business is established in India. And then we have social power. All the businessmen are given considerable social power in their hands and they have to utilize it properly. If they are not utilizing it properly, the government will intervene in our social power. Our actions and decisions affects the lives and fortunes of the people living in the society. And then we have trusteeship. Mahatma Gandhi The father of India has once said that the people who own money should not only use it for their own benefit, but also for the benefit of the society. And by saying so, we can also consider that the businessmen who earn profit should not only use it for their own benefit, but also for the benefit of the society. The people living in the society must be benefited by us earning profit. And then we have public awareness. Nowadays, all the consumers and employees know their rights. Even you all know about your rights as an individual. So, we have to make sure that we are satisfying the rights of the consumers and the employees. The consumers and employees expect a fair return for them. Nowadays, consumers expect a quality product at a reasonable price, whereas employees expect fair wages, and we should be able to give them that. And then, we have image in the society. For example, I'm starting society and I'm doing the social responsibilities correctly. What will happen? I'll create a better image in the society. So, the people living in the society will have their confidence and faith on me, so that my image will improve in the society. The people will also recommend my products to their families and friends, which will result as a goodwill for me. And then we have free enterprise. Now, all the businessmen are given freedom in their hands. Especially in India, they are given lots and lots of freedom. So, they have to utilize the freedom properly. Though they are given freedom, there are certain restrictions to be followed. For example, government has passed Consumer Protection Act, which protects the businessman from indulging in black marketing, adulteration, and other antisocial practices. By not taking the Consumer Protection Act in their mind, they are doing and indulging themselves in black. The government will intervene in our powers and freedom. It will only result in the less freedom for us, and we'll be in serious issues. Now, we have known about the needs of our responsibilities, and we are ready to take up social responsibility. Before taking up, we should know about the kinds of social responsibility. There are 4 kinds of social responsibility. We have economic, legal, ethical, and discretionary. What is economic social responsibility? All of you know that business is an economic entity, and they are primarily established for earning profit. So, their motto should be to earn profit, and by earning profit itself, they promote the economic development of their country and the society they are established. And then we have responsibility. Since a business is established in the society, and the society has certain laws to be followed, not only the individuals, but also the businessmen who are establishing their business in the society should follow those rules. If they are not following the rules that are confined in the law book, they'll result in the serious issues. These 2 social responsibility is compulsory for the businessmen to follow. Then we have ethical responsibility. Ethical responsibility derives the behavior of the business. If the businessman is not following the ethical responsibility, it will only result in a bad will of their business from the people. Doing this is voluntary but necessary. It involves respecting the beliefs and religions of the people. Now let's assume that I'm advertising my product, but I'm not respecting the beliefs and religions of the people while advertising my product. Will the people come and buy my product? No, they'll disrespect me and my product. So, to earn more employees, I have to respect the beliefs and religions of the people living in a society to gain respect for me and making them buy my products. It is also known as social responsibility. And then we have discretionary social responsibility. Discretionary social responsibility is completely voluntary, and it involves no compulsion or a necessity to do so. It includes providing charity to poor people, helping the affected people from floods and other disastrous causes. This will result only in the good return on investment for their business. Now, let's see about social responsibility towards different interest groups. What are interest groups? Interest groups are the person who require the information of our business for their own use. It includes owners, investors, employees, customers, suppliers, government, general public, and even the rivals of the businessmen. Now, let's see about the responsibility towards owners. Owners are the person who provide us with capital. They are the sole reason why the business is running. and they bear our business risks. So we have to make sure that the capital provided by them is utilized properly. We also have to give them interest on capital correctly and regularly. And when we are reaching success, we have to make sure that we are appreciating the capital provided by the owners. We also have to make sure that the business is running efficiently so that the owner will gain from establishing the business. And then we have responsibility towards investors. Investors are the person who establish and provide us financial supports for business. So our responsibility towards them is that we have to make sure that their investment are safely captured. And we also have to make sure that the interest on investment is given to them correctly and properly. The principal amount given by the investors should be repaid back regularly. Now, let's see about responsibility towards employees. Without employees, achieving success in business is a question mark. So, employees are the person for us reaching success. Our responsibility towards them is to make sure that we are providing them with proper working condition and also timely payment of salaries. You also have to provide them with better career aspects. For example, I cannot give an MBA graduate a clerk job. And also, I have to give the security for their job. The training provided by me to my employees should be perfect, and they should have any development by working in the company. And the living conditions must also be proper for the employees. Now, let's see about responsibility towards suppliers. Suppliers are the person who provide us with raw materials. And without suppliers, doing business is also not possible. Our responsibility towards them is that we have to give them regular order of the goods we are buying. We also have to deal with fair terms and conditions, which includes availing reasonable credit period. We cannot avail a credit period for 2 years for just 1 lakh rupees. It will only result in the loss for their business. And we also have to give them the dues at correctly time. Now, let's see about our responsibility towards customers. The products or services that we are providing to the customers should be able to take care of the needs of the customers. And we also have to make sure that the products provided by us to the customers are qualitative. And we should provide them only at a reasonable price. We cannot give a product worth of 500 rupees for 2000 rupees. And we also have to give them regular in supply of goods and services. Now, arguments for social responsibility. We have protection of interest. A socially responsible business will not only protect the interest of the owners and the shareholders, but also the interest of all the interest groups, which involves customers, suppliers, and also investors. Promotion of the society. A socially responsible business will primarily promote the society rather than earning profit. It will only lead for the development of the society. And then we have public opinion. If I am following social responsibility correctly, the public will have great opinion on me, and I'll lead to great business in the future. Competence. A socially responsible business will help them to emerge themselves as a competitive business in the society. They'll also help to gain leadership role from the people. And then we have organized social power. All the businessmen are given social power in their hands. If they are following social responsibilities correctly, they know what to do and what not to do for the society. They'll be aware of the consequences they are taking upon the actions. And then we have legitimacy. If I'm doing social responsibility correctly, I'll be able to establish my business as a good business in the society. And I'll also help to create good citizenships in the society. Now let's see about arguments against social responsibility. Dilution from economic goals. If I'm following the social responsibility, my aim is to promote the society. But I have established this business for earning profit light. So it will dilute myself from my economic goal. And then we have lack of social skills. Not all businessmen know what to do for the society, what not to do for the society. There are certain organizations such as governmental and non-governmental organizations to take care of the society rather than the business persons. And then we have burden on the consumer. A socially responsible business will incur more expenses than a non-socially responsible business. So if they are incurring more expenses, what will happen? They'll be increasing the price of their products, which will only result as a burden on the consumers. And then we have overloading responsibility. Let's assume that I'm starting business and I'm doing all the social responsibilities correctly. But I'm already paying the taxes for the government. And I'm also giving the goods and services that are required by the society. If I'm following the social responsibilities correctly, what will happen? My head will be full of responsibilities and I will be collapsed. So it will only result as an overloading responsibility for their business. And then we have lack of conceptual clarity. As I said, not all businessmen know what to do and what not to do of the society. Sometimes they may do something bad for the society. And then we have responsibility without power. As I have said, all the businessmen are given considerable social power in their hands. Is it really true? Not every businessman in India are given certain social power in their hands. So, if they are taking social responsibility without those powers, it will only result as a responsibility without power. Now, I'll give you about 2 best examples who follow social responsibilities correctly. We have Tata Group Conglomerate. Tata Group Conglomerate is a Indian empire which is worth of $100 billion. Its former chairman is Ratan Tata and he's investing in the people for decades. Tata Group carries out various CSR programs. It involves doing women empowerment and also giving income generation for the people. They also promote the rural community development and provide scholarship to the people for the education. They also provide funds and endowments to numerous institutions. And then we have Mahindra and Mahindra. Mahindra and Mahindra is also an Indian empire which is established in India and it is surviving worldwide. They are also worth more than $1 billion. So what Mahindra and Mahindra did is that they also carry out various CSR programs and they have established Mahindra Education Trust in 1954, which was followed by Mahindra Foundation in 1969. It was primarily established to promote education and they have also providing livelihood training for the people and the employees. They also provide funds for the disaster relief programs. Sometimes they do conduct them. And then they also provide funds for the water conservation and they have established Mahindra Pride Schools for industrial training. Now let's see about CSR applicability in India. According to Companies Act 2013 Section 135, they have told that all the companies whose net worth is more than 500 crore, whose turnover is more than 1000 crore and whose net profit is more than 5 crore should involve in CSR activities. What is CSR? I again repeated, corporate social responsibility. Net worth is nothing but all the assets the business owns minus the liabilities they have, whereas turnover means the amount they have received by selling their products in a year. Net profit means all the income they have generated minus the expenses they have incurred. Now, let's see about the role of board of directors. As CSR applicable companies have board of directors in them and the board of directors must approve the CSR policies are followed correctly or not. They also have to make sure that the activities undertaken by the company is mentioned in the Section 7 of the Companies Act 2013. And they also have to make sure that the net profit of 2% earned in the 3 preceding years are invested in CSR activities only. The current report says that around 25,714.65 crore is invested in CSR policies only in India. And then we have transfer and use of unspent amount. The expenditure spent on CSR activities is not meeting about 2% of the net profit of the 3 preceding years. What will happen? The unspent amount must be transferred within 6 months of the expiry financial year. Let's consider that the third financial year is ending at 2024 March 31. Within October 1, which is 6 months from 2024 March 31, they have to transfer the unspent amount to national relief funds, fund institution, and also to government policies of developing backward classes and economic development, etc. Now, let's see about CSR committee. All the CSR applicable companies must have a committee, and that committee should have 3 or more directors in them, in which one director must be independent director. He should not have any relation to the company. The other 2 directors may be appointed by the private company itself. In case of a foreign company, the CSR committee must have 2 directors in them. One must be a resident of India who can be appointed by the company itself. And then we have duties of CSR committee. The directors in the CSR committee should recommend and formulate the policies that are to be followed by the company. They have to point out the policies that are mentioned in Section 7 of Companies Act 2013 only. They also have to monitor whether their actions and activities are followed correctly or not. It is better if they recommend the amount and expenses they have to be incurring so that they could put it on of CSR activities. It is best if they establish a transparent mechanism so that the people will know what are the CSR activities they are carrying on. Now, let's see about the list of permitted activities that are mentioned in Section 7 of Companies Act 2013. First, we have eradication of hunger, women empowerment, gender equality, environmental sustainability, and contributing to Prime Minister's programs and so on. If you are doing social responsibilities, it is better if you take a look upon it and then do activities in the future. And then, we'll see about fines and penalties. Why is fines and penalties charged? If the socially responsible business is not transferring the unspent amount within 6 months of their expiry financial year, fines and penalties are charged. How much is it charged? It is charged up to 50,000 rupees to 25 lakh rupees in their profit they have earned this year. And to whom it is charged? It is also charged to the officers of the companies. It includes board of directors, and also the committee, directors of the committee, owners, business persons, and the partners in the business. They'll be given an imprisonment of 3 years or a fine up to 5 lakhs. They may be given both if their punishable is. And then we have business ethics. The main part of social responsibility is to follow the business ethics correctly. Let's assume that business ethics changes from place to place and time to time. They also change from culture to culture. For example, political bribes may be accepted in one culture but not in the other. Business ethics is derived from a Greek word ethos, which means person's fundamental orientation towards life. It governs the behavior which is derived from the moral standards. It also helps to determine what is right, what is wrong, what is good and what is evil, what are to be followed by the business and what are not to be followed by the business. Now, business ethics may be defined by the set of moral standards. Now let's assume that I'm starting business. I'll be starting business for earning profit. But in the societal point of view, a business is starting for providing the goods and services to the society. Some business may be good in individual point of view but bad in societal point of view. Some other business may be good in societal point of view and bad in individual point of view. To establish a link between these two, business ethics is established. The person and the businessmen who follow business ethics will be good in both societal and individual point of view. Business ethics are often enacted into laws. For example, it is said in the law that the consumers should get their products in qualitative and at a reasonable price only. Nowadays, all the businessmen have learned the importance of business ethics and they are following them, which will result only in the goodwill of their own business. Now, let's see about the definition of business ethics. Ratan Tata, the former chairman of Tata Group, has once said that business houses need to go beyond the interest of the companies and the communities they serve. And Henry Ford, the founder of Ford Motor Corporation, has said that business that is in the making of only money is a poor kind of business. Business ethics defines the responsibility, trust, behavior, choice, relationship of the business. Now, let's see about the key elements of business ethics. There are 5 key elements of business ethics: top management commitment, publication of a code, establishment of compliance mechanism involving employees at all levels, and measuring results. Let's see about top management commitment. Top management commitment in the business plays a very important role in following the business ethics. Only if they are strongly committed to the business ethics, the people in the middle and low level will follow the business ethics properly. They have to guide the employees of middle and low level to follow the business ethics properly and be conducive to the ethical practices. Now, let's see about publication of a code. Each business have their own ethical principles to be followed, and they are usually written in a written document known as code. It usually defines health, safety, and ethical principles that are to be followed not only by the employees but also by the owners, business persons, and partners of the business. It is important to note that each employee and owners should follow the business ethics properly, and only if they follow, ethical business becomes a reality. Now, establishment of compliance mechanism. To make sure that the actual decisions match with the ethical principles, they have to make sure that they are following it correctly. A business who is following business ethics properly will sure to be profitable. The employees should be free to report the unethical practices that are followed by the business. And then we have involving employees at all levels. Employees should be must in their involvement. Only if the employees are involving in business ethics, they'll make the ethical business a reality. They will be free to examine and discuss the ethical principles that are followed by the business. Measuring results. The business should check on the ethical principles, and though it is difficult to measure it accurately, they can monitor it overallly. Only if they monitor, they'll know the results of the ethical principles they are followed, and it will be able to further on put the ethical principles. And then we have codes of business ethics. This is an example of codes of business ethics of Group Trucking LLC. Their main code is to follow honesty and safety. The other codes involves offering goods at fair prices, supplying quality goods, listening to consumer complaints, and also price must be reasonable. They also should not resort to hoarding, black marketing, and other antisocial practices. They should not resort to price cutting in the aim of killing competition. They should also not issue false information and should make sure that they are paying the taxes regularly. They should pay fair wages to the employees and provide comfortable work atmosphere to them. Let's see a summary of a business. We have seen about social responsibility, its needs, kinds, responsibility towards different interest groups and its community. We have also seen about what is business ethics, management commitment, codes and examples. Thank you.
Good evening, one and all present here. I am Nishvika from the front. Now we are going to know about an interesting topic. Going to take lecture on my topic, waste not, want not, the 3 R's of sustainability economy. Do you know what are the 3 R's? First of all, this picture describes that 3 children was collecting the waste materials. The boy was collecting paper waste materials and the girl was collecting biodegradable materials and another girl was collecting plastic materials. We can also see plastic as materials. Now, my content is power of circular economy, reduce, reuse and recycle. 3 R's of environment is reduce, reuse and recycle, and they are the essential parts of waste hatchery. 3 R's works together to reduce the amount of waste which we generate and for the improvement of the waste management process. We can also call the 3 principles of the waste management process. 3 R's helps in reducing the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and helps and save our environment. We will be a part of this mission just by making few changes in your daily lifestyle. Everyone's contribution is need to live healthily and breathe peacefully. Now we can know about reduce. Reduce is nothing but to minimize the amount of waste which we create and to make something smaller or lesser in quantity, size, price, etc. And the first emphasizes principle of the waste management process in the first place generated. And the first R of the waste hatchery is reduce. Now we can know about reuse. Reuse is nothing but finding new items instead of throwing it away. It helps to reduce the amount of waste. Using items more than once. And recycle. Recycle is collection and processing of materials to create a new product. Extending the life of products through actions such as recycling. So, now we can know about power of circular economy. In power of circular economy, we are going to know about circular economy benefits and about the power of circular economy. So this picture describes that our daily lifestyle, how we can reduce, how we are reducing, how we can recycle, how we are recycling, how we are reduce and how we are reducing. Now we can know about circular economy benefits. In the circular economy benefits helps in reduce the consumption of fossil fuels and extending the useful life of products through actions such as recycling, and it helps in decrease waste generation and increase innovation and economic growth. This picture describes and it is a best example of circular economy benefits. I mean, a group of people was collecting waste and they are selling it to MRP. After that, they are separating it into segregating like plastic bags, plastic water bottles and metal materials. After that process, they are bundling it. After this process, they are cutting it into small pieces. After this process, they are washing it. Finally, they are melting that waste and we get a new product from it. So it is a best example of circular economy benefits and recycle. So now we can know about the power of circular economy. It is a model of production and consumption. It involves sharing, leasing, reusing, repairing and refurbishing, recycling the existing materials and products as long as possible. And I need to dedicate this picture to our environment because this picture describes that our earth is full of reduce, reuse and recycle. Your mind will ask question, how? Because it plays an important role on our environment. If we reduce the amount of waste, we will be good, and our environment also will be good. The three also same process, and we need, as children, we need to segregate bio and non-biodegradable waste because we need to segregate bio and non-biodegradable waste. So we need to save our environment. Reduce involves two matters. They are biodegradable waste and non-biodegradable waste. This is the symbol of reduce. Do you know why we consider bio and non-biodegradable waste in reduce? Because it will help us in reducing the amount of waste which we create. Now we can know about biodegradable material. Biodegradable material is nothing but it will decay and mix with soil. And all biodegradable materials are derived from living matters. And biodegradable materials can be broken down by bacteria or other living organisms. And other living organisms, we can compost other living organisms with the help of composting. There is a process called vericomposting. Vericomposting is done with the redworms. And these are some examples of biodegradable waste. They are fruits, hairs, papers, wood and etc. Vegetable peels, etc. Do you know why we are considering hair, papers and wood in the biodegradable waste? Because the wood is derived from trees. Trees is a living matter. So we can consider wood as a living matter. So we get paper also from wood. So we can consider paper as a biodegradable waste. But it will also take time to decay and mix with soil. And hair is derived from us, I mean human beings. So human being is a living organisms. So we can consider hair in biodegradable waste. Now biodegradable materials align with the principles especially of reduce and reuse. It will help in reduce and reuse in many ways. Using of these material helps in reducing waste and minimize the impact of our environment. and it creates nutrition and rich soil, closing the loop in the sustainable manner. Now we can know about non-biodegradable waste. Non-biodegradable waste is nothing but it will not decay and mix with soil, and it is very harmful to us, human beings and living organisms. It will not broken easily, and it will not decay and mix with the soil, so it will increase the amount of waste. It is also a waste which we create, and it will polluting our landforms. It will polluting our landforms and water bodies. And some examples of non-biodegradables are plastic bags, plastic water bottles, hardware and glass materials. And metal materials. In metal materials, we are using pins, needles and nails, etc. Non-biodegradable materials cannot easily recycle. We can't recycle it easily. And storing and recycling the items is possible, reducing the demand of new sources which will end up in the landfills. And we need to improve the recycling infrastructure. Here are some tips to reduce the usage of non-biodegradable materials or reusing of it. So now we need to reduce the amount of plastics, because plastics is very harmful to us. If we burn plastic, it will release carbon dioxide. Humans and animals can only breathe with the help of oxygen, not with the help of carbon dioxide. So if we reduce the amount of plastic, we can get oxygen. And now it is very common. We are using only paper tissues. Paper tissues will decay and mix with soil, but it will take some time to decay and mix with soil. So if we use cloth tires as a swing, it is very enjoyable material for kids as well as me also, because I like swings. So these are some materials did with plastic bottles. So we can cut a half of plastic bottle and we can use it as a pencil stand. And if we decorate it, it will be a decorative item and it will be a pencil holder also. It will be very helpful to us. See this picture, how beautiful are these pictures. And these are some tips and tricks to reuse. It is very helpful to us. So while we are cutting half of the plastic bottle, it is very useful to us. If it will not decay and mix with soil, so it will increase the amount of waste. It is also a waste which we create. So now we can know about reuses examples. So this picture describes that our earth is full of recycle. So it will be very helpful to us also. So here are some tips to reuse some materials in different ways. So this picture describes that please recycle. So if we recycle, the waste will be decreased. So it will be very helpful to us. If our earth, if we didn't use these tips and tricks, it will be increase the amount of waste. If the amount of waste is increasing day by day, and our earth is only full of dead bodies. So here are some tips and tricks to recycle, and you can try to buy an eco-friendly product from market that is composed of recyclable materials. And if you have a bag full of things, then give it to a company who are asking for recycling it. And So this picture describes that a man has used 2 masks to do a wall hanging, and it is a beautiful wall hanging also. So that masks are into a beautiful wall hanging. So it is also a recyclable material. Mask is also a biodegradable material, but it will also take some time to decay and mix with soil. Okay, now we can see disposal of waste materials on households. We can use red bins for this households, which we can't recyclable, and separate and recycle. We can separate the waste and we can recycle it, and we can think also how we can recycle it. And if you are in a garden, if your home is nearby a garden, then use that garden as a composting place. You can compost it very easily with the help. So if dig a hole on it and put biodegradable waste and close it. So it is also helps in recycling, and you can donate your old clothes or books to who are someone in need, and we don't need that. So it will also help us. If you don't need that, you can sell also. So it will be very helpful to us. So another person can, if another person need that, you can give him that. Repurpose or upcycle it. So you can recycle the material or upcycle the material also. So you can disposal hazardous waste materials, and you can reduce the amount of materials. You can also buy less layers of packaging materials, which I already said. And we have a responsibility to disposal these items, because it is also a part of that mission we are going to do. It is very helpful to us, and it helps in surviving us also. You are in your mind there is a question, how you can say that how we will be survive while doing this, because it will reduce the amount of waste. I said already that if the waste are full, then our surroundings will be waste only. Now we can see disposal of materials in hospitals. So in hospitals we need to segregate the wastes. So we need to segregate the wastes like some cotton sponges in single dustbin, and some needles or sharp things in a single dustbin, and use a separate color dustbins for it. So it will be very helpful to us also. And so if that, it will infect us, because it is used for a person who already feeling sick or ill. So you need to separate the wastes like chemical waste in separate, and sharp waste in separate, and non-hazardous waste in separate. So collaboration with the impact of waste management. So now we can know about disposal of industrial wastes. Waste characterization. So we need to use waste characterization. So it will very helpful to us, and it is helpful in reducing the amount of waste, and we can also use source reduction. So it will also help us very much. So in industrial waste, some industries are putting the waste into
putting the waste into water bodies. So it will affect water bodies. If the water bodies are affected, we will be also affected because we get water from that ponds, lakes, wells, or etc. And our environment impact will be destroyed. So our environment will be I said our environment will be full of wastes. So if the difference between the red, green and blue bins are, so red bins are used for households, which is not reusable or recyclable. And blue dustbins are used for plastic wrappers and non-biodegradable materials, and green dustbins are used for kitchen waste like vegetable peels or fruit peels. So now, apart from these 3 R's, there are 5 R's of conservation and 7 R's of sustainability. The 5 R's of conservation are reduce, reuse, recycle, repair and re-gift. And the 7 R's of sustainability are reduce, reuse, recycle and reduce, reuse, recycle, repair, re-gift and repurpose. So now we can go about conclusion. So we please follow these 3 R's. In conclusion, I need to say that we have known about 3 R's are important and importance of sustainability, bio and non-biodegradable of items, the power of circular economy and waste management in different fields. So you need to please follow these 3 R's. You need to follow these 3 R's because these are the very important thing which we need to do. So thank you, have a good day, and thank you for your attention with me. Thank you.
A warm welcome to one and all present here. I am B. Prajit Raj of grade 9 from the Frontline Academy Matriculation Higher Secondary School. I am going to take part in Frontline World Records Festival in longest lecture marathon. I am pleasure to do the lecture on the topic of energizing the world, the impact of solar system. Now today we are going to see about solar system, Milky Way, gravity and inertia, dwarf planets, time periods, Kuiper belt, Oort cloud, comets, space rocks, motion of the earth, shape and inclination of the earth, spheres of the earth, solar energy, exoplanets, space, astrobiology, black hole, and last we are going to see about future exploration about the solar system. Introduction. Energizing the world through the use of renewable energy source has been increasingly important topic in recent years. The impact of the solar system on the world has been significant. In 2006, scientists decided that Pluto is too small to be called as a planet, so it is now considered as a dwarf planet. Therefore, the number of planets reduced to 8. First, we can see about our solar system. Our solar system has 8 planets, stars, sun, and their moons. How was the solar system was formed? Our solar system was formed 4.6 billion years ago from the gravitational collapse of giant interstellar molecular cloud. The solar system is the gravitational bound of the sun and other celestial objects that orbit the star. The largest of such objects are called planets. They are Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. 4 terrestrial planets: Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. 2 gas giants: Jupiter and Saturn. Ice giants, they are Uranus and Neptune. 4 terrestrial planets have a definite surface and are mostly made of rock and metal. Gas giants are mostly made of hydrogen and helium, while the ice giants are mostly made of volatile substance such as ammonia, methane, water. Next you can see about the sun. Here is the image of the sun. How was the sun formed? The sun and the planets formed together 4.6 billion years ago from the gravitational collapse of giant interstellar molecular cloud called solar nebula. A super shock nova from a supernova explosion probably initiated the collapse of giant interstellar molecular cloud. The sun is also a star. It is a star closest to the sun. Its average distance from the earth is 1.4 million kilometers. Like all stars, the sun is a huge ball of hot gases, mostly of hydrogen and helium. Next, you can see about the moon. The celestial objects that revolve around a planet is known as natural satellite or a moon. The most planets have a moon revolving around them. As you already seen, the inner planets have fewer moon, while the outer planets have more moon. The Earth's moon. The Earth has only one moon. It shines because it reflects the light of the sun. It is dry and barren with no atmosphere. Its surface is covered with several craters and mountains. There are 8 phases of moon. These 8 phases in order. First, new moon, waxing crescent. First quarter, waxing gibbous. Full moon, waning gibbous. Last quarter, waning crescent. Next, you can go stars. The stars are very beautiful. Stars are huge spinning balls of hot luminous gases, mostly of hydrogen and helium. All stars give out their own light. Most stars are made up of entirely of 2 gases. They are hydrogen and helium. In the center of the stars, the hydrogen atoms combine to form a helium atoms. During this process, the huge amount of energy is released in the form of heat and light. The sun is also a star. It is a medium-sized star, while other stars are bigger than the sun. There are about 100 billion galaxies in the universe. The total number of life in the universe is approximately 10 to the power 22. This number is so large that it is even difficult to imagine it. Next, you can see about the constellations. Constellation appears like a picture or a pattern like Orion, the Great Hunter, Leo, the Lion. Constellations are easily recognizable that help people to orient themselves using the night sky. There are 88 official constellations. Next, you can see about the Milky Way. Our galaxy is a part of a Milky Way. What is Milky Way? Milky Way is a huge collection of stars, dust and gas. What is special about Milky Way? Contains a supermassive black hole in its core, surrounded by a bulk cold yellow stars. These are the image of the Milky Way. Next, you can see about the gravity and inertia. When gravity and inertia work together, when a force of gravity becomes in planet's inertia, the result is circular motion. Next, you can see about the dwarf planet. A celestial object that orbit the sun is known as dwarf planet. Has enough mass to assume a nearly round shape. Has not cleared the neighborhood on its orbit. Astronomers are in general agreement that at least 9 largest candidates are dwarf planets. They are Eris, Pluto, Hama, Makemake, and the last one is Ceres. Next, you can see about the time periods. What is time periods? The time taken by our planets in our solar system to complete orbit around the sun in Earth days. Now we can see how many days in our solar system to complete all the way around the sun. Mercury 88 days, Venus 225 days, Earth 365 days, Mars 687 days, Jupiter 4333 days, Saturn 10,759 days, Uranus 30,687 days, Neptune, there are about 60,190 days. Next, you can see about the Kuiper belt. It is a Kuiper belt. What is Kuiper belt? One of the places where comets come from. Which is the famous Kuiper belt? Pluto. Pluto is the famous Kuiper belt. Founder of Kuiper belt is Professor David C. Jewett and Professor Jan Lu. His David C. Jewett and she is Jan Lu. Next you can see about the Oort cloud. What is Oort cloud? A spherical layer of icy objects surrounding our sun. Founder of Oort cloud is Jan Oort. His Jan Oort. Next, you can see about the comets. A comet is a celestial objects that revolve around the sun in very long period of revolution. A comet appears like a ball of fire and with a very long bright tail as it approaches the sun, and its size increases as it approaches the sun. The famous Alice comet appears after every 76 years. It last appeared in 1986. Short period comets takes less than 200 years, while long period comets takes over than 200 years, which I'm taking 1 lakh to 1 million years to revolve around the sun. Types of comets. There are many types of comets. Some kinds of comets are short period comets, long period comets, great comets, and so on. Next you can see about the space rocks. Space rocks consists of asteroids, asteroid belt, meteors and meteoroids. First you can see about the asteroids. Asteroid, that is a large gap between the Mars and Jupiter. A large number of rocks called asteroids lie in the space. The largest asteroid is Ceres. Its diameter is 1003 kilometers. The size of asteroid varies from 100 to few hundred kilometers. They are classically identified with C-type, M-type and F-type, S-type. They are named with siliceous, carbonaceous, metallic compositions respectively. Asteroid belt. The region of Mars and Jupiter. Next you can see about the meteors. Meteors are small objects mainly made of stones present in the space. They regularly enter the Earth's atmosphere. As they regularly enters the Earth's atmosphere at a very high speed, it heats up and burns. It also appears like a ball of fire and with a very long bright tail. It is also named with shooting star, though it is not a star at all. You may have seen shooting star in a sky on a clear night. First one is asteroid, followed by next is asteroids, and the next one is meteors, and followed by last one is meteoroids. Next you can see about the motion of the earth. As you know already, the earth has two types of motion. They are rotation and revolution. Rotation is the movement of the earth on its axis is called rotation. Revolution, the movement of the earth around the sun in a fixed path is called revolution. The axis of the earth, which is an imaginary line, makes an angle of 66 on top with its orbital plane. This is rotation, and next one is revolution. Next you can see about the shape and inclination of the earth. True shape of the earth. After centuries of research, we currently know that the earth isn't really flat, but rather an oblate spheroid. They are really flat at the poles and round at the sides. That is how it transforms into an oblate spheroid. Inclination of the earth. The earth is tilted. The earth axis is the important reason for seasonal variations. The earth is tilted at the angle of 23.5 degrees. This means the earth always points around it and goes around the sun. Importance of earth's inclination. The earth receives light from the sun. Due to the spherical shape of the earth, only half of it gets light from the sun. Next you can see spheres of the earth. As you know already, spheres of the earth has 4 types. They are everything in earth system can be replaced into one of 4 major subsystems. They are land, living things, water, air. They were named with lithosphere land, hydrosphere water, biosphere living things, and last one is atmosphere air. Next, you can see about the solar energy. Solar energy is any type of energy that generated by the sun. Solar energy is created in the nuclear fission that takes place in the sun. Fusion occurs when protons of hydrogen atoms violently collide in the sun's core and fuse to create a helium atom. Who invented solar energy? Edmond Becquerel. It all begins with Edmond Becquerel, a young physicist working in France, who in 1839 observed and discovered photovoltaic effects. There are three types of solar energy. They are solar thermal, concentrated solar power, solar photovoltaics. The uses are solar thermal for lighting, concentrated solar power for electricity, and solar photovoltaic is for electricity or terms. Different uses of the solar system around the home: heating water, ventilation fans, heating swimming pool, and so on. Next, you can see about the solar panel. What is solar panel? Solar panel is also called photovoltaics. Collects the energy from the sun and convert into the electricity and used to home business or and so on. Next, you can see about the exoplanets. Exoplanets, it's also known as an extrasolar planet. A planet that orbits a star outside of our solar system. This planet is located in other stellar system which is not our own planetary system. There are 4 types of exoplanets. They are Neptune-like, super-Earth, gas giants, and terrestrial. A gas giant is a large planet mostly composed of hydrogen and helium, like in our Neptune and Uranus. Neptune is similar to Neptune and Uranus. Neptune is about 4 times mass or size of the Earth and almost 17 times weight or radius. Terrestrial is a rocky world that is situated outside of a solar system. Super-Earth. A super-Earth is a mass higher than our Earth's, but substantially below of those are ice giants. They are Uranus and Neptune. Next, you can see about the space. First, you can see about the space. Space is an almost perfect vacuum, nearly void of matter, and with extremely low pressure. Next, you can see about the space missions. Common rationales for exploring space includes scientific research, nation prestige, uniting different nations, and strategic advance against other countries. Next, you can see about the space weather. Space weather refers to the events and conditions occurs in the space, primarily driven by the sun's activity and interaction with Earth's magnetic field and atmosphere. The space weather phenomena can have various effects on Earth, like infrastructure and even health of astronauts. Next, you can see about the astrobiology. Astrobiology is the scientific study of life in the universe. It is a field that combines the aspects of chemistry, biology, physics, and astronomy to investigate the life beyond the Earth. Astrobiologists seek to understand the conditions necessary for life to emerge, and both on different environments, both on our Earth and other celestial objects such as moons and their planets and stars and even exoplanets. Exoplanets mean a planet that orbits a star outside of a solar system. Next, you can see about the black hole. What is black hole? A black hole is an area of such immense gravity that nothing, not even a light, can escape from it. Who is the father of black hole? The term black hole was coined by physicist John Wheeler in 1968. What's inside the black hole? anything but rather an empty space. It is great amount of matter packed inside a very small area. Whether the sun will become a black hole? No, it's too small for that. And this is the black hole of an image. And we are going to see our last content, future exploration about the solar system. The sun will evolve into a red giant, swallow up the inner planets and become a white dwarf. In about 5 billion years, the sun will continue to fuse out of hydrogen and the fuel of its fusion reactor. The sun will continue to fuse hydrogen in an expanding shell, and this will puff the sun into a white dwarf. Let's recall. First we saw about sun, solar system, moon, dwarf planets, gravity and inertia, Milky Way, comets, space rocks, and so on. If you want to know more about the solar system, read as much as book you need. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
A happy evening and a warm gathered here. I am Shobika of grade 12 from the Frontline Academy Metric High Secondary School. I am here to give a lecture on a topic, future of biotechnology, advancement in research and innovation. The word biotechnology is an umbrella term which covers various techniques, and they are derived from the living organisms, and they are used to treat and to provide service. The word biotechnology was coined before 20th century for such traditional activities like idli, dosa, bread, wine and dairy products. But none of these are considered as biotechnology in the modern sense. As I told, the word biotechnology is an umbrella term. So, we took some of the important topics that we should all know, and they are gene therapy, stem cell therapy, transgenic animals, biological products and their uses, animal cloning, ethical issues, applications in medicine and molecular diagnostics. Now, let's see about gene therapy. A question arises. If a person is born with a hereditary disease, a corrective treatment can be given for such diseases. Absolutely yes. This can be done by the process called gene therapy. This process involves transfer of a normal gene into a person's genome which carries one or more multiple alleles. Expression of a normal gene into a person results in a functional gene product. In action, it gives a normal phenotype. Transfer of a gene is carried out through a vector. At present, there is no effective treatment for such hereditary diseases, but gene therapy can offer hope for such people. There are two types of gene therapy, and they are somatic gene therapy and germline gene therapy. Somatic gene therapy, the therapeutic genes are transferred in the cells, and they are introduced in the egg cells, sperm cells and even in the blood cells. They are inherent to the next generation. In case of germline gene therapy, the therapeutic genes are transferred in the germ cells and they are introduced in the eggs and sperms. They are inherent to the next generation. Now, let's see the case study on gene therapy. The first clinical gene therapy was administered in the year 1990 by the French adolescent for a 4-year young girl with a ADA deficiency. It is a type of autosomal recessive immune deficiency. ADA deficiency is a autosomal recessive immune deficiency caused due to dysfunction and missing of ADA gene, which leads to non-functional ADA gene. And next, the goal of treating ADA SCID is to provide the patient with a functional gene product which breaks down the harmful substance in the body. The treatment options for ADA deficiency are bone marrow transplantation and enzyme replacement therapy. Bone marrow transplantation is the process of replacing the defected immune system with the healthier ones obtained from the donor. In case of enzyme replacement therapy, the therapeutic genes are transferred in the animal's genome and the functional gene product is injected inside the human. Next, let's jump into stem cell therapy. What type of cell is stem cell? It is an undifferentiated cell. Where it is found? It is found in most of the multicellular organisms. Maintenance of the stem cell. The stem cells has the ability to maintain their undifferentiated state even after undergoing numerous mitotic divisions. Ability of the stem cell. The stem cell has the ability to regenerate the diseased and damaged organs. It is differentiated and derived from. Stem cells are differentiated into any type of cells and they are derived from the primary germ layer, namely ectoderm, endoderm and mesoderm. Stem cell. Stem cell is isolated from the epiblast tissue and it is a type of primary germ layer and it is differentiated into neurons, epithelial cells, chondrocytes, erythrocytes, cardiac muscles, fat cells and even blood cells. Types of potency. Totipotency. The word toti means total. The ability of a single cell differentiated into cell into tissue, tissue into organ, organ into organism. And the next, pluripotent. The word pluro means several. Ability of a cell to differentiate it into primary germ layer. As we all know, it is ectoderm, endoderm and mesoderm. Next to it, we have multipotent. The word multi means many. Ability of a single cell to differentiate it into many type of cells similar to it. For example, RBCs are differentiated into lymphocytes and monocytes. Oligopotency. The word oligo means few. It refers to the ability of a stem cell to differentiate it into few type of cells similar to it. For example, lymphocytes can differentiate it into B and T cells, but not RBC. Unipotency. We know. The word uni means single. The ability of the cell to differentiate it into only one type of cell similar to it. And the next. In mammals, there are two types of stem cells. And they are embryonic stem cells and adult stem cells. Embryonic stem cells are isolated from the inner cell mass of the blastocyst. When stimulated, they are differentiated into more than 200 types of adult stem cells. They maintain their undifferentiated state in a sterile culture medium. The embryonic stem cells are potent and multipotent. As we all know, the word pluripotent means the ability of a stem cell to differentiate it into primary germ layer. Ectoderm, endoderm and mesoderm. The word multipotent means, as we all know, the word multi means many. It refers to ability of a cell to differentiate it into any type of cells similar to it. Adult stem cell. Most of the adult stem cells are found in the tissues of the adult as well as in the children. Adult stem cells are somatic stem cells and they have the ability to differentiate and create another cell similar to it. And they are mostly multipotent in nature. This adult stem cell act as a repair system of the body. Most of the adult stem cells are found in the red blood marrows, and stem cells has the ability to test the safety of the vaccines. Stem cell bank. Stem cell banking is secreting, storing and processing of stem cells, and it is used in future whenever required. Amniotic stem cell banks are facility to store the stem cells, and they are derived from the amniotic fluid and used in the future. Next, we say about transgenic animals. Transgenesis is the process of introducing exogenous foreign DNA into a animal's genome, which carries one or more multiple alleles, and it is used to create and maintain the heritable character. What is transgene? The gene that are introduced or called as transgene. Meaning of transgenic animal: the animals that are produced through transgene are called as transgenic animals, genetically modified or genetically organized organisms. Production of transgenic animals, and this is human gene and the egg donor. Human gene is injected into the egg and it is cultivated in a sterile culture medium and implanted into a surrogate mother. Development within the surrogate mother, and the surrogate mother produces a transgenic goat. The transgenic goat produces transgenic milk. Next to it, various types involved in production of transgenic animals. Identification and suppression of desired trait. Introduction or direct transmission, combining the desired trait with the vector, transferring the desired trait into a cell, tissue, embryo or an matured organism. The animals that are produced through transgene are cat, fish, goat, cow, sheep and goat. Uses of transgene. Using transgene, we can produce more proteins, and they are useful for the medical and pharmaceutical industries. And using transgenic mice, we can test the safety of the vaccines. Transgenesis is important to improve the quality as well as the quantity of egg, milk and meat. Biological product. What is biological product? The products that are derived from the living organisms are called as biological products, and they are used to treat the diseases and to provide service. The products that are derived from the biological products are antitoxins, bacterial and viral vaccines, blood products and hormone extracts. Uses of biological products. Antibodies and hormones are prepared commercially and primarily for the medical as well as pharmaceutical industries, like recombinant hormones like insulin and human growth hormone, recombinant vaccines and recombinant proteins like alpha are available today. Animal cloning. Animal cloning is the process of producing genetically identical organisms either naturally or artificially. In nature, most of the cloned animals are produced through asexual reproduction. Cloning in biotechnology refers to producing copies of organism, copies of DNA fragments and copies of cells. Dolly was the first animal to be cloned in the year 1981 by Ellen Wilmot and Campbell. Cloning of Dolly. Let's consider two sheep and removing the udder cell from the sheep A and removing the unfertilized egg from the sheep B. Next to it, let's remove the nucleus from the unfertilized egg and fuse them together and cultivated it in a oviduct tissue. After 6 days, the embryo is in the stage of epiblast and it is implanted into a surrogate mother and the surrogate mother produces a dolly. Did you know? Ellen Wilmot and Campbell experiment. Ellen Wilmot and Campbell removed 277 udder cells from the sheep and fused them with a unfertilized egg where the nuclear material are removed. After cultivating for 6 days, Ellen Wilmot and Campbell implanted totally 29 embryos into a surrogate mother's womb, but only one dolly was produced. Advantages and disadvantages of cloning. Advantages. Using cloned animals, we can do many trials and many researches using this cloning animal, and it is very important for pharmaceutical and medical industries. Mainly, this cloning is used to research 8 stem cells. And using cloning, we can safeguard the endangered species. Let's see about the disadvantages of animal cloning. Result tells that most of the cloned animals are diseased and have high mortality rate. More than 90% of cloned animals fail to produce offspring. If a person eats a cloned animal meat, it leads to lots of controversies. The cloned animals age faster than the normal and less healthier than the normal. And the production cost is very costly and the animals involved in this process suffered a lot. Now, applications of medicine. There are 2 types of applications of medicine: recombinant human insulin and interference. Recombinant human insulin. The recombinant human insulin was a recombinant DNA technology and are used to treat diabetes mellitus. It is composed of 2 polypeptide chains and they are linked by a disulfide bond. Insulin are developed to overcome the allergic reaction caused by the animal insulin used previously. Production of insulin involves inserting the human gene with the E. coli bacteria, which is used to treat many diseases. Insulin was the first pharmaceutical product synthesized from the recombinant DNA technology and are used widely and got approval in the year 1981. Interference. Interference are proteinaceous substance and they are derived from the mammalian cells and they act as a response for the viral infections, and also they have the antiviral properties. There are 3 types of interference: alpha, beta and gamma based on their structure. Recombinant DNA technology allows to produce interference with the sarcomeres and the yeast. And they are used to treat many diseases regarding interference. Therapeutic applications. Interference has therapeutic application for such diseases like hepatitis, herpes, ulcer, AIDS and so on. But its high production cost limits the production to the general public. The cow Rosie. In 1981, the cow Rosie was the first animal to be transgene, which produced human protein enriched milk, which is a nutritional balance for a newborn babies than the milk produced by the normal cow. Molecular diagnostics. Molecular diagnostic techniques such as recombinant DNA technology, PCR and ELISA provides specific, sensitive and simple method of early diagnostic for such infectious diseases and genetic defects. Conventional methods of molecular diagnostics like microscopic examination, serum analysis, and urine analysis are more defective and are indirect, which leads to early detection of the diseases. Amplification of nucleic acid, like techniques like PCR, are allowed to produce and detect the pathogens like virus and bacteria in a low concentration. ELISA was discovered by Ellen Wilmer and Peter Perlman in the year 1981. It is a biochemical process and it is used to detect the specific antibodies and antigens in a human body. Ethical issues. And this is going to be my concluding point. And ethical issues biotechnology has given to the society are cheap drugs, better fruits and vegetables, indigenous cure for the diseases and animal pest. This is because most of the biotechnology was concentrated in the genetic manipulation. People fear that most of these unknown genetic manipulation leads to unknown controversies. Although many are concerned about the genetic manipulation, the issues are in fact slight, but the potential profits are more. Thank you.
Academy Matriculation Higher Secondary School, Tirupur. Today I stand before you to deliver into the fascinating world of Earth's treasure, rocks, minerals and fossils. These geological informations allowing scientists to study Earth's history and its surface. First, we are going to see about rocks. In these rocks, I'm going to talk about what are rocks and the types of rocks. Before going to start, let me give a small introduction about what are rocks. Rocks are the building blocks of our planet. Rocks are composed of solid substance formed naturally through geological processes. There are three main types of rocks: igneous rocks, sedimentary rocks, and metamorphic rocks. Each type of rocks formed through different geological processes and has a distinct categories. Let's begin with igneous rocks. Igneous rocks are formed from the solidification of modern minerals called magma and lava. When magma cools and solidifies underground, it forms intravative igneous rock, such as granite. On the other hand, when lava erupts and rapidly cools, it forms extravative igneous rock, like basalt. Igneous rocks are known for their interlocking crystal structure and can contain various minerals. Second, we are going to see about sedimentary rocks. Sedimentary rocks are created through the accumulation and the sedimentation of sediments, which are small particles of minerals. Over time, these sediments are compacted and hardened to form sedimentary rocks. Examples of sedimentary rocks include limestone, sandstone, and slate that provide valuable information about Earth's history. The last rocks we are going to see about metamorphic rocks. Metamorphic rocks are formed when existing rocks undergo changes in intense heat, pressure, and chemical activities within the Earth crust. These changes occur without melting the rocks entirely. Metamorphic rocks differ from their origin form. Examples of metamorphic rocks include marbles, slate, and gneiss. In conclusion, rocks are not only for the geological process, but also serve as building materials for constructions, earlier manufacturing of tools and equipments. Rocks are even used in artistic and decorative purpose. Furthermore, rocks contribute to overall stability that provide habitats for organisms that are even regulate temperature, erosion, These geological information allowing scientists to study Earth's history. Next, we are going to see about minerals. In this mineral, I'm going to clearly explain about what are mineral, properties of mineral, characteristics of minerals, and some examples of commonly found minerals. Let's begin with what are minerals. Minerals are an essential part of our everyday lives. Even though we may not realize it always, minerals have a numerous use and play a crucial role in various industries. Minerals have various types. There are thousands of known minerals. Common ones like calcite, feldspar, as well as rare and valuable minerals like diamond, gold, and emerald. Minerals are used in various industries. Let's talk about the characteristics of minerals. In this, I'm going to talk about naturally occurring inorganic, solid, defined chemical composition and crystalline structure. Let's begin with inorganic. Minerals are derived from geological process. Inorganic. They are not derived from living organisms. Solids. Minerals typically found in solid state, although some may be liquid and gases under specific conditions. Defined chemical composition. Each mineral has a specific chemical formula which determines its chemical compositions. Crystalline structure. Minerals have a regular and repeating arrangement of atoms and iron forming crystals. Let's talk about properties of minerals. In this, I'm going to talk about color, luster, strength, cleavage, hardness, density, and transparency. First, I'm going to talk about hardness. The ability of a mineral resists scratching or being scratched. The mole scale is used to measure ranging from 1 softest to 10 hardest, with tail being the softest and the diamond being the hardest mineral. Cleavage and fracture. Cleavage refers to the way a mineral break along specific plane due to their interlocking atomic arrangements, while fracture refers to irregular or uneven break. The way a mineral reflects light. It can be metallic, shiny like metal, or non-metallic, glassy, pearly, silky, and etc. Color and strength. Color can be distinctive. My mineral may occur in various color, while strength refers to the color in the powdered form of mineral. Density. A mineral has for a given volume measure of a mass of a substance. In case of minerals, density is typically reported in grams per cube meter or kilograms per cube meter. Final, we are going to talk about transparency. Minerals can be transparent, translucent, allowing the light but not the detailed image, or optical, not allowing the light to pass through it. Examples of some commonly found minerals. In this, I'm going to clearly explain about quartz, feldspar, calcite, mica, and hematite. Let's begin with quartz. A mineral composed of silicon and oxygen, known for its helium crystal structure, and comes in various colors, such as clear purple, amethyst, pink, rose quartz. Feldspar, a group of minerals that make up around 60% of Earth's crust. Feldspar is an essential part of formation in rocks. Calcite, a calcium carbonate mineral that often form in sedimentary rocks with white strings. It freezes when in contact with acid, such as vinegar, due to its reaction with carbonate. Mica, a mineral with excellent cleavage, thin and flexible sheet, and a pearly luster. It is often used in electrical installations and makeup products. Hematite, an iron oxide mineral known for its reddish brown to black color. It's a primary source of iron for the steel industries. Next, Minerals are remarkable substances found in earth with unique properties and various applications. They are wired for the formation of rocks, contributing everything from construction materials to electronics. Understanding mineral helps us to appreciate, study the incredible diversity found in our world. Let's talk about fossils. Fossils are preserved remains, allowing us to unravel into the mysteries of our extant species, ecosystem, and the evolution of life. In this, I'm going to clearly explain about the types of fossils. In this, I'm going to talk about 5 types of fossils today, that are body fossils, trace fossils, chemical fossils, microfossils, and resin fossils. First, let's begin with body fossils. Body fossils are formed from the dead remains of plants and animals. These body fossils are divided into several subcategories. Subcategories of body fossils are hard body parts, soft tissues, imprints, and impressions. Let's talk about hard body parts. Fossils of hard body parts are often mineralized, meaning that the original organic material has been replaced by minerals. Examples of hard body parts include bones, teeth, shells, and exoskeleton. The second subcategory of hard body parts we are going to see about soft tissues. In expeditionary circumstances, soft tissues can be preserved as fossils. This is a rare occurrence and typically requires a specific chemical formula like rapidly burner in anoxic environment. Due to it, this provides insecticides into anatomy, physiology, and even the coloration of an organisms. The last subcategories of body fossils is imprints and impressions. When a body part formed when the impression of an organism or its body parts is preserved in rocks. Examples of imprints and impressions include footprints, leaf imprints, and skin impressions. Next, the second fossil we are going to speak about trace fossils. Trace fossils are also called ignonic or indirect evidence of past life activities. These provide insecticides into behavior, movements, and even the interaction of an organisms. Examples of trace fossils include footprints, ruars, coprolites. These trace fossils also divided into several subcategories. Subcategories of trace fossils, trackways, ruars, and coprolites. Let's begin with trackways. Trackways are fossil footprints or track marks left by animals as they across sedimentary surface. Examples of trackways include footprints of dinosaurs, earlier mammals, and reptiles. The second subcategories of trace fossils we're going to see about ruars. Ruars are tunnel or hole. This is a simple or complex structure that are often associated with animals such as worms, insects, and so on. The third subcategories of trace fossils we are going to see about coprolites. Coprolites are fossil feces or extreme of organisms that provide valuable information about diet, behavior, and ecology of organisms. The third fossil we are going to see about chemical fossils. Chemical fossils are also called biomarkers or once living organisms that provide information about ancient environment. This can include existence of specific types of bacteria or algae. These chemicals are also divided into several subcategories. Subcategories of chemical fossils. Today we are going to see about lipid biomark, geochemical biomarks, and organic compounds. Let's begin with lipid biomark. Lipid biomark are organic compound derived from lipids that are even preserved in sedimentary rocks. These organisms that were present in ancient ecosystem. Examples of lipid biomark include specific types of fatty acids. The second subcategories of chemical fossils, geochemical biomarks. Geochemical biomark are organic compound or indicate the biological process or environments. These certain compounds may indicate the oxyologic and photosynthesis. The third subcategories of chemical fossils here are organic compounds. Organic compounds are associated with specific taxa. This specific to certain groups of organisms. The certain compounds found in the cell walls. This can be used as chemical fossils. The fourth, we are going to see about microfossils. Microfossils are only visible under a microscope. They can include tiny organisms like foraminifera, pollen grains, and microscopic plants and animals. This can be useful in studying ancient environments, in schools and climatic changes and the evolution of life itself. These microfossils are divided into several subcategories. Today I'm going to teach about these three subcategories of microfossils. Is foraminifera, diatoms, and pollen and spawn. Foraminifera is a single cell protist with cells. It's a calcium carbonate mineral or organic material that are found in marine environment and have a wide range of shapes and sizes. This pathological climate and pathography has been reconstructed. Diatoms. Diatoms are found or called photosynthesis algae that are found in both freshwater and marine environment. This can include environmental changes. Next, we are going to see about pollen and spawn. Pollen grains and spawns are reproductive structure that are often preserved in sedimentary rocks. This provides information about ancient vegetations and the climates. Next, the last fossil is we are going to see about resin fossils. Resin fossils are also called ambria fossils that are sticky tray resins, which eventually harden into ambria. This provides a unique clip into the environmental changes. These resin fossils are divided into several subcategories. Today, we are going to see about plant materials, microorganisms, and insecticides inclusions. Materials. Resin fossils are also called preserved fragments of plants. These botanical inclusions offer insecticides. This ancient plant's diversity have reproductive structure that are even the interaction between plants and animals. Microorganisms. Resin fossils can sometimes wrap in sticky resins. These trap microscopic organisms like bacteria, fungi, and protozoes. These tiny inclusions can provide valuable formation in the microorganisms. It also interaction with large organisms. Insecticides inclusion. This is the last part of this lecture. Insecticides inclusion are the most common way and various types of bees, beetles, spiders, flies, butterflies, and other small arthropods. Insecticides inclusion in ambria provide a unique window which reminds of their previous. It's important to note that fossil records are not distributed evenly across time or geological regions. Fossil record is incomplete based towards organisms. Analysis and pythosis have reconstructed the scientific portions of Earth. In conclusions, Earth's treasure, rocks, minerals, and fossils are Earth's precious treasure, allowing us to unravel into the mysteries of our ecosystem. Thank you for your attention. I hope this glimpse into the Earth's treasure has sparked your curiosity. I hope you will be definitely research about this. Thank you.
Greetings to all present here. I'm Aarti from grade 12, studying in the Frontline Academy Metric High Secondary School. I'm here to take lecture on the topic International Business and Education. Have you ever wondered about the journey of small product that takes to reach your hand, from the process of importing in one country and exporting to another country, including the packages and shipment? This is the magic of international business. First, let me explain you about what is international business. As you all know, international business are those economic activities that includes exchange of goods and service resources across the world. And it includes wide range of activities such as global marketing, global finance, and cross-cultural communication. The growth of the international business have been fueled by various factors. Those factors transformed the way how companies operate and interact with the market across the world. So in this topic, we will explore the importance and features of international business as well as the drivers which are influencing it. First, let me define the international business. According to Roger Bennett, international business are those commercial activities which takes place across national frontiers, which means international business are those commercial activities which is taken by private or government. Private companies engage in international business just to take profit, and government companies engage in international business to develop the economic growth of the country. Next, we have scope of conducting international business. The scope of international business is vast and multi-faced. So it includes exchange of tangible assets and intangible services. Here we have few factors which are influencing it. The first factor is import and export. As you all know, import and export are the backbone of conducting international business. Import refers to buying of goods and service from foreign country to our country. For example, India buys petroleum products from Gulf countries. Then export refers to selling of goods and service to foreign countries from our country. For example, selling of tea from India to England and selling of iron ore from India to Japan. We will know about import and export trade, but some might not be aware about entry-port trade, which is also called as re-export trade, which means the buying of goods and service in one country and then we reprocess and repack the same and sell them to different countries. For example, Indian merchants in Surat buys uncut raw diamonds from South Africa and then they reprocess and sell them to international diamond market, which is in Amsterdam. The next factor is international finance and investment. This will manage the risk in conducting international business. It helps the companies to invest in capital markets and gain funds through foreign markets. The next factor is global sourcing. Companies engage themselves in global sourcing just to procure raw materials, finished products and semi-finished products from different countries. And then we have global supply chain management. Companies engage themselves in global supply chain management to manage the flow of goods and service and resources, which includes transportation, communication and technology. The next point is multinational corporations. As you all know, multinational corporations are the business activities which are happening in multiple countries. So this will obviously have affiliates, subsidiaries and operations all over the world. So multinational corporations play a significant role in conducting international business. Next we have nature of conducting international business. Here also we have few factors which are influencing it. The first factor is globalization. So international business is closely associated with the process of globalization. Advanced technology, transportation, communication have made it much easier to conduct international business. The next point is ethical and social responsibilities. While conducting international business, companies have to ensure whether ethical and social responsibilities have been followed. While promoting a product, companies have to respect the dignity of the people. Respecting social responsibilities will not only benefit the society and environment, it also benefits the reputation of business in the world stage. And next, cross-cultural operations. Understanding different cultures, languages play a crucial role in conducting international business because there are different cultures and languages practicing in different parts of the world. and international market entry strategies. This will determine the appropriate method to conduct international business. The methods of conducting international business are importing, exporting, logistics, joint venture, which also includes outsourcing. And then we have, now I wanted to explain why India embarks on its path to international business. When international business entered into new economic reforms, but India was in complete debt. In order to acquire funds, India approached International Monetary Fund. International Monetary Fund accepted the proposal of India, and they made few conditions that India should undergo structural changes. Those structural changes made India to liberalize some economic policies. This is how multinational corporations entered into India and earned more profit, as well as Indian companies entered to foreign countries and earned more profit as well. And there are 4 strategies in conducting international business. They are global strategy, transnational strategy, international strategy, and multi-domestic strategy. First, let me explain you about global strategy. It is high in global integration but low in local responsiveness. For example, Amazon company, which helps the people to buy through online. And then we have transnational strategy. It is the best strategy among the 4. And it is always high in both global integration as well as local responsiveness. For example, McDonald's company, which have 36,000 of fast food locations happening in 60 different countries. Next, international strategy. It is always low in both local responsiveness and global integration. It focuses on single side of international business, that is export of products and service. But business are always choosing this strategy to conduct international business. For example, Red Bull company, which were once started as a small exporting manufacturer in 1987, and then it became one of the largest companies in the world, and the earnings would be approximately $2 billion per sales in every year. And next strategy is multi-domestic strategy. It is high in local responsiveness but low in global integration. For example, Johnson & Johnson company, which become one of the home brand in the world, and it have thousands of brands happening in various countries. It comes with no challenges. And while doing international business, companies have various options to export, such as direct exporting and indirect exporting. And they have various sources for financing, such as direct funding and indirect funding. Then, while doing international business, companies have to analyze their capabilities and capacities. They have to aware about legal and political situation in different countries, as well as the currency exchange, which plays a crucial role in conducting international business. And they have to analyze the industry based on few factors, such as comparative landscape, technological landscape, and market size and growth. And now we have features of international business. The first point is involvement of countries. International business takes place only when transactions occurs in different parts of the world. Then use of foreign exchange. When one country trade with another country, the exchange for goods and service must take place only on the basis of foreign currencies. And legal obligation. International business is to be conducted based on import and export policy of the country. So government is always direct in conducting international business. And then heavy documentation work. International business includes lots and lots of formalities to do. So parties have to execute more number of documents in terms of conducting international business. Next point is difference in economic development. The economic environment of a country which are involving in international business differs in terms of regulatory framework, legal and political situation, and the resources availability. Next, I would like to explain importance of international business. The first point is market expansion. International business helps the companies to access new as well as large markets. So, international business partnership and collaboration includes exchange of research as well as development activities. So, business are eagerly waiting to make partnership and collaborate with foreign companies just to expand their marketing operations all over the world. Next point is resource acquisition. International business helps the countries to acquire resources which are not domestically available with them. So countries can get all the resources in a proper way. Then economic growth. International business helps to develop the economic growth of the countries which are involving in it. And then we have international peace. So international business obviously enables the countries to become interdependent while those countries were independent in their functioning. So this will obviously promote the international peace and brotherhood culture among the nations. Next, I want to explain merits and demerits of conducting international business. First, we have merits of international business on the list. The first point is optimum use of natural resources. International business helps the countries to use the resources in a proper way. The simplest principle of conducting international business is that country which can produce goods and services excessively and trade the surplus goods to foreign countries has to procure goods and services which cannot be available in the country. And then next point is economic development. The countries which were once lower in performance has to acquire more economic development. The countries were like India, China and South Korea. Even the developed countries like USA and UK are achieving faster growth of economic development due to import and export activities. Next is employment opportunities. International business obviously provide employment opportunities to the people assisted by agriculture and industrial sector. It provides direct employment to the people who are hired by import and export policy of the firm, and direct employment to the people who are hired by intermediary firms. Next is higher standard of living. International business helps the people to improve their standard of living. So people of a country can buy goods and services which cannot be produced by their own country cost efficiently. This is made possible by only conducting international business. Next is prospects for higher profit. The core aim of the business is to make profit, right? So international business enables the companies to produce excessively and sell them at higher range of profit. Next we have demerits of conducting international business. The first is economic dependence. When one country depends more and more on import from foreign countries, then the country obviously becomes a slave country to the exporting country, as the country cannot produce goods and services on their own. Next is import of harmful goods. So international business sometimes leads to importing of harmful goods such as poisonous chemicals and hazardous products which may affect the economic environment of the country. Next is misuse of natural resources. International business leads to misuse of natural resources. So due to international business, countries are exporting available scarce of natural resources in the country. Next, political exploitation. As I told you, international business first creates economic dependence and then creates political exploitation. For example, British people entered into countries as mere traders and then they captured all those countries. Next is rivalry. International business first creates conflict among nations due to acute competition among foreign companies. This would obviously end up conducting war among the countries. Next, we have countries which are always open for doing international business. This is as per 2019 census, which is approximately before COVID. And first place goes to New Zealand, which have 86.8% of economy for doing international business. And second place goes to Singapore, and then we have South Korea, UK, USA, Taiwan, Thailand, Germany, Japan, China. Ninth place goes to our country, India, and then we have Brazil. And this is as per World Bank University of Ease of Doing Business report. Now I wanted to say a quote which is said by Nelson Mandela, that is, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Now I step into an interesting topic, that is international business education. International business education refers to a field of study that prepares individuals for career in global marketplace. It includes learning about various aspects of international business. So studying international business helps you if you want to work in international organizations or companies which engage themselves in international trade. It also supports you for your career in governmental and non-governmental organizations where international business is increasingly important. Next we have importance of studying international business. So, international business helps the students to network with other students and professors, which will develop their communication skills, which is essential in today's global business environment. And career opportunities. International business education provide wide range of career opportunities to the students who are seeking to become global business leaders. Next is expansion opportunities. So it provides expansion opportunities, which includes learning about complexities and challenges of conducting international business. Now we have top international business school rankings. Top international business school rankings are determined by few factors. That will be like students' experience, academic excellence and research output. Some of the rankings are US News, QS World University rankings, Financial Times Global MBA rankings and Economics MBA rankings. Next we have international business school. The first one is Harvard University, which is in USA, and it made partnership with Instead University, which is in France. And next we have London Business School, which is in UK, and it made partnership with Columbia Business School, which is in USA. To be considered for admission into those schools, students have to submit transcripts, recommendation letters, personal essay statements, and standardized test scores. Scholarship may be provided based on the universities. So additionally, students have to attend an interview as well as an exam to get scholarship. Now there are various courses available in this field which open the path for global business leaders. They were like Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of International Business, Bachelor of Commerce, Bachelor of Science, Bachelor of Business Administration, Master of Arts, Master of Science, and Master of Commerce, and Master of Global Business. Bachelor's in International Business helps you to improve your language proficiency as well as it provides better knowledge about international market. Then Master's in International Business helps you to learn various subjects such as International Business Studies and International Economics, Global Business Law, and Supply Chain Management. It develops your skills such as complex problem solving, financial analysis, and international communication, and global team management. Then careers if you are graduates in international business, here are the job opportunities available for you. They were like Global Marketing Manager, International Trade Specialist, International Sales Manager, International Sales Promotioner, and International Financial Manager. In the year 2015, international business online programs have provided 10,193 degrees to the students who are seeking to become global business leaders. And the year 2015, 1.05 million people have become as auditors and accountants in the field of international business, and their earnings would be $67,190 per annum. And this is as per 2015 census, while international business was rapidly evolved in the year 2005. Now, salary for the international business may be provided based on some criteria. The criteria would be like level of degree, job title, company size, location, and industry. Now, we're going to see about merits and challenges in studying international business. We have merits of studying international business on the list. The first point is language proficiency. Learning a foreign language always plays a vital component in studying international business. Because as I told you, right, there are different cultures and languages are practicing in different parts of the world. So it will obviously improve your language proficiency as well as fosters deeper connections with various stakeholders. The next one is global perspective. Studying international business provides you with broader perspective on global economy, which is characterized by various factors. So students can get a better idea about global business landscape. Next is knowledge of international market. So studying international business provides you a deep knowledge about international market. So students can better idea about economic, political, legal systems. Then leadership and managerial skills. So international business education develop your leadership and managerial skills. So you can operate different cultural teams, different cultural projects, as well as you can overcome the challenges of studying global business. Now we have challenges in studying international business. Language and culture barrier. It is one of the biggest challenges in studying international business. So it is one of the biggest challenges in studying international business, and it may be difficult for the students that they have to learn different cultural values, norms, skills, and as well as they have to aware about different cultural events. In complexity of global business environment, the global business environment is always a complex one which is diverse by various systems. It may be difficult for the students to overcome all those challenges in global business landscape. Next is technological advancement. Technology plays a vital role in studying international business. It is difficult for educators and professors that they have to integrate technology-driven tools and platform into their curricula to prepare students for next generation of global business leaders. Next is balancing theory and practical experience. So, international business education should strike a gap between theory and practical experience. So, it may be difficult for the students that they have to understand not only the concepts and theories, but also they have to know how to apply those concepts and theories in their real business world, that is practical life. Now, don't worry about these challenges. Here are the tips which will be helpful for you to overcome all those challenges. To overcome the challenge of language and cultural barrier, students can actively participate in different cultural events and different cultural and language exchange programs, and they can take online language courses. It will be helpful for them to improve language and cultural capacity. Then, to overcome the challenge of balancing theory and practical experience, educators and professors can involve in effective teaching, and they can utilize the digital tools and resources which is available in today's technological world. And even they can take online courses and participate in conferences, workshops and seminars. And then, to overcome the challenge of technological advancement, students can analyze various international business case studies which will be helpful for them to overcome the challenge of technology. And they can cultivate a global mindset, and they have to be aware about global trends which is shaping in international business. Then, to overcome the complexity of global business environment, students can cultivate a global mindset, and they have to be open to different perspectives, and they have to appreciate the complexities of global business environment, and they have to be aware about economic trends which are shaping the global business world, and they have to monitor and analyze the global trends in international business. Now let me tell you some global business leaders by which I inspired a lot. The first person is Indra Nooyi, who is an Indian American entrepreneur. She was the former CEO of PepsiCo company. And next is Satya Nadella, who is a CEO of Microsoft company. She is an Indian American entrepreneur. Then Ginny Rometty, who was the former CEO of IBM company, and she is the American entrepreneur. Now take these final moments, and that what we have learned and how will be helpful for you to overcome the challenges and your future in global business environment. And we have gained valuable insights in international market, and we have overcome the opportunities and importance in international business education that comes while conducting business across borders. As we are the next generation, we have to help our country to become a developed nation. And I hope my lecture will provide a deep knowledge about international business. I think I would like to conclude. I think it will be helpful for those who seek to become next generation of global business leaders. Thank you.
Greetings to one and all present here. I am Monica from grade 12, studying at Frontline Academy. Today, I am here to take a lecture on the topic of choosing the right business structure and pros and cons in detail. Today, I am going to tell about what is a business structure. Business structure describes the legal structure of an organization, and that refers to an sole proprietorships, but the sole proprietorship and partnerships are simple to set up. They are not have any legal formalities. The sole trader and partners are concern for an people, but joint stock companies and other types of organizations are involves the large producers to start the business. Let us discuss about the business structure and pros and cons in details. There are 6 different types of business structure. First one is sole proprietorship, and second one is Hindu undivided family, third one is partnership, and fourth one is cooperative organization, and fifth one is joint stock companies, and sixth one is multinational companies. Today I am going to tell about what is an sole proprietorship. Sole proprietorship means the person who have already been sole owner of his business. The business or engaged with an other industries or an commercial activities. When his business is owner of the company, he should be responsible for all the activities. What happening in the workshops. The business entity or not have an separate legal formations. Thus the revenues and liabilities are merged into personal level, and
Their main motive is to earn profit. They are calculated and tasked into personal accounts, and they also do various risks to earn and profit. Next, we are going to see about characteristics of sole proprietorship. First one is ownership by one man. This was owned by an individual and who is already have been an owner of the business. Sole trader contributes the equal capitals. He is not only the owner of the business, he also manages the affairs of the organizations. Next one is freedom of work and quick decisions. The sole trader is himself as the owner of the company. He need not to consult any decisions regarding to taking the business. He can take quick decisions. Next one is unlimited liabilities. When his business assets are not sufficient to pay off the business debt, he has to pay from the personal properties. Next one is enjoy entire profit. He strives seriously for the improvement and expansion of the company, and he also enjoys and benefits and hard work of his business. Next one is absence of government regulations. The multinational companies are concerned does not require an government regulations. No formality is required to observe and sole trading concerns. Formation, manager, and exclusive. Next one is no separate entity. The sole trader can come into any with death, disability, insolvency of an individual. Last one is maintenance of secrecy. If the people of concerned business can be managed the entire affairs, the secrecy will be maintained easily. It will not leak out to any customers or any consumers who were working in their organization. Next, we are going to see about advantage of sole proprietorship. First one is easy formation. No legal formality is required to initiate a sole trading concern. Any of them capable of entering into the business can be shared, provided with the responsibilities. Next one is incentive to work hard. That is a direct relationship between the efforts and the rewards. Their main motive is that the profit is taken by himself without sharing to anybody else. Next one is small capital. Small capital is an important as well as specific advantage of sole proprietorship. If sole trader want to start the business, they should start with that small capital. Next one is credit standing. The sole trader is personally held liable for satisfying business debts. He also gets more financial support to start the business organizations. Last one is flexibility. Flexibility means the sole trader can easily change his mind to concept of the business. He not to consult anybody else because he was a sole trader of his business. Next, we are going to see about advantage of sole proprietorship. First one is limited capital. The limited capital contributes at one individual only. So, the business operation should necessarily to be at limited scale. One is limited managerial skill. The single person, intelligent and experience in different field cannot be managed in a required advantage. They has to focus on each and every activities. Next one is unlimited liabilities. The creditors have the rights to recover their dues from the personal properties, and also he can get more financial supports. Next one is lack of specification. If the business unit's the financial resources are limited, experience in different fields cannot be managed and acquire an advantage of an sole trader. Last one is hasty decisions. The sole trader is likely to take an hasty decisions because he need not to consult anybody else. Next, we are going to see about second structure. A second structure is Hindu undivided family. Hindu undivided family means a joint Hindu undivided family is an organization, and it is an business of an traders. The joint Hindu family firm the operations of laws. It does not have the separate legal entity in a market level. The membership of the joint Hindu family is controlled and managed by the Hindu of laws. The sole trader of an joint Hindu family is only by birth and marriage to a single person who have already been a member of that family. Next one is meaning of HUF. Family are agreed to live together and work together and solve their responsibilities and invest their profit, income, their amount and also loss together. This business is also called a composite family or an HUF. Next one is characteristics of Hindu undivided family. First one is governed by an Hindu law. The joint Hindu family is owned and managed by an Hindu laws. Next one is management. All the affairs of the joint Hindu family is controlled and managed by the single person. His name is Karta. Karta was an senior most member of that family. He is the responsibility to deal the outside affairs because he was a senior most member. The only member can also deal the outside affairs, but they want to get an permission from the Karta to deal the outside affairs. Next one is membership by birth. The joint Hindu family is only by birth. As soon as a child is born in that family, a child becomes a member of that family. The membership does not need any agreement or a commitment to the partners. Next one is liabilities. Except the Karta, all the members of that joint be share their amount. They also can get the debates from the amount of a personal properties. Next one is impelled authorities. In a joint Hindu family, Karta have the only rights to enter into the contract because he have an utmost knowledge. And he next one is dissolutions. The dissolution of the partnership is very simple. All the willing of the membership should be and then only the joint Hindu family can be dissolved very easily. Next we are going to see about partnership. Partnership is a distant form of business organization in extends to an sole proprietorship. When two or more people own a business entity, then this business is called as partnership. In this business alone, all the partners are actively work for their business and they also take all the decision for the improvement and expansion of the business. Their main motive is to earn profit, and they also who the person is enter into the partnership is individually called as partners and collectively called as firm. Next we are going to see about characteristics of partnership. First one is contractual relationship. Partnership is an outcome of an agreement, whether it can be oral or an written. Consequent of an partner cannot be formed in the partnership organization. Next one is plurality of an person. The partnership is a result of an agreement, whether it can be written or an oral. The minimum number of partnership is required to form a partner is 2 and maximum number of persons required to form a partnership is 50. And next one is sharing profit. The business should be the earning the profit and it should be shared for all, and the agreement to undertake a philanthropic activity is not consecutive because the sharing motive is completely absent here. Last one is mutual agencies. Mutual agency is an partnership of an extent. The business should be all or any of them acts for all or each acts simultaneously for the principals and the agents. And he was only the person of the joint Hindu family. Next one is advantage of Hindu undivided family. First one is the partnership is the firm is required and less legal formalities and other type of organizations. What is required is just an agreement, whether it can be oral or an written. The registration process is very simple and if the firm want to get registered, the registration process is occurred very soonly. The next one is benefits of consultations. The two partner is better than the taking and one-way decision can be also possible. The subject matters are thoroughly discussed and the partnerships are completely absent here. Next one is safeguard of minority interest. For all the virtual matters, the anonymous of a partnership required. If there is no anonymity, the partnership decision will be not accepted in the organization. Last one is easy dissolutions. The partnership is an easy dissolutions. In the case of partners, they want to get an 14 days notice by the partner is enough. There is no hurdle to dissolve the partnership. Next we are going to see about disadvantage of partnership. First one is instabilities. Partnership is a form of no legal extent and this is an inseparable partnership. As a result, terminable of an death, instabilities, insolvency of an partners. Next one is unlimited liabilities. The partnership should be viewed in the danger of unlimited liabilities. Partners bend his firm, do his business very properly. Next one is risk of impelled authorities. Every partner bend his firm and all other partner by his acts. Therefore, all other partner become greater extents because of the follow and fraud committed by the others. Last one is lack of public confidence. The account should be edited or published. It may lack public confidence. Next we are going to see about fourth structure. Fourth structure is cooperative organization. Cooperative organization is an business organization which was owned by people and controlled by also people. The business should be used for its service, supplies or products. The cooperative or an individual and this is elected board of director to oversee the organization. This process is also useful for promoting the lesser legal formalities. The which person is acting together and working together to share their profits and also common benefits. The people were working for a mutual benefits also. The cooperation of business during an industrial revolutions. Next we are going to see about principles of corporations. First one is voluntary and open organizations. The business is a organization open to all to use its service, accepting the responsibilities without gender, social responsibilities and political and relational discriminations. Next one is democratic member control. Partnership is an form of democratic organization and it was controlled by their members who buy its goods and use its service and who also protect to setting policies and taking decisions. Next one is membership economic development. Membership contribute equally to and democratically control the capital of the corporation. The benefits of the member in the proportion of the business also can conduct with the cooperative or rather than the capital investment. Next one is cooperative among corporation. The cooperative or serve their person with an most high intelligence persons and of the corporations. They do their activities through an national, regional activities and then various types of things. Next one is concern for communities. If the person is sole owner of his business, the corporation is work sustainably for their development. They will be not allowing to their business. Next we are going to see about futures of corporations. First one is voluntary membership. Any of them capable of entering into the society can become a member of the business and can also leave it at any time. Next one is equal rights. The properties have all the rights to enter into it and also be an owner and do his business. Each shareholder has one vote. Next one is democracy. The principle of democracy is adopted while taking decisions. The decision should be an honesty. Next one is honesty. Honesty is a basic principle of corporations. The business person should be an honesty person. The self-service person cannot run the business of the corporation societies. Next one is welfare of main objectives. The objectives are to prepare goods service to the people to serve their members in a low cost. Next one is cash payment. Cash payment means the credit standing is prohibited and goods and services are supplied to their business through an cash payment. Next one is economy. The membership of that economy is acts upon the principle of corporations. They should not misuse the capital of the societies and should work for their view post in the interest of the capital. Next one is last one, self-service. Self-service is an employed in the society of an corporations. All the members have the self-service and all are owners and all are contributing to their business. So self-service are played and main role is in this business. Next one is advantage of sole proprietorship. First one is voluntary organization. Any of them capable with an common interest can become a business person, and the membership fee is kept solo, so everyone can join and get benefit from these societies. Next one is easy formations. The formation of the corporation is very easy when compared to other companies. Any of them 25 members can become an majority can attain their business, and they also form an corporation societies, and they with an simple formalities. Next one is democracy. The cooperative are run with the one principle and one decisions, that is one man and one vote. These individuals that all the partners have rights to enterprise the business, and he also can take decisions for that business, so they can deal the business. Next one is easy for all and all for each. The business or do their business with an self-help and mutual help. It should be employed for and to promote their growth in a welfare. Next one is government support. Government support means the government in the view to promote their organization and growth of the organization. They also provide an cheap rate in a loan and also provide an subsidy, etc. Next we are going to see about disadvantage of corporations. First one is limited fund. The limited fund means the membership or contributory weaker sections, and the membership fee is kept so low. The fund of the cooperative is limited availability, so the cooperative are limited funds. Next one is imposed by the government. In the Western countries, the properties are employed by themselves, but in India the corporation are established and installed by the government, but it only reaches to the weaker section, it still not reach to the power sections. Next one is misuse of fund. The managerial skill can correct and the swindle of the cooperative society can also develop the countries. Next one is limited scope. The cooperative cannot be introduced in an all interest enterprise. He can also get futures in an organizations, and because they should not undertake the large scale operations, it will be not support to their industries, and they have to pay large amount to start the business. Next we are going to see about fifth structure. Fifth structure is joint stock companies. Joint stock company means joint stock company is a distinct form of business organization involved to overcome the limitation of sole trader and partnership. In the advance of a science, technology and the impact of a capital have all necessitated amount of large scale industries and highly sophisticated for the amount of running and skill for large-scale industries. The partnership with a limitation of capital, managerial abilities, and with added with the risk of liabilities. They cannot be found suitable and running large-scale industries in modern times. The joint stock companies came into existence. Next, we are going to see about sixth structure. Sixth structure is multinational companies. A multinational company short form is MNCs. A multinational corporation is one business that was corporated in one country. It is called as home country, which are extends to another country, then it is called an host country. In this addition to the home country, multinational corporations are employed and managed in a business of two or more countries. Next, we are going to see about examples of MNCs. First one is Bata India. Next one is Maruti Suzuki. Next one is Sony India. First, I am going to tell about Bata India. Bata India was found in the year 21st September 1894. This was founded by Thomas Bata. The Bata Corporation is a multinational shoemaker. The headquarters is located in Switzerland, and the world leading highest shoemaker is Bata India by the volume of 150 million shoe pairs or Next example is Sony India. Sony India was founded in the year 17th May 1894 and it was founded by Sunil Nayakar. Its headquarters is located in the New Delhi and India. The Sony India is the Indian subsidiary of Japan of Sony Corporations. Next example is Maruti Suzuki. Maruti Suzuki is founded in the year 1891 of 21st Feb. It was founded by a government of India. Maruti Suzuki India is the Indian subsidiary of Japan that also used for an automaker's Suzuki Auto of September 2022, and the Sony India was a world leading company. Thank you for your attention. I hope that this will be give some ideas about starting and business. Thank you for your attention.
Warm greetings to one and all present here. Krishna of grade 9, studying in the Frontline Academy, Matriculation Higher Secondary School. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this Frontline World Record Festival. Today, I am going to take a lecture on the topic From Cells to System, exploring the intricacies of the human body and its inner functions. The major level of organization in the human body, from the simplest to the most complex, are atoms, molecules, organelles, cells, tissues, organs, organ system, and the human organism. An organ system is a group of organs that work together in the body to perform a complex function such as pumping of blood or processing and utilizing nutrients. There are 11 major organ systems in our body. It includes the respiratory system, digestive system, circulatory system, integumentary system, skeletal system, muscular system, nervous system, endocrine system, urinary system, lymphatic system, and the reproductive system. Today, we are going to see about these organ systems in detail. First, let's start with the respiratory system. The respiratory system is the network of tissues and organs that help you breathe. The respiratory system's organs includes nose, mouth, throat, pharynx, voice box, larynx, windpipe, trachea, large airways bronchi, small airways bronchioles, and lungs. These parts work together in the body to move oxygen throughout the body and move out waste gases like carbon dioxide. Damages on respiratory system. The most common diseases which affects the lungs and other systems of the respiratory system includes the asthma, emphysema, pneumonia, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, shortly called as COPD, and lungs. Causes of diseases. These respiratory diseases may be caused by many reasons, which includes smoking tobacco, radon, or any other form of air pollution. Uniqueness in lungfish. African lungfish have some fascinating adaptation. They have 2 lungs and can breathe air. This is a unique feature in the living organism. As you can see here, this is the image of an African lungfish. Now we are going to move to our next organ system. It is the digestive system. The food that we eat takes an incredible journey throughout our body, from our mouth to our anus. During this journey, the beneficial parts of our food are absorbed, giving you energy and nutrients. The organs of the digestive system. The organs of the digestive system includes the mouth, esophagus, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, rectum, and anus. Digestive diseases. Digestive diseases are any type of disease which affects the improper functioning of the human digestive system. The most common digestive diseases are heartburn, ulcers, and gallstones. These are short-term diseases which affects the digestive system. And long-term diseases which affect the digestive system include cancer. Causes. First, let me say about the cause of heartburn. Heartburn occurs when the acidic digestive liquids of our stomach go back up to our esophagus. Next is ulcer. The most common cause of ulcer is infection with a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori, shortly called as H. pylori, or long-term use of drugs such as Brufen. Uniqueness in cow. Any mammal that includes the suborder Ruminacea, which includes giraffe, sheep, deer, and cow. Rumen stomachs have 4 compartments, namely rumen, reticulum, amasum, and abomasum. Camels have a 3-chambered stomach, and they are often called as pseudo-ruminants. Now we are going to move to our next organ system. It is the circulatory system. Your heart and blood vessels make up the circulatory system. The main function of the circulatory system is to provide oxygen, nutrients to tissues, cells, and organs throughout our body. This system also removes waste from our body so that our body can dispose of it. The organs of the circulatory system. The organs of the circulatory system includes the heart, blood vessels, arteries, veins, and capillaries. This also includes blood. Next is circulatory diseases. Circulatory diseases are any type of disease which may lead to the improper functioning of the circulatory system. The most common circulatory diseases are heart attack, heart failure, and stroke. First, let me say about heart attack. A heart attack is a medical emergency. A heart attack occurs when a blood clot blocks blood flow to the heart. Next is stroke. A stroke is a mental disorder. A stroke occurs when there is an insufficient of blood supply to the brain. Heart failure. Heart failure is a chronic condition where the heart doesn't pump blood as well as it should. Now we are going to move to our next organ system. Now we are going to see about the causes of these diseases. These circulatory diseases may be caused by many reasons, which includes inhaling carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide is a harmful gas which, when mixes with the blood, can lead to the improper functioning of the circulatory system. Uniqueness in crocodilians. The heart of a crocodile is different to other reptiles in that it has 4 heart compartments, just like birds and other mammals. Blood is sent to the lungs for exchange from the right, and from the left ventricle it is pumped throughout the body. Now we are going to see about the next topic. It is the integumentary system. The integumentary system is the largest human organ system. The integumentary system provides a physical barrier between the external and the internal environment that it serves to protect and maintain. The organs of the integumentary system. The organs of the integumentary system includes the skin, hair, and nails. Integumentary diseases. Some of the most common skin diseases are eczema and acne. Eczema, it is an inflammatory condition and occurs in individuals of all ages. Acne, it involves changing of pores which can lead to infection and is often seen in adolescents. Now let me tell about the causes of these diseases. Bad environmental condition is the main cause of eczema. Acne action occurs when the tiny holes in your face gets blocked. Now we are going to say about uniqueness in birds and fishes. The integumentary system of birds and fishes are different from humans. Humans have hairs along with skin, whereas birds have feathers and fishes have scales. Skeletal system. The skeletal system is the body system composed of the bones. The main function of the skeletal system is to provide our body its basic framework. This system also gives protection to internal organs like ribcage for heart and skull for brain. Now we are going to see about the organ of the skeletal system. The only organ of the skeletal system is the bones. Skeletal diseases. Osteoporosis is the most common form of skeletal disease affecting most of the skeleton. It creates holes in your bones. A fracture is usually a break in a bone. Next is the causes of these diseases. These skeletal diseases may be caused by many potential reasons, which includes overaging, overweight, lack of calcium, and also intense injury can lead to these skeletal diseases.
Sir.
Now we are going to see about uniqueness.
Sir, animation.
All animals have a different skeletal system from other animals, which depends on its structure, shape, and figure. Now we are going to see about the muscular system. Muscles attached with bones form the musculoskeletal system. The muscular system is responsible for the body movement. The only organ of the muscular system is the muscles, which is made up of a specialized cell called the muscle fiber. Muscular problems. Some of the most common problems that affects the muscular system includes sprain, strain, cramp, and muscle tear. Let me say about the causes of these problems one by one. Injury to ligaments leads to sprain. Overstretched muscles leads to strain. Poor physical condition can cause cramp. Intense sprain lead to muscle tear. Now we are going to see about uniqueness in sponges. Some animals do not have a muscular system. Sponges are one such animal which do not have a muscular system. Now it's the time to see about the nervous system. The nervous system is the command center of our body. Originating from our brain, it controls our movements, thoughts, and responses. The organs of the nervous system. The brain is the most important organ of the nervous system. The spinal cord and other nerves assist the brain in the functioning of this nervous system. Now we are going to see about nervous diseases. Epilepsy, Alzheimer's, and stroke are the most common form of disease affecting the nervous system. Let me say about the causes. First, let me say about epilepsy. Epilepsy is a disease which occurs when the activity of nerve cells in the brain gets disturbed. Alzheimer's is a progressive disease which can destroy brain memory. Now let me say about the causes of these diseases. Genetic disorder is the most common cause of these diseases. These diseases may also have some other causes too. Infection, lifestyle, and environmental condition are also a cause of these nervous diseases. Uniqueness in jellyfish. The jellyfish do not have a true brain. Jellyfish have a fake brain instead of a true one. Jellyfish uses this fake brain which instead of this true brain and leads to all nervous conditions in its body. Next we are going to see about endocrine system. The endocrine system is the body system that regulates all hormones in our body. The endocrine system regulates hormones from conception through adulthood and into old age. It involves the growth and development of the nervous system, functioning of the reproductive system, as well as metabolism and blood sugar. The organs of the endocrine system. The organs of the endocrine system includes the seven main glands in the human body. They are hypothalamus gland, pineal gland, pituitary gland, thyroid gland, parathyroid gland, thymus gland, adrenal gland, and the pancreas. Let me say about endocrine diseases. Endocrine diseases are any type of disease that leads to the improper functioning of the endocrine system. The most common endocrine disease is diabetes. Let me say about diabetes in detail. Diabetes is a disease which occurs when the pancreas doesn't produce enough insulin or the body cannot utilize the insulin produced by the pancreas. The symptoms of diabetes include urinating often, feeling more thirsty than usual, weight loss without trying. Let me say about the causes of diabetes. Diabetes may be caused by overaging, overweight, obesity, physical inactivity, and also insulin resistance. Uniqueness in pigs. There are 9 main glands in the body of a pig which are responsible for controlling a variety of vital functions in its body. Next, let me say about the urinary system. The urinary system is responsible to filter blood and create urine as a waste byproduct. The body takes nutrients from food and converts them to energy. The organs of the urinary system. The organs of the urinary system includes the kidney, ureter, urinary bladder, urethra. Next, let me say about urinary diseases. Urinary diseases are any type of disease that results in the improper functioning of the human urinary system. Let me say about the most common of these urinary diseases. Bladder cancer and kidney stones are the ones that are the most common urinary diseases. Causes. Smoking is the single biggest risk factor for bladder cancer. Kidney stones occurs due to insufficient drinking of water, exercise, too much or too little, eating food with too much salt or sugar. Uniqueness. The urinary bladder is absent in some lizards, snakes, and crocodiles, as they excrete semi-solid waste which contains uric acid. Now we are going to move to our next organ system. It is the lymphatic system. The lymphatic system is the body's sewerage system. It maintains fluid levels in our body by removing all fluids that leak out of our blood vessels. The lymphatic system is responsible for the optimal functioning of the general and specific immune response. The organs of the lymphatic system. The organs of the lymphatic system includes the bone marrow, spleen, thymus, and lymph nodes and lymphatic vessels. Lymphatic vessels refers to a network of thin tubes that carry lymph and white blood cells throughout our body. Lymphatic diseases. Lymphatic diseases are any type of disease which may lead to the blockage of the lymphatic system. The most common lymphatic diseases are lymphedema, filariasis, Gorham's disease, interstitial lymphagenesis, lymphadenopathy, and let me say about these diseases later. Let me say about the causes of these diseases. The main cause of lymphedema is the blockage in the lymphatic system, which is a part of the circulatory and immune system. Other causes of the lymphedema include surgery for cancer, radiotherapy, infection, inflammation, venous disease, obesity, trauma and injury, immobility. Now let me say about uniqueness in rats. The lymphatic system of rats is different from other mammals. Scientists are still trying to understand the lymphatic system in rats. Now we are going to move to our last organ system. It is the reproductive system. The reproductive system is the organ system which ensures the continuance of the species, that is from one generation to the other. Other organ systems in our body, such as the endocrine system and the urinary system, work continuously to maintain specific functions in the body to perform the functioning of the individual. But this reproductive system works continuously to ensure the continuance of the species. Now let me say about the organs of the reproductive system. In males, it includes penis, testis, scrotum, prostate gland, vas deferens, and urethra. In women, it includes the ovary, the fallopian tube, uterus, cervix, and the vagina. Now we are going to see about reproductive diseases. Reproductive diseases are any type of disease which may lead to the improper functioning of the reproductive system. The most common of these reproductive diseases are abnormal hormone production by the testes or the ovaries, endometriosis, uterine fibroids, and also gynecologic cancer. Causes. These reproductive diseases may be caused by infection with specific bacteria, viruses, and also parasites. Uniqueness in marine flatworms. Marine flatworms are generally hermaphroditic, which means they have both male and female sex organs, and they can typically reproduce both sexually and asexually. Now let me say about some amazing facts of the human organ systems. We produce around a liter of saliva every day. During our lifetime, we'll produce enough to fill 2 swimming pools. The surface area of the lung is as the same size of a tennis court. The strongest muscles in the human body is the masseter, which are located in the either sides of our mouth, which are used for chewing. Babies are born with 300 bones in their bodies, but adults only have 206 bones. This is because some bones fuse as you grow. Now let me say about the next amazing fact. Your brain generates 25 watts of electricity while you are awake. The body takes totally 12 hours to completely digest the food. There are about 96,000 kilometers of blood vessels in our body. Blood accounts 8% of our total body weight. Bones are about 75% of water. Your thigh bone is stronger than concrete. A woman nearly blink twice as much as men. Eyes are the only parts that do not grow throughout your lifetime. Other parts of the body, such as the eyes and nose, grow throughout your lifetime. Now, I am going to conclude my topic. Let me shortly say the summary of the lecture. Our body structure are divided into various organ systems, and there are 11 organ systems in our body. They are respiratory system, digestive system, circulatory system, integumentary system, skeletal system, muscular system, nervous system, endocrine system, urinary system, lymphatic system, and the reproductive system. Let me shortly say the uses of these organ systems. Respiratory system helps with gaseous exchange. Digestive system helps with food digestion. Circulatory system helps to provide oxygen, nutrients to the tissues, cells, and organs throughout our body. The integumentary system provides physical barrier to our body. The skeletal system gives our body its basic framework. The muscular system helps with the body movement. Nervous system helps in message processing. And the endocrine system regulates all biological process in our body. The urinary system filters blood and creates urine as a waste byproduct. The lymphatic system is the body's sewerage system, and it maintains fluid levels in our body. The reproductive system ensures the continuance of the species. These organ systems require support and coordination of other organs to form a complete and healthy human body. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Good evening to one and all present here. I am Arjun of grade 7 from the Frontline Academy Matriculation High Secondary School. Now I am going to give a lecture on the topic of beasts and critters, protecting the endangered species and its habitats. Now we are going to see the content on my topic: beasts and critters, habitat, introduction of endangered animal, conservation on wildlife, and introduction of endangered animal, and last conclusion. Now we're going to see a small intro on my topic of beasts and critters. Animal are the best companion to man since a long time. The animal kingdom is classified into 5 types: amphibians, reptiles, mammals, birds, and insects.
The animal on the planet to execute the existence of life because they play an important role in maintaining our ecosystem. From ancient times, humans are using animals for their benefit and they started to exploit the animal kingdom. Our planet is home to many animals which may be large and small who play a vital role in maintaining our ecosystem. What does endangered mean? An animal at risk because of extinct because of human activities such as hunting or poaching have pushed numerous species to the edge of extinction. Unfortunately, many of these unique endangered animals are currently in danger of disappearing forever. Human activities had a large impact in factors such as habitat loss, pollution, climatic changes, and many more have pushed numerous species to the edge of extinction. Human activities had a large impact in nature and ecosystem that sustains these incredible species. In this lecture, we will know the reasons behind the endangerment and we will learn many iconic and endangered animals across the globe, their habitat and the challenges they face. Remember, each of us has responsibility to protect the endangered animals. Let us begin the lecture marathon. Beast. Beast refers to an animal, especially large or wild one, and powerful animal. Animals such as lion, tiger, fox, deer, and many more animals. Critters. Critters refers to a domesticated animal and smallest animal. Animals like dogs, cats, horses, monkeys, and many more animals. What is a habitat? A habitat is a place where an organism makes its home. A habitat meets all the environmental conditions to an organism it needs to survive. For an animal, it needs to gather food, select a mate, and successful reproduction. For a plant, a right combination of light, air, water, and soil is represent the good habitat. There are two main types of habitat: the land habitat and water habitat. The land habitat contains of tropical region, swamp region, and desert. The water habitat consists of marine and pond regions of western critters, tropical region, tundra region, swamp region, grasslands, and desert. The first region is tropical region. Tropical region generally has a hot climate because of its location around the equator. The tropical region generally has a humid and moderate temperature. An important feature of the region is tropical rainforest. Animals such as Malabar giant squirrel, tigers, and many more animals can be found in tropical region and forest areas. The second region is tundra region. Tundra region is called the biomes. The tundra region is found in the region just below the ice caps of Arctic and extend to North America, to Europe and Siberia in Asia. The alpine tundra is found in Himalayas. The temperature decreases as you move from the equator towards the pole. Animals like seals, polar bears, and many more animals can be found in tundra region. So these three animals can be found commonly in tundra region.
37.
Yes, that is correct. Penguins, blue whales, polar bears are commonly found in tundra region. The third region is swamp region. Swamp is an area of land that permanently saturated or filled with water. The swamps are dominated by trees. There are two main types of swamps: freshwater swamps and saltwater swamps. Swamp is a shelter for birds, amphibians, reptiles, and many more animals. Animals like eagles, glass frogs are commonly found in tundra region. The fourth region, grassland. Grassland are found where there is not enough rainfall to support the growth of forests and not so little like a desert form. Grassland or lies between forest and desert. Plants such as cactus, acacias, palm trees are commonly found in grassland. Animals such as cheetah, bison, donkeys are commonly found in grassland. The last region is desert. Desert has high temperature. The desert is an area of land that receives no more than 25 centimeter, 10 inches of water rainfall a year. In all deserts, there is a little water for the organisms and other organisms living in desert. Animals such as kangaroo rats, scorpions, camels, and many more animals. Now, I am going to tell the interesting facts of these three animals. Kangaroo rat. Kangaroo rat can jump up to 1 to 5 feet. The kangaroo rat can live without drinking water up to 1 to 2 years. The scorpion glow under UV rays and it digs a large hole in underground and it protect themselves from the sun rays. In all deserts, they have many sun rays which affects the animals living in desert. Camel has saturated fat in its ham and when it sows thirsty, it will saturate it and the fat and it can drink such as a water. Introduction of what does endanger mean? An animal at risk becoming extinct because of human activities such as hunting, poaching have pushed numerous species to the edge of extinction. This is known as endangerment. Introduction of endangered animal. Example for critically endangered animal: orangutan, giant hammerhead shark, gorillas, axolotl, black rhino, North Atlantic right whale, bog turtle, rats as the bumblebee, and coniferous condor. Where we can find endangered animals? These are the places where we can find endangered: North America, South America, Africa, Asia, Australia, and in our country also. Around 5,000 different endangered animals can be seen all over the world today. We can see endangered animals every continent, and 41,000 of species are red list in IUCN's red list, and 16,306 of them are threatened with extinction. 500 extinction is occurred in the century. Critically endangered species as on 2023: hammer leopard, black rhino, orangutan, giant hammerhead shark, gorillas, Santa tiger, bog turtle, Asiatic lion, Gangetic dolphins, and many more animals. Why are animals becoming endangered? Because of humans, pollutions, hunting, poaching, and exotic species. Humans cutting down trees, humans building roads in forest areas, humans building homes in forest areas.
Next slide.
Pollution, throwing waste on grounds, throwing plastic and other waste materials in water bodies, and oil spills in water. Animal hunted for fun, animal hunted for their meat, and animal hunted for their fur. Poaching is killing animals and capturing endangered animals. If you are killing more animals, you should not be killing. Exotic species. Animals kill each other. Animals spread diseases to each other. Causes of endangerment: global warming, habitat destruction, poaching, and introduction of endangered animals. Global warming is a gradual increase in the earth temperature and increase the level of CO2 and CFCs. Expansion of CO2 and CFCs. CO2 refers carbon dioxide and CFCs refers chlorofluorocarbon. Habitat destruction. Habitat destruction is a primary cause of species extinction. A habitat destruction is a nature habitat due to different reasons. The species that are unable to live by the area. Human activities had a large impact in nature habitat and ecosystem that sustains these incredible species. What is poaching? Poaching is killing animals and capturing endangered animals. If you are killing more animals, you should not be killing. Reason for poaching: rhinos poached for their horn and believed to treat fevers, cancers, and hangovers. Its price is $30,000 per pound. Elephants poached for their tusks and carved into jewelry and utensils. Turtles are carved into brilliant balls polkas, dominoes, fans, and piano case. Its price is $1,000 per pound. Invasive species. Invasive species and introduced species. Invasive species is a harmful species to the native species and local habitat, and one of the reasons is unwanted pest. Invasive species definition and its example. Invasive species is an introduced species that harmful its environment. Animals such as Asian lionfish, emerald ash brown, zebra mussels, and kudzu have occupied place to place. One of the main reason is migration. Migration is a group of animals move place to place. Such activity is known as migration. Why are animals killed? Tigers killed for their skin and teeth. Lions killed for their fur and teeth. Elephants killed for their valuable tusks. White alligators killed for their white skin and teeth. And one-horned rhinoceros killed for their valuable horn. Classification of endangerment. Critically endangered, endangered, vulnerable, threatened, and near threatened. Critically endangered. Critically endangered. When a species is classified into critically endangered, when its population at least decline at least 90%, the cause of decline is known. Animals such as red wolf, Chinese alligators, brown spider monkeys, and many more animals. Threatened. Threatened is likely to becoming endangered animal to the near future. Animals like angelfishes and albatross and many more animals. Threatened. Threatened is likely to becoming endangered animal to the foreseeable future. Animals like common leopard, Himalayan quail, and common house of sparrows and common leopard are the critically threatened animal. Threatened and vulnerable, capable being of physical or emotional wounded. When a species is vulnerable, is classified into vulnerable, its population at least decline 50%, and the decline is known. One of the main reasons is habitat loss. This is led to the animals to the edge of extinction. Animals like blue sheep, Asiatic elephants, and Gangetic dolphins, and many more animals. Some of the endangered animals found in Asia. I list out 4 of the animals. Asian elephant, smaller than the African elephant. It can identify their smaller and round ears. And why people hunt it? Because people want to take the animal's task. Because of our activity, the Asian elephants comes on an endangered animal list. Giant panda. It bamboos, fishes, and other small animals. At birth, they lived in China, Vietnam, and Myanmar, but now they live in China because people, for a sophisticated life, will destroy habitats and forest areas. Because of our activity, the giant panda comes on an endangered animal list. Sparrow. There are a total number of 140 species of sparrows are spread globally. Around 140, only 5 species of sparrows are only found in India. Recent studies show that the house of sparrows are 50% reduced globally. Vaquita porpoise. There are less than 30 animals in this species, and they live in wildlife all over. They never directly hunted. They have reduced their population by accidental endangerment. I have listed out some of the reasons why should we save the endangered animal. Plants and animals are the responsible for today's many useful medicine. About 40% of today's medicine prescribes the nature components of different species. When a species is lost, it affects the entire ecosystem, it affects the people who depend on it, and there is an imbalance in biodiversity. If you like to save the endangered animal first, you should save the wildlife conservation. Why should we conserve wildlife? We should conserve wildlife to ensure that the future generation to enjoy nature, that the species that live within it. I have listed out two slogans on wildlife conservation. If you like to shoot the animal, do it with the camera, not with the gun. Today you will send them, tomorrow they will hunt you. I repeat the slogan on wildlife conservation. If you like to shoot the animal, do it with the camera. Today you will hunt them, tomorrow they will hunt you. Endangered Species Act. In 1973, the Endangered Species Act is passed by the government to protect the disappearing plants and animals. Number of endangered animals. An international union for conservation of nature stands for IUCN, and it has a red list of threatened species. This union has 7 levels of threat conservation.